Chapter 3795. Yes, I'm going to discuss this with old Mr. Sun. Princess Xianxia nodded. Regarding the Grand Mist Ancestor, I have already sent people to investigate. However, the Grand Mist Ancestor is a Daoist almighty after all. If he wants to hide his tracks, who can find him unless they are an immortal emperor? So we have to look from the side, from the local, and from the small. Old Mr. Sun laughed. Xiaohua and Qing Suzhenren are the breakthrough. The Jasper Flower Palace's foresight is very accurate. Mister, don't tell me you didn't pay attention to Qing Suzhenren? Princess Xianxia also laughed. Of course. Old Mr. Sun proudly said, I've never had a mediocre person under the true Confucian. It's not difficult to find a Daoist cultivator. In this aspect, the Jasper Flower Palace can't compare to the Emperor Star Palace. Speaking of this, old Mr. Sun changed the topic and asked, in addition, what's the matter with Xiaohua of this Daoist sect? Is he the same person as the Xiaohua that your highness mentioned? That's not possible. Princess Xianxia frowned and said, the cultivation of Xiaohua of the hidden immortal continent and Xiaohua of the Elysian world are too far apart. Moreover, it takes several years to cross the East Sea from the Elysian world to the hidden immortal continent. It's impossible for him to attract the attention of the Jasper Flower Palace during this period of time. In particular, Xiaohua of the Elysian world is proficient in Confucian cultivation and even Buddhist magic. How could the Grand Mist Ancestor let his capable subordinate cultivate Confucian and Buddhist magic? Then, Your Highness, why did you tell Sun Gang? Old Mr. Sun asked. Princess Xianxia frowned slightly and raised her eyes to look outside the library. The new concubine bamboo there was extremely lush. After a while, she said, Xiaohua of Elysium is extremely mysterious. I feel that he still has many divine abilities that I don't know about. If he can really teleport from the Elysian world to the hidden immortal continent, I won't be surprised. Even if he does something incredible, I think it's possible. That's why I told Sun Gang to pay more attention. Xiaohua of the Elysian world is really so powerful? Old Mr. Sun was shocked. He stared at Princess Xianxia and asked, Your Highness, is there something you haven't told me? Indeed. Princess Xianxia nodded. Those things are Xiaohua's secret, this princess promised him. If that's the case, then I'll have to reconsider this matter. Old Mr. Sun narrowed his eyes and said, and this old man also suggests that Her Royal Highness send my true Confucian cultivator to investigate specifically instead of letting Sun Gang make trouble. Indeed. I'll leave this matter to old Mr. Sun. After the new princess agreed, she took out a jade eye and handed it over. This is the statue of Xiaohua from Elysium. Old Mr. Sun, please accept it. All right. Old Mr. Sun took it and his eyes lit up. After looking at it, he carefully put it away and said, in addition, this old man also wants to discuss with the princess about the war in the 5 states of the hidden immortal continent. Yes, in the 9 regions of the hidden immortal continent, it is common for Dao sects to be destroyed every year. Our country of Confucian cultivators is generally within the 10 nations. Why were countries being destroyed so frequently recently? Su province and Gun province were considered normal, but Qing province, Ji province, Liangzhou, and Jingzhou had actually exceeded 15 countries. As for Yong province and Yangzhou, the number of countries that had been destroyed was almost unimaginable. What exactly had happened? Could it be that the contradictions between our country of Confucian cultivators have reached an irreconcilable point? Your Highness may not care about this, but this old man has carefully checked the situation of these countries. This is precisely what I want to report to Your Highness. A layer of coldness appeared on old Mr. Sun's face. This princess is willing to listen to the details. The new princess was shocked. It was rare to see old Mr. Sun so serious, so she hurriedly said. Old Mr. Sun pointed his hand and the map of the hidden immortal continent appeared out of thin air. He stood up and pointed at Yong province. Yong province originally had 2,131 countries of Confucian cultivators, 463 countries of Dao sects, and 177 countries of Buddhist sections. Among the countries of Confucian cultivators, our school of the military occupies 407 countries, the Confucian school occupies 1030 countries, and the rest are countries founded by the miscellaneous school, Yinyang school, and other schools of thought. This is the same as the agreement between our school of the military and the Confucian school. The Confucian school of the hidden immortal continent dominates and the school of the military controls the immortal palace. However, this old man has seen that among the 42 countries that were destroyed in Yong province, 20 of them belong to the school of the military. 3 of them belong to the Confucian school, 10 belong to the miscellaneous school, and 20 of them belong to the peasant school. Peasant school? How is that possible? Xian raised her eyebrows and was even more surprised. Look at the 39 countries that were destroyed in Yangzhou. Among them, 15 belong to the school of the military, 5 belong to the Confucian school, 5 belong to the miscellaneous school, and only 10 of them belong to the Yinyang school. This seems to be the rhythm of 100 schools of thought. Xian sneered as if she had understood something. Old Mr. Sun nodded. On the surface, it is indeed so. It's a grand event for Confucian cultivators to contend for supremacy. But in fact, there are undercurrents surging in the hidden immortal continent. From the birth and death of the countries, it can be seen that there are some internal conflicts among us Confucian cultivators. All the major schools and aristocratic families have shown their faces, competing with each other in political and martial arts. They all want to lead each other for thousands of years. Hee hee. Princess Xian sneered. These are all high-sounding reasons. If we were to talk about the root cause, I'm afraid that those who are unwilling to be left out and who are dissatisfied with the distribution of the fruits of victory in the ancient immortal and Buddha formation have now seen the friction between the immortal palace and the Thunder Temple, so they are unwilling to be left out and jump out to cause trouble, right? But the problem is... Old Mr. Sun smiled and said, they jumped out at the right time. Now that Yuzhou is being closely monitored by the Lingyun Palace, even the Hall of Enlightenment can't interfere. The situation in the Longevity Town is really at a critical juncture. The Immortal Emperor can't even take care of himself. It's just the Thunder Temple. Not everyone in the Buddhist sect wants to take advantage of it. Princess Xian naturally thought of Ci Hui. She said thoughtfully, although the Mahavairakana world venerable controls the Thunder Temple, the ancient Buddha Dipankara and the Maitreya Buddha might not be on the same side as him. There might be something that can be used. Your Highness, you're thinking too much. You're too idealistic. Old Mr. Sun shook his head. The Buddhist sect has always been united against outsiders. Their doctrines are different from our Confucian cultivation methods. We can't compare them, and we can't place our hopes on them. What about the Thousand Demons' sacred realm? It seems that those great sages haven't done anything. How would the Thousand Demons' sacred realm dare to do anything? Old Mr. Sun smiled and said, the Thousand Demons' sacred realm has never cared about the hidden immortal continent and the pure land of ultimate bliss. If those great sages make a move, the 3 continents will really be in chaos. The 4 great families deserve to die. Princess Xian gritted her teeth and said, back then, the immortals and Buddhas fought against the Daoist sect together. They pushed the military school to the front, and we lost countless cultivators before we won. Now, we're just in control of the immortal palace, and they're so troublesome. Shoo. Old Mr. Sun hurriedly stopped Princess Xian from complaining and said anxiously, you're the princess. You can't say that. Everything is just speculation. Even if everyone knows, we can't turn hostile. This is the so-called overt conspiracy. Your Highness, don't worry. The immortal emperor must know what to do. We just need to do our own things. Well, old Mr. Sun, arrange for the true Confucian cultivators to investigate why the Jasper Flower Palace is looking for 2 Daoist nascent soul cultivators. Princess Xian ordered, also, send people to keep an eye on the situation in the 5 continents and see what the 4 great families are doing. Also, after so many years of recuperation, the Daoist sect's cultivators are showing signs of resurgence. With the primordial chaos ancestor freed, the Daoist sect has become a force that can't be ignored. Although the military school used to be the main force to destroy the Daoist sect, the situation is different now. There's a possibility of cooperation. Although the immortal emperor doesn't have a decree, we still need to test it first. Okay, I understand. Old Mr. Sun smiled and said, the purpose of the true Confucian sect is to find the true essence of Confucian cultivators. Moreover, the goal of the true Confucian sect has always been to educate everyone regardless of background. All living things in the world, including the Daoist sect and the Buddhist sect, even demons, flowers, birds, fish, and insects, as long as they have a spirit and have the heart to be educated, they can be friends with us. When old Mr. Sun said this, Princess Xianxia frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Old Mr. Sun, please leave us for a moment. It seems that Mr. Lei has returned for something important. After old Mr. Sun left, not long after, Mr. Lei hurried over. His face was filled with joy. The moment he entered the library, he cupped his hands and said, Congratulations, ninth princess. This old man has good news to report to your highness. Oh. Princess Xianxia smiled and said, What good news is it that made Mr. Lei return? Bai En has returned to the punishment hall with the Thunder Profound Province's punishment envoy. Mr. Lei went straight to the point. Bai En is back? Princess Xianxia was overjoyed. She stood up from behind the desk and said with a smile, Where was she demoted to? I actually couldn't find a trace of her after 1,000 years. Is her punishment over now? I'll let your highness know. Mr. Lei said somewhat awkwardly. When Miss Bai En pleaded guilty, it was the Empress who personally sealed her into the heavenly punishment prison crystal. The 3 provinces of the Thunder Profound Province didn't know about it. However, I already know that Miss Bai En was thrown into the hidden immortal continent, not the pure land of bliss that your highness guessed. Moreover, Miss Bai En's punishment isn't over yet. It's just that the power of heaven and earth shattered her heavenly punishment prison crystal. Now, the punishment envoy is already in the punishment hall checking the heavenly punishment prison crystal's law chains. Once he reports to the Empress, Miss Bai En can be released back to the palace. Great! Princess Xianxia clapped her hands and said, What happened back then was the Gusu family's fault, but, in order to appease the Confucians, they put all the blame on a female official of the school of the Emperor Star. It's rather inappropriate. Bai En was able to escape in advance, which shows the mercy of heaven and earth. I don't dare to say too much about this. Mr. Lei cupped his hands and said, I'll take my leave. When Miss Bai En returns to the school of the Emperor Star, I'll come again to congratulate you. Chapter 3796. Thank you, Mr. Lei. Princess Xianxia was very happy. She cared a lot about Tao Wu. As the daughter of the high and mighty immortal emperor, her life was destined to be lonely. Tao Wu had been her playmate since she was young. The immortal law that Tao Wu violated was actually nothing. Even Gusu Chiodi was not suppressed in the heaven's punishment prison crystal. As an accomplice, how could Tao Wu be punished? However, in order to warn Princess Xianxia, the Empress punished her severely. She was afraid that Princess Xianxia would repeat the same mistake. However, this punishment not only made Princess Xianxia feel guilty, but she also found several opportunities to go down to the lower realm to rescue her. As for Saint Jiangji's trip, he was also looking for Tao Wu. What Xianxia said to Xiao Hua was not a lie. Now that Princess Xianxia heard that Tao Wu was free, she was so happy that she could die. The burden in her heart was swept away. After sending Mr. Lei away, Mr. Sun also left. However, after he walked out of the school of the Emperor Star, he thought for a bit and then flew to the east. Old Mr. Sun flew for a long time and saw that the palaces and pavilions on his left had become sparse. The glow of the immortal palace was also gradually dimming. Some rather strange light purple clouds gradually filled the entire sky. Amidst the clouds, an extremely majestic palace was revealed. Mr. Sun flew to the front of the palace. He looked at the 3 ancient inscriptions on the plaque that said, Pure Jade Palace. He took a deep breath and carefully tidied his clothes. He respectfully bowed and said, Junior Sun Yu is here to greet the master of the Pure Jade Palace. Come in. A faint voice came from Sun Yu's ears. Sun Yu did not dare to stand up. He still said, "Thank you, master of the Pure Jade Palace." Then, a jade stone that looked like a flight of stairs appeared in front of the Pure Jade Palace. Sun Yu straightened up and walked onto the jade stone. Thousands of light purple inscriptions rushed out from the jade stone under his feet and wrapped around Sun Yu like tadpoles. They disappeared in a moment. When Sun Yu's figure appeared again, he was inside an extremely vast palace. However, this palace was quiet and there was no movement. It was as if there was no one inside. On the high jade platform, there was a golden throne with an old man sitting on it. This old man was wearing an emperor's robe and clouds were flowing around his face. Images of mountains and rivers flashed in the clouds as if the old man's face was the mountains and rivers. Although the old man was just sitting there, he gave off a majestic feeling. Even the tallest mountain in the hidden immortal continent couldn't be compared to the old man's imposing manner, as if he was looking down on all the other mountains. Sun Yu composed himself and hurriedly came down from the jade stone. He prostrated himself and said, "Sun Yu greets the Jade Pure Palace Master. Get up." The voice of the master of the Jade Pure Palace was ethereal and extremely grand. If one listened carefully, it sounded like a gurgling stream, but inadvertently, it sounded like a thunderclap. Yes. Sun Yu stood up respectfully, not daring to raise his head even though he knew that the person sitting on the golden throne might not necessarily be the Jade Pure Palace Master's true body. After the Jade Pure Palace Master finished speaking, he didn't ask any more questions. Sun Yu continued, "This junior has come to visit the Jade Pure Palace Master because I have something to report to you." N. The Jade Pure Palace Master replied indifferently. Sun Yu didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly told him about Princess Xianxia's encounter with Xiao Hua, as well as Xiao Hua and Daoist Master Qing Su. He asked, "This junior feels that Xiao Hua is the Grand Mist Ancestor's subordinate. He should have a plan to contact the Ninth Princess and definitely has ulterior motives. However, the Ninth Princess seems to have a good impression of Xiao Hua, so this junior doesn't dare to be at ease. If Xiao Hua is the Grand Mist Ancestor's subordinate, then all of Xiao Hua's karma will be shielded by the Grand Mist Ancestor. Even if this junior wants to investigate, I may not be able to obtain the truth. Therefore, this junior wants to ask the Lord to investigate this Xiao Hua's background. If the Grand Mist Ancestor is shielding the heavens, even this prince won't be able to detect it." The Jade Pure Palace Master's voice was still calm. "However, the Ninth Princess is one of my true Confucians. Her every action has a heavy influence on the world's Confucians. Your worries are very reasonable. Wait a moment, this prince will investigate. Thank you for your trouble, Jade Pure Palace Master." Sun Yu was very happy when he heard this and replied respectfully. Boom. Just as Sun Yu's voice fell, the entire palace hall emitted a loud rumbling sound. The space under Sun Yu's feet became empty in an instant. Although Sun Yu didn't dare to raise his head, he clearly saw that the magnificent palace hall had disappeared. His surroundings were pitch-black starry skies. Woo! An extremely sharp sound came from the front of his head. Sun Yu couldn't help but sneak a glance. The Jade Pure Palace Master who was originally sitting on the golden chair had disappeared. Only a group of tadpole-like inscriptions on the golden chair was violently tumbling. The sharp sound came from the inscriptions on the golden chair. Puff puff puff. Sun Yu's gaze fell on the inscriptions on the golden chair. In the starry skies around the golden chair, tens of thousands of feet-long crystal threads as thick as a bull's mouth appeared. These crystal threads condensed an extremely pure and noble aura, and each thread contained a faint chanting sound. As the crystal threads surged in, each inscription on the armor rapidly expanded. The inscriptions on the armor glowed and surged with clouds. They were as dazzling as the stars. Sun Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. He suddenly felt that each inscription on the armor was giving birth to thousands of living creatures. His heart couldn't help but thump as he stared at the inscriptions on the armor. He somewhat understood that this seemed to be an excellent opportunity for him. The inscriptions on the armor seemed to expand infinitely. When Sun Yu felt that there was no more starry skies in his eyes and that there was no room for anything else, with a loud bang, all the inscriptions on the armor burst apart at the same time. Human figures, beast figures, mountains, rivers, roads. It was as if the myriad forms of the world had filled Sun Yu's mind in an instant. See. As the true qi in Sun Yu's chest churned violently, a sharp pain appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but cry out. You have just become a literary saint. The true qi in your chest isn't pure. It's not good to look at it for too long. It's enough if you can feel it. Just as the voice of the Jade Pure Palace's master seemed to appear everywhere, there was a rare hint of surprise in his tone. Sun Yu quickly retracted his gaze and secretly adjusted his breathing to stabilize his realm. His ears perked up again as he listened to the Jade Pure Palace's master. Woo-woo. At this moment, the entire starry sky was filled with all kinds of things. Scenes flashed past Sun Yu's body as if they were pushed by a big hand. Countless whistling sounds were produced between the scenes. The sound of the wind was also strange, causing Sun Yu to tremble in fear. After the time it took to eat a meal, all the scenes suddenly disappeared and turned into large inscriptions on the armor hidden in the starry sky. The brilliant starlight calmly appeared in the sky again. At this moment, on the golden throne, the Jade Pure Palace's master in his emperor's outfit appeared. There was no change from before. My lord. Sun Yu probed, but the Jade Pure Palace's master didn't answer. Sun Yu didn't dare to ask more and stood quietly to the side. After a while, the Jade Pure Palace's master said, This Xiao Hua's karma is also blocked. This king can only detect that he is near Jing province. See. Sun Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. He was shocked in his heart. He wasn't shocked that the Jade Pure Palace's master couldn't detect, but he was shocked that the Grand Mist Ancestor's layout was so high. Since the new princess had already entered the trap, it would be difficult for him to dissuade her. Could it be? Sun Yu hurriedly asked, the Grand Mist Ancestor's cultivation is so high that he can detect all kinds of things in the world. He can actually be in the Pure Land, waiting for the 9th princess? No. The Jade Pure Palace's master indifferently replied, the method used to block Xiao Hua's karma is different from the Grand Mist Ancestors. It shouldn't be the Grand Mist Ancestor's method. This king can't confirm whether he is the Grand Mist Ancestor's disciple. Moreover, this king has a feeling that this Xiao Hua is very important to us Confucian cultivators. Important? Sun Yu was a little dumbfounded. He originally wanted to verify whether Xiao Hua was an enemy, but he didn't expect to get this result. The Jade Pure Palace's master sighed slightly. The entire starry sky was annihilated, and Sun Yu was once again standing inside the palace. This king has always believed that whether it is the military school, Confucian school, legalism school, Dao sect, Buddhism sect, or demon sect, as long as it can cultivate, it has a spirit. There are countless paths of cultivation, but there is only one way back. Since Xiao Hua is proficient in Dao sect and Confucian cultivation, he is useful to us Confucian cultivators. It doesn't matter whether he is the Grand Mist Ancestor's disciple. Junior understands. Sun Yu hurriedly bowed, Junior will arrange it. Following the Jade Pure Palace's master's voice, inscriptions surged around Sun Yu's body. When the inscriptions disappeared, Sun Yu's figure once again appeared outside the Jade Pure Palace. Sun Yu didn't dare to be negligent. After bowing to the Jade Pure Palace's door, he hurriedly left. Xiao Hua naturally didn't know that he had been noticed by the Jade Pure Palace's master. At this time, he was standing outside the misty mountain maze formation that had almost disappeared, smiling as he spoke to Zhang Daoran. Zhang Daoran looked at the submerged mountain peak and said, Daoist Xiao, it seems that this misty mountain maze formation is our opportunity. This time, it has sunk into the ground, and we don't know when it will come out. No one knows who the next fated fellow Daoist will be. Fate arises and perishes, why does it have to be like this? Xiao Hua replied indifferently. But just as he was about to speak again, he suddenly felt a shock in his heart. A strange feeling arose in his heart. This feeling was like ice and snow covering his body, and even more so, it was as if his entire body had been seen through by someone. Who is it? Xiao Hua was shocked, and his divine perception hurriedly swept out. Who? Zhang Daoran was also startled. At the same time, he flew up and swept out with his divine sense in the opposite direction. However, after a while, whether it was Zhang Daoran or Xiao Hua, there was a strange expression on their faces because there was no one in their divine sense. Daoist Xiao. Zhang Daoran curiously asked, "What did you find?" "It seems like someone is peeping." Xiao Hua was still worried and looked left and right, but obviously, he didn't find anything. Chapter 3797. How about now? Zhang Daoran probed with his divine sense for a moment. Xiao Hua closed his eyes and savored it carefully. After a while, the doubt on his face grew heavier. He answered in confusion, "There seems to be more, but it also seems like there isn't. It's really strange." "Congratulations, Zhenren Xiao." Zhang Daoran smiled and said. "Oh, where did the joy come from?" Xiao Hua asked with a smile. Zhang Daoran said, "Although Zhenren Xiao didn't enter the real Immortal's cave during the trip to the Misty Mountain Maze, you still gained something. Now that you're uneasy, it's a sign that you're about to break through a bottleneck." Hearing Zhang Daoran's words, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only say perfunctorily, "Perhaps. You three nascent soul cultivators are about to step into the out-of-body realm. I should be able to take half a step, right?" Roar. At this moment, two long roars came from the distance at the same time. Two divine senses of equal strength swept over like waterfalls. Then, Sun Kong Shangren and Zhai Xingzi flew out from their secluded cultivation. "Congratulations, fellow Daoists." Xiao Hua and Zhang Daoran greeted them with smiles. Sun Kong Shangren and Zhai Xingzi landed in front of them. They looked at each other and smiled. They bowed to Xiao Hua and said, "We have to thank fellow Daoist Xiao for your secret technique. Now, we have great confidence in controlling the growth of our realms. You're welcome." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "We're all Daoist cultivators. It's only right that we work together." "Ha." Sun Kong Shangren laughed and said something to Xiao Hua. Zhang Daoran also asked Zhai Xingzi some things in a low voice. The four nascent soul cultivators understood that since they all came out of seclusion, it was time to say goodbye. "Zhai Xingzi." Gusuchuri's voice came. Behind her was a mysterious Gongshu Xian. "Oh, Qiu, what's the matter?" Zhai Xingzi asked with a smile. "There's a small matter that I need to ask you for a favor." Gusuchuri flew in front of Zhai Xingzi and asked politely. This made Zhai Xingzi's hair stand. "What is it?" "Tell me first," Zhai Xingzi said hurriedly. Gusuchuri looked at the four and smiled. Xian entered Senior Tsang Langzi's cave with your help. Not only did she get his formation legacy, but she also got some of our Confucian cultivation methods. She is very happy and has refined a small imperial artifact during her seclusion. She would like to ask for your help to test the artifact's effect. How about Xingzi be the first? Hee, if that's the case, of course you can. Zhai Xingzi smiled and looked at Gongshu Xian behind Gusuchio Di. Gongshu Xian flew over and said with a smile, "I have to thank all of you seniors for being able to obtain so much. This little imperial equipment is something I learned from Senior Tsang Langzi's cave, so I would like to give it a try. Once again, I would like to thank the seniors for their tolerance." It had to be said that after several years of coexistence, Gongshu Xian's arrogant personality didn't seem so annoying. "What is this imperial artifact for?" Sun Kong Shangren looked at the imperial artifact in Gongshu Xian's hand that looked like a pearl and asked cautiously. Hee, nothing, just a little toy." Gongshu Xian was like a little fox that stole a hen, smiling very sweetly. "Xingzi." Gusuchuri said, "You are the first." "It's okay, I have already tested it." "Okay." Zhai Xingzi had nothing to say, so he obediently flew in front of Gongshu Xian. Hehe, take out your hand and disperse your protective chi. Gongshu Xian put the pearl in the air and said, put it under the pearl. Zhai Xingzi did as he was told. Gongshu Xian pointed at the pearl and a string of inscriptions appeared on it. They rushed into Zhai Xingzi's skin like ants. Then, from a small circular hole on the pearl, a rainbow rushed out. This rainbow was divided into 7 colors, layer by layer. It looked very beautiful. Zhai Xingzi looked at the rainbow that had more than 10 layers and was really confused. He did not understand what it was for. Hehe, it's Zhang Daoran's senior's turn. Gongshu Xian used her hand to hook the pearl and the rainbow disappeared. Qiu, what are you doing? Zhai Xingzi asked curiously. Gusuchuri smiled and said, don't worry, I will tell you in a while. Zhang Daoran looked at Zhai Xingzi and did the same. Naturally, the rainbow flew out from the pearl again. There were 20 layers. Xiao Hua and Sun Kong Shangren at the side understood. This was probably an imperial artifact to test one's magic power. Sure enough, Sun Kong Shangren's rainbow was about the same as Zhang Daoran's. Forget it. Xiao Hua knew that his magic power was different from the other 3. He waved his hand and said, my cultivation method is different from the 3 of you. It's fine if I don't measure it. Don't. Gusuchuri smiled and said, Jinren Zhao's magic power is outstanding. This is something we all know. Why don't you show it to everyone? Even if you have stepped into the out-of-body stage, it is still within our expectations. Sigh, all right. Xiao Hua was somewhat helpless. He dispersed the golden light protecting his body and withdrew his magic power and placed it on the pearl. Weng weng. When the inscription appeared, it let out a low rumbling sound. However, the inscription actually could not penetrate Xiao Hua's skin. Gongshu Xian frowned and said unhappily, Senior Xiao, there is no need to do this. This little girl only wanted to see the effect of the imperial artifact. Aren't you being too narrow-minded? This. Xiao Hua said helplessly, go ahead and activate the imperial artifact. This Xiao is not unwilling. All right. Gongshu Xian was also helpless. She said, Senior Xiao, it is best if you don't do anything to resist. Otherwise, this one's imperial artifact will not work. This one understands. Xiao Hua nodded. Weng weng weng. The imperial artifact let out more low rumbling sounds. The inscription madly rushed out. Unfortunately, although Xiao Hua's skin did not have any abnormalities, the inscription still could not penetrate. However, at this moment, Xiao Hua's heart trembled again. He could not help but suddenly look up at the sky. At this moment, Gongshu Xian hurriedly activated the inscription. The inscription loudly fell and disappeared into Xiao Hua's body. At the same time, the rainbow on the pearl suddenly appeared. However, the rainbow rushed out for a while and then stopped. Although Xiao Hua did not pay attention, Gongshu Xian saw clearly that the rainbow was only 3 or 4 layers high. Although the rainbow was very blurry, the layers of color were very clear. Ah! Gongshu Xian cried out in surprise. How is this possible? How can you be only 300 or 400 years old? At the same time she lost her voice, Xiao Hua's feeling of terror disappeared, replaced by a kind of empty loneliness. Of course, at this time, Gongshu Xian's imperial equipment lost its rainbow color, all of the inscriptions disappeared at the same time. Xiao Hua came back to his senses. As if he understood something, he asked in a low voice, Gongshu girl, what did you say? No, nothing. Gongshu Xian looked absent-mindedly at the pearl that had lost its luster. She replied absent-mindedly, I was just talking about my own imperial artifact. Xiao Hua of course heard Gongshu Xian's scream. Of course, he also saw the shock in Gongshu Xian's heart. He also understood that Gongshu Xian's imperial artifact was similar to the one the Imperial Thunder sect used to select disciples. It was used to test bone age or lifespan. However, when it came to his own lifespan, Xiaohua was also a bit depressed. In terms of bone age, his bones had been refined for a long time. Presumably, it was different from others. In terms of bloodline, he had the most holy bloodline in the relic world. He himself did not know the lifespan of this bloodline. Sure enough, Gongshu Xianxia's imperial artifact had already lost its luster. Even when Xiaohua held the pearl in his hand, the pearl did not change. Xiaohua already said, Xiaohua's technique. Xiaohua explained. Boom. Just as Xiaohua was speaking, the pearl's luster suddenly became several thousand zhang. However, this luster did not seem to have any level. Impossible, how can you be only 300 years old? Even if you beat me to death. I won't believe it. Gongshu Xianxia did not look at the imperial artifact at all. She was still muttering to herself as if she was talking to herself. Daoist Master Xiao. At this time, Wuxia Xianxia had to tell the truth. She smiled apologetically. Xian is just a bit naughty. She wants to do some strange things. This imperial artifact is actually used to test lifespan. Just now, Brother Xingzi, Brother Dao Ran, and Brother Sun Kong, this concubine will not say any more. There was no need for Wuxia Xianxia to say more. Age was Gongshu Xianxia's pride. This imperial artifact used to test lifespan was also something she used to show off. However, she really did not expect that Xiaohua's age was really younger than hers. Moreover, his cultivation was much higher than Gongshu Xianxia's. At this moment, Gongshu Xianxia felt like she had smashed her own foot with a rock. She was looking for trouble for herself. At the last moment, she was looking for humiliation for no reason. Xiaohua, how old are you? Gongshu Xianxia did not seem to wake up from her shock. She still asked. Xiaohua was a bit helpless. He looked at Zhang Dao Ran, Sun Kong, Zhai Xingzi, and Wuxia Xianxia who were also surprised. He smiled and said, how old this Xiao is it that important? Ha, it is indeed not important. Zhang Dao Ran laughed and said, this is because Daoist Zhao's cultivation method is different. We can't generalize. That's right. Wuxia Xianxia hurriedly agreed, we have been in seclusion for a long time. Now is the time to return. That's right, Daoist Zhai Xing. Xiaohua was very tactful. He cupped his hands and said, we will meet again someday. Xiaohua said and shouted loudly, Fujiwen, why aren't you following Master back to Black Wind Ridge? Yes, Master. Fujiwen did not know why Xiaohua was suddenly so anxious. He hurriedly rushed out of seclusion and followed Xiaohua into the sky, far away. How is that possible? Could it be that he is really only 400 years old? Gongshu Xianxia's proud heart was really hit. Looking at Xiaohua's rapidly disappearing figure, she was still muttering in her heart, unable to let go for a long time. Chapter 3798. I will take my leave as well. Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong looked at Xiaohua's back and sighed in their hearts. How could they not know that Xiaohua had already revealed a corner of his strength? Did they already have an answer to their doubts about the Misty Mountain Maze formation? However, the four of them had already discussed the future matters. The two of them called out their disciples loudly and cupped their hands towards Zhai Xingzi and the others before flying far away. Shueping and the others came out a bit late and bowed deeply towards the direction Xiaohua left in. They knew very well that fate would sometimes end. This was that kind of moment. Perhaps they would have other opportunities in the future, but the fate between them and Xiaohua would end here. At this moment, an unusual treasure hunt had come to an end. However, Xiaohua's heart was still heavy as he flew in the air. That oppressive feeling that was like dark clouds didn't disperse for a long time. However, when he flew silently for half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, suddenly, without any warning, that heavy feeling suddenly disappeared. Even when Xiaohua formed hand seals to check, there was no trace of it. Forget it. At this moment, how could Xiaohua not know that he had already been noticed by others? Facing this kind of unfathomable cultivator, Xiaohua could only sigh slightly. I'd been blindly concealing my cultivation, but I was still noticed by others. Now, let's take it one step at a time and see who did it. Xiaohua flew in the air uneasily. In a distant place, there was a beautiful palace. On a brocade chair, there was an indescribable old man. This old man's expression was somewhat ferocious, as if he was flustered and exasperated. He held a very strange jade eye in his hand and gnashed his teeth as he shouted, "Kong Hongwu, to think that I placed such high hopes on you and gave you control of my forces on the hidden immortal continent. Look at you, a cultivator of the 5th grade essence force was actually killed by a Dao cultivator. How can you still have the face to see me? Humph, even if you come to see me, I will personally kill you. I asked you to collect the 9 cauldrons, how many did you actually get? You've really ruined this old man's plans. Who was it? Who killed Kong Hongwu, who took away the 9 cauldrons? If this old man knows your name, I will definitely pull out your tendons and peel off your skin. Life is always like a sudden encounter, it's hard to avoid some kind of surprise." Xiaohua killed Kong Hongwu for the sake of his own survival, but the result exceeded his expectations. Not only had he attracted the attention of the Jasper Flower Palace, but he had also attracted the attention of the School of the Emperor Star, and then the Master of the Tai Ching Palace. Now, he had also attracted the attention of the mysterious cultivator. Therefore, there was no such thing as fate in this world. Everything flowed in the river of karma. When Xiaohua flew far away, he naturally took out his heavenly horse and flying carriage. He might not be able to find the direction himself, but with Fu Jiwen beside him, it only took him about a month to reach the vicinity of the Black Wind Ridge. However, when his Buddhist sense swept across the Black Wind Ridge, he couldn't help but be shocked again. Then, a cold frost hung on his face, and he seemed to be extremely angry. "Master." Although Fu Jiwen's divine sense technique couldn't see that far, he could still feel Xiaohua's anger. He hurriedly whispered, "Could it be that there's been a change in Black Wind Ridge?" "That's not it." Xiaohua sneered. "How could the formation I laid down be so easily broken by others? It's just that I really didn't expect the temptation of the 5-dragon Imperial Jade Seal to be so great. The monarch of the Bronze Pillar country really deserves to die." Fu Jiwen didn't understand Xiaohua's words, but he didn't ask too much. Xiaohua only pondered for a moment before instructing, "Disciple, slowly fly over by yourself. Master will go and help Li Xiang out." Along the way, Xiaohua had already explained the general situation of the Black Wind Ridge. Fu Jiwen knew that Li Xiang was the nascent soul cultivator guarding the Black Wind Ridge. At this time, when he heard Xiaohua's instruction, he hurriedly nodded and said, "Master, go ahead. Disciple will be there soon." "Good," Xiaohua said as he put away the flying chariot and Pegasus. He looked into the distance as lightning surged around his body. Rumble. A burst of thunderclaps resounded. Xiaohua's figure was much faster than Fei Hong. He rushed forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Tsk tisk. Fu Jiwen smacked his lips. He wanted to urge the cloud to fly faster, but after thinking for a moment, he knew that with his flying speed, the excitement would have already passed by the time he reached the Black Wind Ridge. Thus, he simply flew slowly, comprehending the mysteries of his wordless heavenly book while flying. Hiss, the lightning element 3 realms is actually going to have a breakthrough? This is too fast, right? Xiaohua had just urged the lightning escape technique when he immediately felt that there was something wrong with it. He couldn't help but be surprised. He hurriedly probed the realm of his cultivation method, but after probing, Xiaohua frowned again. From the various signs of urging the lightning escape technique, there's nothing wrong with it. Even the true essence in the meridians, there's no problem with the mental cultivation method and realm. It seems that the lightning escape technique is really going to break through to the lightning transcendence realm soon. Ordinary cultivation methods, whether it's lightning escape technique, secret art, or secret art, would be extremely difficult to cultivate in the later stages. Without a great opportunity, one would not be able to succeed. Why is this Zhao's lightning evasion technique so fast? Thinking back to how difficult it was to cultivate in the past, until today, with almost every opportunity, this lightning escape technique can be improved. Isn't this too easy? However, after pondering for a moment, Xiao Hua understood. In the past few years in Song Langzi's cave, Xiao Hua had not only obtained Song Langzi's orthodoxy, but also the 5 elements escape technique. Now that Xiao Hua had successfully cultivated these escape techniques, under the promotion of the 5 elements escape technique, it was inevitable that the lightning escape technique would improve. In particular, Xiao Hua had also obtained the holy bloodline in the relic world. Now, although his body had not completely integrated with the holy bloodline, he was much stronger than ordinary monsters. After all, he had the body of a heavenly phoenix. A heavenly phoenix that was good at flying. The lightning escape technique originally had extremely harsh requirements for the tempering of the body. Otherwise, with the cultivation of the Imperial Thunder Sect's head, it would be impossible for him to stop at the level of Imperial Thunder Shock. From this, it could be seen that Xiao Hua's lightning escape technique was so fast, it could not be considered as shocking. Xiao Hua's primordial spirit was 10, and one person was equivalent to 10 people cultivating. At the beginning, it was difficult to move forward, but now it was time to start showing its power. Xiao Hua had been in seclusion for 3 years in the Jade Mountains maze. It seemed that his cultivation had not made any progress, but Xiao Hua understood that he had already reached the late nascent soul stage. As long as he cultivated step by step, he would soon be able to advance to the spirit-severing stage. Of course, with Xiao Hua's current situation, even Xiao Hua himself did not know how to advance to the spirit-severing stage. Since that's the case, let's make the improvement more violent. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes, looking at the Black Wind Mountain in the distance, and said coldly, "Let these bastards who don't know what's good for them know the power of this Xiao." Lightning flashed from high up in the sky, and the sound of thunder still lingered in the ears. Xiao Hua's figure instantly moved 100 li. This is... Xiao Hua's figure had just passed by when several Dao cultivators with different cultivation bases rushed out from hiding on the ground. Seeing Xiao Hua arrogantly flying away, they looked at him in astonishment, not knowing what to do. Then, they returned to hiding in the valley. It was no wonder that Xiao Hua was angry. Now, the Black Wind Mountain was really lively. The 100 li of Black Wind Mountain was almost completely surrounded by dozens of Confucian cultivators. These Confucian cultivators were not all dressed in Confucian robes. Instead, most of them were dressed in martial attire, and there were even some who were flying in the air wearing armor. Among them, many Confucian cultivators were stepping on auspicious clouds, and some Confucian cultivators were riding on flying horses. What was very eye-catching was that in the western sky, there was a group of Confucian cultivators who were actually riding various kinds of demon beasts. Outside the Black Wind Mountains formation, at the center, nascent soul Li Xiang stood in the air, holding a long, diamond-shaped magic treasure in his hand. Although Li Xiang's Daoist robe was damaged and even the bun on his head was scattered, his expression was still calm as he looked towards the east. In front of Li Xiang, Black Bear, Golden Eagle, and White Lion led their own demon beasts in 3 different directions, facing off against the Confucian cultivators. The 3 demon kings had many wounds on their bodies, and some of them were still bleeding. It was obvious that they had just been injured and did not have time to treat them. If the 3 demon kings were like this, how could the rest of the smaller demons be any better? The bear demons were the most miserable. Most of them had bloody wounds on their bodies, and a few of them even had their arms broken. The lion demons and birds of prey were much better, but they were also dispirited and had many of their wings broken. Opposite Li Xiang, in the east, stood a tall general with a long spear in his hand. The general's face was purple gold, and his beard extended to his chest, making him look very heroic. Not far below the general, there were also hundreds of soldiers riding fierce flying horses and holding various weapons in their hands. They were facing off against some of the bear demons and lion demons. At this moment, the general smiled and said, "Hee, fellow immortal Li. Although you and I were evenly matched just now, to tell you the truth, this old man did not intend to kill you. If fellow immortal insists on going about things the wrong way, then don't blame this old man for not showing mercy. Li Xiang said indifferently, how ridiculous, Jianghu, why do you care about feelings between life and death? Besides, if you could kill me, why wait until now? You don't know how many times you've said these words in the past 6 months. Even if you don't find it annoying, I do. I advise you, if you don't take this opportunity to kill me, then after a while, there will be other Confucian cultivators coming to drive your wind pavilion away. You should take advantage of this opportunity. Good. In that case. Jiang Zhanghong's face was a little red. Of course, he wanted to kill Li Xiang. However, although Li Xiang's strength was not as strong as his, Li Xiang relied on the power of the capital star array. At every critical moment, Li Xiang would hide in the array, which really made it difficult for him to kill him. Of course, what Li Xiang said was not wrong. The wind pavilion under Jiang Zhanghong's control had driven away the wave pagoda, which had besieged the Black Wind Mountain, to occupy the east. Similarly, which of the dozens of forces besieging the Black Wind Mountain did not do the same? When more powerful forces came, presumably, Jiang Zhanghong's wind pavilion would also be driven away, right? Chapter 3799. Hey! Before Jiang Zhanghong could finish, a Confucian cultivator next to Changfeng Pavilion shouted, Pavilion Master Jiang, your Changfeng Pavilion has already attacked. Is it our turn now? Jiang Zhanghong looked at the sturdy Confucian cultivator next to him, who was wearing a dragon robe and holding a dragon spear. He said loudly, Xia Han, I just fought with Black Wind Ridge. It hasn't even been a meal's time, and you're already so anxious? A meal's time is also a fight. Xia Han sneered, raised the dragon spear in his hand, and shouted, Boys, kill for me, kill. There were more than 1,000 people behind Xia Han. These disciples were all riding strange beasts. Although the weapons in each disciple's hand were different, they all roared and activated their weapons. Inscriptions appeared one after another, attracting thousands of noble qi. These noble qi turned into dozens of dragon shapes, crazily pouncing on the lion spirits. As for Xia Han, he didn't even wait for Jiang Zhanghong's reply. When he raised the dragon spear, several noble qi pillars crashed into the spear. Roar! The dragon spear's body was covered with dense inscriptions. Under the activation of genuine qi, it also flew to Li Xiang's side like a huge dragon. This is the Confucian cultivator who rules the world with etiquette and law. Li Xiang wasn't surprised by Xia Han's sneak attack. He laughed and said, What's the difference between this and a robbery? Fine. Li Xiang will return the favor. After that, Li Xiang waved his magic weapon, and several rings of light flew out from the side of the rhombus. They rushed into the sky, trying to trap the dragon's head and tail. The remaining ones hit the dragon's abdomen fiercely. You dare to fight with me? Jiang Zhanghong saw Xia Han attack and immediately shouted, Disciples, kill, kill. The hundreds of disciples of Changfeng Pavilion also roared. All kinds of weapons flew out, creating huge clouds in the air, and pounced on the bear spirit, kill. The black bear glanced at the white lion, and the two demons roared at the same time. The bear spirit and the lion spirit activated their demon clouds and spat out demon qi. The weapons in their hands actually glowed as they charged forward. Jiang Zhanghong, Xia Han, just you wait. Seeing that the two of them had broken the rules and attacked at the same time, the Confucian cultivators around Black Wind Ridge began to clamor. Immediately, the air above Black Wind Ridge became chaotic again. However, this chaos only lasted for a moment. Kill, kill, kill. The remaining dozen or so forces shamelessly activated their true qi and rushed toward the fairies in the center of the Black Wind Ridge. Li Xiang's halo had just landed on the coiling dragon's body when the coiling dragon swung its tail. Kung! A sharp cold light flashed from the coiling dragon's head, and the halo was shattered by the spearhead. As the coiling dragon swung its tail, the halo was also sent flying. Several halos hit the body of the coiling dragon, and the inscriptions on the body of the coiling dragon changed greatly, revealing the original engraved inscriptions. However, only for a moment, the coiling dragon swam again, and a sharp murderous aura forced into Li Xiang's protective true qi, causing the nascent soul in Li Xiang's body to become restless. Alas! Li Xiang sighed slightly. He knew that although Xie Han's character was not good, he was still a master of a sect, and his strength had already surpassed his own. Go! Li Xiang did not hesitate at all. He raised his left hand, and a small flag appeared in his hand. He shouted loudly and the flag shook. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the sky shook, and a stream of heaven and earth essence qi appeared out of thin air. This essence qi was like a giant wall, separating the bear spirit, the lion spirit, and the birds. It also blocked Jianghu, Xie Han, and the other Confucian cultivators outside the wall. Boom! Xie Han's coiling dragon spear was too late, and it hit the qi wave. The coiling dragon spear stagnated in the air for a moment, and then a huge counterforce was generated from the tip of the spear. The whole coiling dragon spear flashed back like lightning and stabbed straight into Xie Han's chest. Its speed was even faster than the previous attack. Although Xie Han was somewhat prepared, he was still caught unprepared. Who? The end of the spear hit Xie Han's Confucian robe, and layers of inscriptions appeared and disappeared in a moment. The coiling dragon spear pierced through Xie Han's Confucian robe, and directly stabbed into the body of a Confucian cultivator behind Xie Han. Ah! That Confucian cultivator was only a scholar, and just as he was alerted, the end of the coiling dragon spear had already pierced through his body. The Confucian cultivator screamed miserably as his corpse fell from the sky. Moreover, before the corpse fell to the ground, its flesh and blood had already been torn apart, leaving only the eerie white bones. Xie Han was embarrassed, and Jianghu was not much better. The other 10 or so Confucian cultivators also suffered under the capital star array. Even a 4th-level origin energy master was like this, not to mention their disciples. Thousands of people were counterattacked by the capital star array, and suffered different degrees of injuries. Xie Han. Jianghu said as he used the long spear to heal his injuries. Seeing that the sky above Black Wind Ridge was already empty, he knew that Li Xiang had already returned to the array with the 3 demons. He could not help but be furious. It wasn't easy for us to force Li Xiang to fight, but you didn't act according to our plan? Hehe, do you think your plan will work? Xie Han also used the spirit medicine, and unceremoniously retorted, isn't it just luring the snake out of its hole and killing it? Who doesn't know? We have besieged Black Wind Ridge for who knows how long. Do you think Li Xiang is a fool? He has never left the range of the Black Wind Ridge array. As long as this array exists, we can't attack Black Wind Ridge at all. Jianghu immediately stomped his foot in midair and scolded, since you know this, why don't you take turns to fight? First exhaust Li Xiang's dermic power, and when he slacks off, you immediately take away his array flag? Why do you have to do it before I, Jianghu? I was injured by him a few months ago. Today, I want to regain my face. Can't I do that? Xie Han naturally would not tell Jianghu that his coiled dragon spear had been tempered and poisoned. As long as the tip of the spear touched Li Xiang's body, Li Xiang would definitely be killed. He was afraid that Jianghu would have the same idea as him to snatch the credit. In the distance, a short man with a fat figure also shouted gloomily, Master Xie is too unkind. Once you attack, that Li Xiang will be scared again. He will hide in Black Wind Ridge and won't come out for a few months. You and I will have to wait here in vain again. So what if we wait in vain? If you have the ability, then break the array in Peng Country? Wang Pai, you are the imperial preceptor of Peng Country. Don't tell me you don't even have this method? Xie Han's face had a rogue expression of, bite me, which really made people feel helpless. If I had this method, why would I have to wait until now? Wang Pai snorted coldly from his nose. He was very displeased with Xie Han's, one piece of rat shit spoiling the whole pot of porridge, behavior. He said, besides, didn't Peng Country invite a few array masters to break the array last year? If they can't do it, how can I do it? Sigh, everyone, stop arguing. A Confucian cultivator wearing a crown flew over and waved his hand. There's no point in talking about this. It's better for us to think about how to break the array. How to break the array? Is there a need to discuss? We can either find an array master or invite a senior with upper 5th grade essence force. It's useless no matter how many 4th grade essence force masters we have. Wang Pai rolled his eyes and looked a little discouraged. It's naturally useful if there are more 4th grade essence force masters. Jianghu said coldly. However, there's only one 5-dragon imperial jade seal. The more people there are, the messier it will be. It's better not to have many. There are seniors with upper 5th grade essence force, but they are not willing to take action for these mundane matters. After all, they have already experienced the mortal world and do not want to repeat the same mistakes. Xiahan replied with a bitter smile. Besides, although the array in Black Wind Ridge is powerful, Li Xiang is only an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. How could he invite a 5th grade essence force master like us to help? Wouldn't that be slapping the seniors in the face? This old man did go to the Gongshu aristocratic family once the year before last. Unfortunately, the Gongshu aristocratic family did not want to get involved in the affairs of the Yu province. Furthermore, their most powerful array master, Gongshu Isin, did not seem to be in the clan. The Confucian cultivator with the crown couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, a few more Confucian cultivators flew over from afar and couldn't help but shout, then. Are we still guarding this place? That's the only way. Xia Han said coldly, since we've already wasted so much time, why should we be afraid of wasting a few more days? They are holed up in the Black Wind Ridge's array formation, and there will be a day when they are at the end of their rope. As long as Li Xiang slacks off even a little, we will have a chance to break the array. Have you all seen the Jiang country that has yet to be established? That princess of Jiang country really didn't take the 5-dragon imperial jade seal? Indeed not. They are the founding of the Daoist sect, so there is no point in asking for the imperial jade seal. Furthermore, the princess of Jiang country swore a blood oath that she had never seen any 5-dragon imperial jade seal, and she even said that the 5-dragon imperial jade seal had been taken away by the Copper Pillar State. A small country like Jiang. He shouldn't be lying. Furthermore, there aren't any special Daoist sect cultivators near the princess of Jiang country. Xia Han laughed, that bullshit Xiao Hua. I heard that he went to Yaotai Mountain to participate in the Yaotai gathering. He has already returned from the Yaotai gathering to establish a country, but there are still no traces of him. Yes, I heard that the Yaotai gathering this time was extremely brutal. The cultivators of the Daoist sect had internal strife, and 9 out of 10 had died. Don't talk so much nonsense. Jiang Zhanghong waved his hand. My son and I have come here eagerly, we can't just disperse like this. Let's go, everyone, let's work together and consume the elemental energy of this Black Wind Ridge's formation. That's right. The Confucian cultivators laughed out loud. In ancient times, there was a foolish old man who moved the mountain. Today, we have painstakingly broken the formation. We are not afraid that the formation of this Daoist sect will not be broken. Kill, kill, kill. Not long after, shouts of killing rose again. Thousands of Confucian cultivators surrounded the Black Wind Ridge's capital star formation and attacked. On the Black Wind Ridge, a light that soared into the sky appeared once again. Damned Li Xiang, quickly come out and accept your death. I will tear off your head and drink wine. The generals felt bored and actually started to curse in the sky above the Black Wind Ridge. However, while they were attacking excitedly, the Black Wind Ridge was abnormally quiet. Rumble. Just as the Confucian cultivators were bustling with noise and excitement, a thunderclap suddenly sounded from the distant horizon. At the same time, an ice-cold spiritual sense swept over from afar. Chapter 3800. Who is it? The group of Confucian cultivators were stunned. Everyone was swept by the divine sense and felt a sense of fear. They all looked up at the same time. They saw a flash of lightning that was much faster than Yuanying rainbow transformation. A small figure appeared in the distant horizon, but in the blink of an eye, it had already rushed into everyone's field of vision. A cold voice ruthlessly sounded in their ears. I am that dog fart Xiao Hua you speak of. Xiao Hua. Xia Han turned pale with fright and shouted, You. Why aren't you dead yet? Because you aren't dead yet. Xiao Hua's voice suddenly became extremely loud. It was like a thunderclap, shaking everyone's ears. It was also at this time that Xia Han suddenly felt that there wasn't a trace of air around him. Even breathing was difficult. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly urged his qi to resist. However, not to mention that his qi seemed to have stagnated, it was extremely difficult to move. Even that righteous qi didn't appear from the void. The strangest thing was that a sharp gust of wind suddenly appeared in mid-air, as if an invisible meteorite was falling from the sky. Ah! At this time, how could Xia Han not know that this was Xiao Hua's method? As he shouted, he hurriedly waved his coiled dragon spear to resist. Hong! Qi waves suddenly rolled. Not only Xia Han, even the area several li above the wandering dragon sex people showed abnormal signs. The powerful divine sense hammer was pressing down. It was several times more vicious than falling star. Ah! Xia Han let out a blood-curdling scream. The coiling dragon spear in his hand was smashed into pieces. Although the coiling dragon robe was surging with inscriptions and a vivid and lifelike coiling dragon flew out from the coiling dragon robe, Xia Han's strength was only at the intermediate 4th grade of origin energy. He was even inferior to Daoist Master Chu Feng, so how could he withstand Xiao Hua's furious attack? The coiled dragon howled and turned into inscriptions that were destroyed. As Xia Han's flesh and blood flew out, the shadow of the primordial spirit just appeared. Pa! A crisp sound rang out and it burst like a bubble. Xia Han, a Confucian cultivator with the status of a master, didn't even see Xiao Hua's face. He didn't even have time to use many of his methods before he died. Since Xia Han was like this, how good could wandering dragon sex disciples be? Hundreds of disciples were turned into minced meat. Flesh and blood flew all over the sky. It was an extremely bloody scene. Ah! Xiao Hua's attack was too swift and fierce, and his methods were even more unfathomable. All the Confucian cultivators were completely stunned. No matter what realm he was in. They seemed to have completely forgotten their purpose as they stood in the air, watching the falling blood mist. Run! In the silent sky where only the mountain wind could be heard, someone suddenly shouted. The entire deathly silent scene suddenly came to life. Demonic beasts and flying horses neighed, countless noble qi roared, and inscriptions crazily surged. Thousands of Confucian cultivators fled in all directions like headless flies. Anyone can leave. Xiao Hua's majestic voice once again resounded in the air, only you can't leave. You actually dared to attack this old man's disciple in front of this old man, you must be tired of living. When the Confucian cultivators heard this, they were all scared out of their wits. One by one, they desperately urged their true qi. At the same time, they secretly wondered if they had hurt the Black Wind Ridge's disciples just now. Woo! The wind rose again, and a nascent soul stage hand of several acres in size suddenly flew out from the distance, grabbing at the Changfeng Pavilion's disciples. Damn it! Jianghu's heart suddenly jumped. How could he not know that his attack on Li Xiang was seen by Xiao Hua? He secretly cursed and clapped his hands. Two-colored true qi gushed out, and a medium-sized sub-body quickly appeared on top of his head. Moreover, Jianghu threw his hand, and layers of inscriptions appeared on the long spear. The whole spear began to expand, and when it fell into the sub-body's hand, the long spear was already dozens of feet long. Unfortunately, just as Jianghu's sub-body condensed, Xiao Hua's nascent soul stage hand had already fallen. Kaboom, kaboom. An obscure sound was heard. The space where Jianghu was located had already been imprisoned by Xiao Hua's big hand. Not only was Jianghu's sub-body on the verge of collapse under the pressure of a vast force, the layers of inscriptions inside the sub-body shook violently. Dozens of disciples who were slightly closer to Jianghu were also standing in the air, unable to fly even half an inch. Destroy. At this time, Xiaohua had already flown a few miles away, and he coldly growled. Boom! Jianghu's sub-body collapsed with a loud bang. Countless inscriptions scattered and disappeared in the air. The long spear was also bent by Xiaohua's big hand within the inscriptions. Puff, puff, puff. A burst of oppressive sounds of flesh and blood exploding incessantly rang out. Masses of blood were like flowers blooming in winter, tragically blooming. Ah! As the rest of the fleeing Confucian cultivators fled for their lives, some of them still paid attention to the situation behind them. Seeing this, all of their faces turned ashen. Their hearts trembled in fear, and they secretly prayed that Xiaohua wouldn't start a massacre again. Buzz, buzz. Just as everyone was shocked, layers of fine thunderbolts suddenly appeared in an area of more than 10 miles to the left of the Black Wind Ridge. Accompanying the thunderbolts were layers of green silk invisible to the naked eye. This green silk fell on the Confucian cultivators, and they all hugged their heads and growled. Their figures rapidly fell, and then the thunderbolts appeared again. Crack, crack, crack. They hit everyone, and at the same time, there were waves of screams. It wasn't until thousands of cultivators fell to the ground that Xiaohua's figure slowly appeared in the sky above the Black Wind Ridge like a god. Master, master, master is back. The movement outside the Black Wind Ridge was clearly seen in the capital star array. Seeing such a wonderful method, how could the Black Bear spirit not know that Xiaohua had returned? He was blessed by the heavens. Holding a small flag in his hand, he tore open the capital star array and rushed out, shouting in joy, ignoring the resentful gazes of the White Lion and the Golden Eagle behind him. Xiaohua looked at the obedient Black Bear spirit and smiled. It's been hard on you during this period. It's not hard, it's not hard. To be able to see Master return safely, this little one is happier than anything else. As the Black Bear spirit spoke, a few drops of tears actually squeezed out of his small eyes. Xiaohua scolded in annoyance, if you're happy, then be happy. Don't go overboard. Master, I'm innocent. The Black Bear spirit hurriedly cried. People say that when relatives meet, their eyes are filled with tears. If this little one doesn't squeeze out some tears, it will make me seem distant from Master. Forget it. Xiaohua smiled. This old man knows what you're thinking. You don't have to be like this. Yes, Master. As the Black Bear spirit spoke, Li Xiang activated the array flag in the capital star array below him and opened the array. The Golden Eagle, White Lion, and the other demons flew out. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei also followed behind Li Xiang and the others with smiles. Greetings, Master. The Golden Eagle and White Lion weren't as thick-skinned as the Black Bear spirit. They didn't dare to get too close. They stood behind the Black Bear spirit and bowed in the air. Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. All of you, get up. This old man has seen your hard work. This old man is confident about what I promised you earlier. When the time is right, I'll let you all start cultivating. Right now, the plan is to send these Confucian cultivators away. Since they've disturbed my Black Wind Ridge for so long, it's time to let them know the power of my Black Wind Ridge. Yes, this little one understands. The Golden Eagle and White Lion were startled at first, then they were overjoyed. They kowtowed and said, "This little one thanks Master for his kindness." Then, the Black Bear spirit waved his hand and said, "Little ones, let's go and kill this group of Confucian cultivators. I've been stifled for so many years, kill." All the demons that swarmed out shouted loudly, as if the wounds on their bodies no longer hurt. Daoist Xiao. Only now did Li Xiang come over to greet him. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei stood obediently at the side, their eyes filled with joy. They said softly, "Disciple greets Master." Xiaohua looked at Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei, secretly happy in his heart. If it was in the past, the two of them would definitely rush to greet him before Li Xiang, but today, they were ranked behind Li Xiang. It must be because Li Xiang had imparted his strength to them, which caused them to be respectful. This kind of intentional action naturally showed the virtue of the two of them. Xiaohua nodded slightly. He looked at the few disciples around him and frowned at Li Xiang. He asked curiously, "This Xiao remembers that other than Xiongyi, there are many golden core disciples who joined my fortune gate. Why didn't any of them come? Could it be that something went wrong? Also, even if they didn't come, there are still some late nascent soul cultivators who came. Why didn't they come? Why did they let you suffer here alone?" "Ha." Li Xiang smiled mysteriously. Daoist Xiao is mistaken. Not only did Xiongyi bring dozens of golden core cultivators to join my fortune gate, even Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, and Prince Lan are here. Then Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the capital star formation and his frown relaxed. But then he became even more curious. "Fellow Daoist Li, what medicine are you selling in the gourd?" But when he saw Li Xiang's slightly furrowed brows, he realized something. Oh, this old man understands. Daoist Xiao is only thinking about one thing. There is another thing that Daoist Xiao has never thought of. Li Xiang said. He looked at the sun that was about to set and smiled. It seems that it's about time. Daoist Xiao should return to his cultivation cave first. Everything will be clear tomorrow. All right. Xiaohua nodded. He glanced at the Confucian cultivator who was being chased by so many demons, then flew into the capital star formation. On the Black Wind Ridge, just as Li Xiang said, Xiongyi, Changyu, Wu Tian, and the other Fortune Gate disciples were standing at the front. When they saw Xiaohua return, they hurried to greet him and said, "Disciple greets master. Rise." Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and looked at Xiongyi with a smile. "You came up with this idea for Li, right? Master is indeed clever." Xiongyi smiled. Disciple received master's request and brought several junior brothers to the Black Wind Ridge. When I saw the situation in Jianghu country, I knew that master was right, so I made this arrangement. Chapter 3801. There's no need to talk about it now. Let's talk about it in detail later. Xiaohua had already noticed that Xiao Jian, Yuanya, Qin Xiaoyao, and the rest were not present. The people from Jianghu country were also not present. He already understood something and waved his hand. Yes. Xiongyi didn't dare to say anything and retreated to the Black Wind Ridge. The late nascent soul stage cultivators Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian also flew over to greet Xiaohua. Xiaohua looked at these cultivators with a smile on his face and greeted them one by one. On the Black Wind Ridge, Li Xiang and Xiongyi were considered family, while Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian were guests. Xiaohua still had enough patience to treat them. After the greeting, Xiaohua smiled and said, "The two of you are very trustworthy. You came to the Black Wind Ridge early. However, it seems that there are still quite a few of you who didn't keep your promise." Daoist Xiao is right. Ao Zhantian nodded. The number of cultivators gathered at the Black Wind Ridge today is 30% less than the other day. There are indeed some cultivators who didn't take the blood oath seriously. Shui Mingzi smiled and said, "Of course, they must have their own difficulties. I and the rest will have to discuss this matter with Daoist Xiao later." All right. Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the Black Wind Ridge. The brocade chair in his cave had been taken out and placed on it. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei were already standing on both sides of the brocade chair. The area in front of the brocade chair had already been cleared and no one dared to get too close. "Master, please take a seat." Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei saw Xiaohua's gaze and bowed at the same time. "Daoist Xiao, please take a seat." Ao Zhantian and Shui Mingzi naturally also saw the scene of Xiaohua killing Xie Han and Jiang Zhanghong. They knew that their cultivation was far inferior to Xiaohua's, so they also said respectfully. Xiaohua nodded slightly. He didn't use wind escape or any other flying techniques. Instead, he walked step by step to the front of the brocade chair. Following Xiaohua's walk, Li Xiang, Xiongyi, Changyu, and the others also hurriedly flew and stood in their positions. When Xiaohua sat on the brocade chair, Xiongyi and the rest bowed and shouted, "Welcome back, Master, this cheer was truly like a tsunami. The echo lingered around the entire mountain peak and did not calm down for a long time. Greetings, Daoist Xiao. After Xiong Yi and the others greeted Huang Xiaolong, Ao Zhantian, Shui Mingzi, and the others didn't dare to be negligent. Disciples and fellow Daoists, please rise. Xiao Hua looked at everyone who had their heads lowered, and an indescribable feeling of heroism arose in his heart. He raised his hand and smiled, while this old man wasn't here, I've made everyone work hard. Today, this old man has returned. In the future, my Black Wind Ridge will no longer have to worry about the harassment of Confucian cultivators. If one of them comes, we'll kill one. If 2 come, we'll kill 2. Even if 1,000 come, we'll kill 1,000 of them. Master is mighty. Xiong Yi and the others naturally knew that this was Xiao Hua's heroic words, and they all respectfully replied. Fellow Daoists Shui Mingzi and the other Daoists, what I said before also counts now. This Black Wind Mountain Range is your home, your shelter on the hidden immortal continent. If you have any problems, you can come to Black Wind Mountain Range. I will make the decision for you. Many thanks, Daoist Xiao. Shui Mingzi and the others naturally had to express their stance, and they all replied in unison. Then, Li Xiang and the others stepped forward and roughly explained the situation of Black Wind Ridge. Xiao Hua looked at everyone and smiled, everyone has worked hard. Please rest for a while. This old man will arrange a banquet with He Xiong and the others. Today, we'll drink until we're drunk. Thank you, Daoist Xiao. The group of cultivators expressed their gratitude, but they didn't really care. After all, they had already seen the situation of Black Wind Ridge. How could there be good wine and good food? After everyone dispersed to cultivate, Xiao Hua led Shui Mingzi and the others into the cave. After everyone sat down, Shui Mingzi glanced at Ao Zhantian and said, Daoist Xiao, after this one bid farewell to you, I returned to my cave and made some arrangements before coming to Black Wind Ridge. However, on the way here, this one heard some things about the Star Lord Palace of Yaotai Mountain. I wonder if Daoist Xiao has heard of it. And, this Xiao has naturally heard of it. Xiao Hua nodded, however, this Xiao doesn't understand what happened to the Star Lord Palace of Yaotai Mountain. As for what exactly happened, even now, we still don't know. Ao Zhantian continued from the side, however, it seems that the matter is very serious. There are some rumors that Kong Hongwu has been killed. Ah. Kong Hongwu? Xiao Hua was a little surprised. Kong Hongwu is a martial grandmaster with 5th grade essence energy. Among the cultivators who participated in the Yaotai Mountain Gathering, who has such ability? Ao Zhantian and Shui Mingzi knew that Xiao Hua was very strong, but they didn't think that Xiao Hua could kill Kong Hongwu with 5th grade essence energy. Shui Mingzi's face was slightly embarrassed, and he said in a low voice, Daoist Xiao has just returned. I and the others had some thoughts before, but we shouldn't mention it now. However, the current situation is too strange. It's like the silence before the thunder. No one knows when the Confucian cultivators will make trouble. I discussed with Brother Ao, and we feel that it's better to tell Daoist Xiao as soon as possible. How could Xiao Hua not understand? He smiled and said, Fellow Daoists, you mean? Cough, cough, our blood oath is still valid. Shui Mingzi coughed, and he felt that his face was a little hot. He smiled and said, however, we hope that Daoist Xiao won't detain us in the Black Wind Mountain Range. This way, not only will it easily cause a misunderstanding among the Confucian cultivators, but it will also invite the Immortal Palace to kill us at such a sensitive time. Moreover, in Ai's opinion, those fellow Daoists who don't dare to come may not be afraid of the blood oath, but are afraid of provoking a fatal disaster. Is this the result of everyone's discussion? Xiao Hua still asked with a smile on his face. Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian's hearts thumped. They looked at each other, and a trace of gloominess flashed in their eyes. However, Ao Zhantian still nodded and said, That's right. We discussed this matter before Daoist Xiao returned. Because of this, you allowed Li Xiang and He Xiong to fight outside the formation. Were you hiding inside the formation? Xiao Hua's face suddenly turned cold, and he asked. We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare. Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian hurriedly explained. At this time, Xiong Yi hurriedly took 2 steps forward, bowed, and said, this was disciple's idea. Master, please don't blame the 2 seniors. Xiao Hua nodded. Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian hurriedly said, Daoist Xiao, before we arrived at the Black Wind Mountain Range, we were stopped by fellow Daoist Xiong Yi's disciples. We didn't even meet the Confucian cultivators who were besieging the Black Wind Mountain Range. We only knew that fellow Daoist Xiong Yi did this to hide the Black Wind Mountain Range, so we stayed in the Black Wind Mountain Range. If there really was a problem, do you think that we wouldn't intervene? It seems that I have misunderstood you 2 fellow Daoists. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, I will think about what fellow Daoist said for a few days. When I have a result, I will discuss it with you. Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian cupped their fists and said, rest assured, Daoist Xiao. We have experienced life and death with Daoist Xiao. No matter what Daoist Xiao decides, our blood oath is still valid. Xiao Hua got up and sent them out, then sat back down. He looked around and said with a smile, the outsiders have left, only my Fortune Gate's disciples are left. Xiong Yi, tell me, what is going on? At this time, another Xiao Hua saw an unfamiliar disciple coming in from outside. He bowed and said, reporting to Master, there is a Confucian cultivator named Fu Jiwen outside the formation. He says that he is Master's disciple, and, indeed, let him in. Xiao Hua nodded and was about to speak to Xiong Yi when he saw the disciple's hesitant expression. Xiao Hua asked curiously, what's wrong? That. The disciple smiled bitterly. The Black Bear King killed him because he thought that Fu Jiwen was also a Confucian cultivator and fought with him. Although Fu Jiwen said that he was Master's disciple, the Black Bear King didn't believe him. This Black Bear King, how could he be Fu Jiwen's opponent? Xiao Hua chuckled and released his divine sense, shouting a few words in a low voice. Sure enough, not long after, the Black Bear King walked in with a sad expression on his face. Behind him was a smiling Fu Jiwen. Fu Jiwen recognized Xiao Jian and Yuanya, but he didn't recognize the people in the Black Wind Ridge. He looked around and bowed, Master, this is Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei. They are both your junior brothers. As for the other senior brothers, let them introduce you. Xiao Hua nodded. Yes, Master. Fu Jiwen looked at Lu Yi who was waving at him and smiled as he walked over to stand beside the 2. Master The Black Bear King felt wronged and said, you have accepted one disciple after another, when will you accept this little one as your disciple? What? You want to be this old man's disciple? Xiao Hua asked with a smile. When the Black Bear King heard this, he smiled and said, look at what Master is saying, this little one is the gatekeeper of Master's cave abode. How would I dare to let Master accept a disciple? It's just that Master's disciples are each more powerful than the other, and this one who hasn't even introduced himself beat this little one up, this little one's heart. Senior brother Black Bear. Fu Jiwen rolled his eyes and took out a jade bottle from his chest and handed it to the Black Bear King, saying, this is a 3rd transformation spirit pill that I got from the side. It seems to be useful to senior brother, please accept it as my apology. Junior brother, you're too polite. The Black Bear King took the jade bottle and held it tightly, but his mouth gave in and said, if you do this, won't it make senior brother look too stingy? Not at all, not at all. Fu Jiwen smiled and said, senior brother Black Bear brought the other junior brothers to guard the Black Wind Ridge for Master. With so much hard work, this little bit of spirit pill is nothing. In the future, this little one will have to rely on senior brother Black Bear and the Black Wind Ridge. Well said, well said. The Black Bear King flipped his hand and kept the jade bottle, then said casually, the Black Wind Ridge is ours. The one we have to rely on is Master. Chapter 3802. Xiao Hua pursed his lips and ignored the Black Bear spirit. He looked at Xiong Yi and said, I've been disturbed by this Black Bear. Xiong Yi, tell me the situation. Yes, Master. Xiongyi hurriedly explained the situation after he arrived at the Black Wind Ridge. Xiaohua gradually understood. It turned out that Xiongyi had brought Wu Tian, Changyu, and dozens of other golden core cultivators to the Black Wind Ridge safely, but they were faced with the siege of several Confucian cultivators. Of course, with Xiongyi and Changyu's strength, as well as the help of Li Xiang and the Black Bear spirit, it wasn't too difficult for them to enter the Black Wind Ridge. But after Xiongyi entered the formation and told Xiaohua about the arrangements, Li Xiang was in a difficult position. Li Xiang had promised Xiaohua that he would consider leaving the Black Wind Ridge after the Jade Pavilion meeting. Since Xiaohua didn't return, he couldn't leave. This was somewhat different from his original intention. However, Li Xiang still chose to stay after being persuaded by Xiongyi's glib tongue. Although Li Xiang did not hand over the array flag that controlled the capital star array, he had handed over the planning of the Black Wind Ridge to Xiongyi. Soon after, Xiongyi discovered that Xiao Jian, Yuanya, and the original forces of Jiang country had left the Black Wind Ridge with Jiang country's Chongling princess. Now, the Black Wind Ridge was filled with Fortune Gate disciples. Then, while Xiongyi arranged the manpower, he discussed with Changyu and Wu Tian, and then explained to Li Xiang what Xiaohua knew. Li Xiang was surprised, but he also listened to Xiongyi's arrangements. He still supported the entire Black Wind Ridge on the surface. Xiongyi and the others' arrival was not only hidden from the surrounding Confucian cultivators, but also from Xiao Jian and the others. Then, Xiongyi arranged for the Fortune Gate disciples to break out of the Black Wind Ridge's encirclement and hide hundreds of li away. Whenever they saw a Dao cultivator heading to the Black Wind Ridge, they would come out to meet them. If they were going to the Black Wind Ridge to serve, they would also secretly enter the Black Wind Ridge with them. However, as time passed, not only was Li Xiang surprised and felt incredulous, even Xiongyi felt pressure. After all, Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, Royal Highness Lan, and dozens of nascent soul intermediate stage cultivators were all here. Any one of them would be famous anywhere in the hidden immortal continent and would attract the attention of the immortal palace. Now that all of them were gathered at Black Wind Ridge, that was simply courting death. Fortunately, the arrival of Shui Mingzi and the others was not completely noticed by the Confucian cultivators surrounding the mountain. Even if some of them felt that something was wrong, the strength of the people surrounding the mountain would change after a short period of time. There was no need to fear that someone would see the true strength of Black Wind Ridge. Li Xiang, Black Bear, Golden Eagle and White Lion would go out to fight every once in a while. Usually, they would be defeated and return as a cover. Of course, this time, the Black Bear spirit and the others were prepared. Unlike the previous time, they had no fear or thoughts of escaping. Moreover, Xiongyi also made it clear that Xiaohua had some matters to attend to and had gone somewhere else. He would be back soon, although this soon would be several years in a flash. When Xiaohua heard the end, he finally understood Xiongyi's plans. He couldn't help but admire this astute disciple. He nodded with a smile and said, "Xiongyi, you have arranged well. Master is very satisfied. You have worked hard. Master is too kind. This is what this disciple should do," Xiongyi answered humbly. "Then the imperial tutor's lot?" Xiaohua thought and asked with a smile. "Today, I presume the Chongling princess has already revived her country?" "Good, master knows." Xiongyi hurriedly answered. "The imperial tutor's lot is still in junior sect brother Changyu's hands. This disciple has not given it to the Chongling princess." "Oh. Why?" Xiaohua was surprised. "Isn't the imperial tutor's lot used for the Chongling princess to establish a country? Could it be that the Jiang country still hasn't recovered?" Xiongyi turned to look at the silent Li Xiang and said, "Good, master knows that the imperial tutor's lot needs the imperial tutor's essence blood to be used. If master does not return, this disciple does not dare to act on his own." "Essence blood?" Hearing this, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He immediately thought of the life-bond spirit tablets of the cultivation sects on the Dawn Rain continent. He thought to himself, "Damn, it seems this is a method the Immortal Palace uses to control the cultivators of the Daoist sections. How can this old man be fooled?" It is this old man's mistake, I forgot about this. Xiao Hua nodded. All right, the Changling princess must be anxious from waiting. In a few days, I will send the imperial tutor's lot over, and let you be the imperial tutor of Jiang country. This disciple does not want to be the imperial tutor of Jiang country. Xiongyi shook his head firmly. Oh. What is it? Is this old man the one who obtained the imperial tutor's lot, so only this old man can be the imperial tutor? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Xiongyi said with a smile, that is not the case. However, after tomorrow, master can make a decision. Why? Xiao Hua was curious. This disciple will keep you in suspense first. Master will know everything tomorrow. Xiongyi replied mysteriously again. Xiao Hua did not ask more about this matter, and asked again, okay, let's not talk about this for now. What do you think about Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian and the others? Fellow Daoist Li, say something. Li Xiang seemed to be awakened by Xiao Hua, and said with a smile, this matter, actually, when Senior Shui Mingzi came, this one had already thought about it. The two old seniors are right. The so-called tall trees attract the wind. The situation of the hidden immortal continent is especially sensitive now. If you do not want to provoke the immortal palace, Jinren should not be too high profile about this matter. It is better to let them go first. Since there is a blood oath as a restriction, they are still Jinren's help. They are scattered around the hidden immortal continent, and are also Jinren's forces. There are only benefits and no disadvantages. Xiongyi also had the same opinion, and said with a smile, Master, there was a change in the Yaotai conference. I think the Immortal Palace's arrangement must have been disturbed. Then, the Immortal Palace will definitely send people to investigate the world. Not to mention the Black Wind Ridge, even our Dao sect does not have the strength to challenge the Immortal Palace. We can only avoid the sharp edge. Perhaps Master does not want to let them all go. It is fine to keep some. This old man understands. Xiao Hua said with a smile, then we will do as you have discussed. Then, Xiao Hua looked at the Black Bear spirit and asked, how is the mining of the Vitality Stone vein in the Black Wind Ridge? I will let Master know. When the Black Bear spirit heard the question about his work, he immediately puffed out his chest and said, in these years when Master was not here, the little three demons urged the boy to mine day and night. However, there are too many vitality stones in this vein. Until now, we have not dug out all of them. You stupid bear. Xiao Hua scolded with a smile, this old man is asking you how many vitality stones you have mined. You want to mine all of them, but do you have the ability to do so? As for how much we have mined, this little one does not know. I still have to ask Marshal Uncle Li. The Black Bear spirit scratched his head and laughed. Xiao Hua waved his hand and stopped Li Xiang from speaking. He took out a Qinquan bag and handed it to the Black Bear spirit, saying, this is some spiritual fruit and spiritual wine. Take it and set up a banquet. Remember, this is for the guests who came from afar. Don't be anxious. Yes, this little one understands. The Black Bear spirit took the Qinquan bag, bowed, and left. All right, there is no need to think too much. Xiao Hua stood up and said, fellow Daoist Li, Xiongyi, you two go out and entertain the guests. This old man will go out in a while. Lu Yi, you three come in with me. Xiongyi looked at the somewhat absent-minded Li Xiang and smiled. He pulled his Daoist robe and walked out of the cave. Li Xiang walked 2 steps and seemed to think of something. He looked to his left and sent a voice transmission to Xiongyi. Xiongyi also sent a voice transmission in a low voice. The two of them walked further and further away. Not long after the two of them left, Xiao Hua brought Fu Jiwen, Lu Yi, and Wang Bianfei out of the inner cave. He naturally came to check on the cultivation progress of his 2 disciples. In the end, Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei did not disappoint him. In just a few years' time, they had already cultivated to the upper first grade of essence force. This really made Xiao Hua speechless. He knew that this was undoubtedly due to the miraculous effect of his spiritual pills, and also because Li Xiang had personally taught them. The most important thing was the talent of his two disciples. The banquet at the Black Wind Ridge naturally would not disappoint the cultivators of the Dao sect. Spirit fruits and delicacies, toasting, and the rarely seen wine made Shui Mingzi and the others extremely surprised. The stars in the sky were dazzling, and the bonfire on the ground was bright. After a night of silence, Xiong Yi brought Li Xiang and stood respectfully outside Xiaohua's cave. When Xiaohua came out of the cave, the two of them hurriedly greeted him. Xiong Yi smiled and said, "Master, please follow your disciple to watch a good show today." "Oh." Xiaohua looked at Xiong Yi from top to bottom, wanting to ask something, but thinking about Xiong Yi's mysteriousness yesterday, he simply did not say anything. However, Xiong Yi did not need to say anything. Xiaohua already vaguely knew that this good show might be related to Xiao Jian. Sure enough, the three of them flew up into the sky, heading towards the Jiang country that Xiaohua had never been to before. Along the way, Xiong Yi would occasionally ask some questions about cultivation, but Li Xiang still had a pondering look on his face. It seemed like Xiong Yi's sound transmission yesterday did not help him solve his doubts. Xiaohua had just returned, although he had some understanding of Li Xiang's thoughts. There were still a lot of things to do, so he did not directly ask, and only gave pointers to Xiong Yi's cultivation. The three of them were all nascent soul stage cultivators. Although they did not transform into rainbows, flying to the capital of Jiang country only took the time of a meal. Seeing a large city appear in the distance, Xiaohua naturally released his spiritual will, and it was at this moment that Xiong Yi suddenly laughed. "Master, don't disturb them, or else we won't be able to see today's show." "Oh." Xiaohua frowned. He retracted his spiritual will and asked curiously, "Them? Who are they?" "Master, just follow me." Xiong Yi was still unwilling to speak, and heard Xiaohua shake his head in annoyance. Immediately after, Xiong Yi brought Xiaohua and Li Xiang, and did not directly fly into the capital of the Jiang country. Instead, they flew high into the sky, and when they were about 10 miles away from the capital of the Jiang country, they waved their hands and took out a magic treasure from their cosmos bag. Under the activation of their mana, the magic treasure turned into a pavilion. Chapter 3803. "Master, Marshal Uncle Li, please." Xiong Yi invited the two of them to ascend the pavilion, and then cast a spell. The pavilion was suffused with runes and clouds, and in a moment, it disappeared into the air. Xiaohua sat in the pavilion and watched the clouds dance beneath his feet. He knew that Xiong Yi had hidden his tracks and was heading towards the capital of Jiang country. He couldn't help but feel a little heavy in his heart. He really didn't know what Xiao Jian had done this time. The pavilion flew to the sky above the capital of Jiang country and stopped there. Xiong Yi said with a smile, "Master, do you still have spirit fruits and spirit wine?" Disciple did not have enough yesterday. Seeing that disciple has worked so hard today, can you reward me with some? Hee, if you want it, there's plenty. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the jade table in the pavilion was filled with strange spirit fruits, all of which were not present at last night's banquet. When Xiaohua took out a few more pots of spirit wine, the clear fragrance of the wine assailed his nostrils, and it was even more fragrant than the spirit wine from last night. Li Xiang, who was originally silent, also unconsciously came back to his senses. Master really has a lot of collection. At this time, Xiong Yi was considered a junior, so he did not hold back. As he spoke, he reached out and took a spirit fruit, and unceremoniously took a bite. When the spirit fruit entered his stomach, Xiong Yi's eyes flashed with surprise, and the way he looked at Xiaohua also changed. He almost lowered his voice and said, "Master, this spirit fruit of yours. How old is it?" "Eat yours. Who cares how old it is?" Xiaohua smiled but did not say anything. He also picked up an oval-shaped spirit fruit and tasted it. This was something he had obtained at the bottom of the Saint River and was planted by Xiaogua. What a waste of resources. Xiong Yi reached out and took a plate of spirit fruits and put them into his Qingquan bag. He actually shook his head and said, "This kind of thing. TSK, you're eating it like this." Sigh, disciple won't say any more. Li Xiang poured himself a cup of wine, squinted his eyes and drank it. He smacked his lips and poured another cup, but the mana around his body was slightly surging. It was obvious that he was refining the wine that had entered his stomach. Upon seeing this, Xiaohua took out a jade bottle from his bosom and handed it to Li Xiang. Fellow Daoist Li, you've worked hard these past few years. These are some medicinal pills, which are quite useful for you to break through to the middle yuanying stage. This. Li Xiang looked at the jade bottle and couldn't help but look at Xiong Yi. Unfortunately, Xiong Yi only cared about eating the spirit fruit and didn't pay any attention to him. After thinking for a moment, Li Xiang smiled and said, Daoist Master Xiao, I still have some things on my mind. Today's spirit pill. I ask Daoist Master to take it back first. It won't be too late to ask Daoist Master for it after I have made a decision. All right. Xiaohua nodded. Just as he was about to take back the jade bottle, he said, Fellow Daoist Li, please feel free to ask. At this moment, Xiongni stretched out his hand and said with a smile, Master, Martial Uncle Li has worked hard. This disciple has also worked hard. Don't favor one and discriminate against the other. Hee, you're right, here you go. Xiaohua was very fond of Xiong Yi's generosity and handed the jade bottle to Xiong Yi without any hesitation. Xiong Yi took it and scanned it with his divine perception. He exclaimed, Master, is this a heart fusion pill? In this disciple's impression, it seems to have been lost in the hidden immortal continent. Indeed. Xiaohua nodded. Master recently had some fortuitous encounters and obtained the lost pill recipe. Therefore, I casually refined some and you can try it. Not only the pill recipe, Master, the spirit grass. Forget it, disciple won't ask. With Master here, disciple doesn't have to worry about these things in the future. Xiong Yi wanted to say something but hesitated, as if he was guarding against Li Xiang, an outsider. Seeing this, Li Xiang's brows furrowed even more, and the spirit wine in his hand was also cup after cup. Of course, Xiong Yi knew what Li Xiang was thinking, but he didn't ask. He accompanied Xiaohua to talk about some recent situations and the scenery of the hidden immortal continent. After another hour, seeing that the sun was high in the sky, Xiong Yi waved his hand, and a thin layer of silver-white brilliance appeared in the pavilion. A large villa appeared in the brilliance. As Xiong Yi made a gesture, the brilliance moved above the villa like a mirror, and the scenery inside the villa could be seen clearly. This villa was a majestic place. Not only was it surrounded by water on all sides, it was also surrounded by mountains and beautiful trees. Moreover, in the corner of the villa, the various pavilions were equally beautiful. The pavilions were also hidden between the lakes and mountains. It was obvious that they were not ordinary people. Seeing this scene, Xiaohua frowned. If this villa was in the wilderness, then it would be fine, but this was the capital of Jianghu country, and there were actually mountains and ridges in this villa. What kind of extravagance was this? Li Xiang raised his head, looked at the villa, and said indifferently, This is Qin Haoyue's residence in the Jianghu country. It is called the National Master's Garden. Whenever he is not in the palace, he will cultivate here. Xiaohua smiled slightly. Fellow Daoist Li, are you not cultivating here? How can I compare to the #1 imperial advisor of the Jianghu country? I have only been here once, and it was when I had just submitted to the Jianghu country. Qin Haoyue. He is a little narrow-minded, and doesn't like others looking at his things. Li Xiang took a sip of spirit wine and said self-deprecatingly. While the two of them were talking, Xiong Yi's mirror light landed on the left side of the mountain ridge, as if the three of them were standing on top of the mountain ridge. At the same time, as Xiong Yi's technique entered, there were actually some whistling sounds coming from the mirror. Oh. Xiaohua was surprised, and asked curiously, Xiong Yi, your mirror technique can actually send sound over? Master was wrong. Xiong Yi laughed. Of course the mirror technique can't send sound over, but disciple has already received the news and placed some magical equipment here. So that's how it is. Xiaohua laughed. So this old man was thinking too much. But, on this mountain ridge, what kind of show is there to watch? Li Xiang was a little confused. When Li Xiang said this, Xiao Hua was stunned again. He looked at Li Xiang and said, "Fellow Daoist Li, don't tell me that even you don't know about this excitement?" "Of course I don't know." Li Xiang smiled bitterly. "After fellow Daoist Xiong came, he was the one in charge, and I never asked. Moreover, to tell you the truth, I am not particularly proficient in these mundane affairs." "Shoo! Master, he's here." Xiong Yi, who had been staring at the mirror, hurriedly pointed and shouted, "Let's not talk. Disciples' technique is not necessarily reliable." Xiao Hua nodded and looked up, only to see a skinny old man wearing a new Daoist robe flying over from the east side of the mountain range. On this old man's skinny face, two turbid eyes flashed with a trace of cunning. On his shriveled lips, two slightly white mustaches drooped down from the corner of his mouth like a mouse's tail. At this moment, the old man was pinching his mustache as he flew, and his face was filled with pride. Wasn't this old man Xiao Jian? Seeing Xiao Jian appear, Xiao Hua was not surprised, but he felt a wave of disgust in his heart. Wasn't Xiao Jian's current appearance the same as the legendary scene of a villain intoxicated by success? This fellow's advancement is not bad either. He has actually recovered to the early stage of the foundation establishment. Looking at Xiao Jian's flying speed, Xiao Hua secretly cursed, "What a pity. This old man's spirit pills are truly a waste." This is Yuanya. When Xiao Hua's gaze landed on the west side of the mirror and saw the person's face clearly, he unconsciously felt a storm in his heart and almost cried out in alarm. He thought of Xiao Jian, and at the same time, he thought of many people, and even thought of Qin Xiaoyao. However, he had never been to the abyss. Xiao Hua's gaze swept across Xiong Yi, and Xiong Yi nodded at him, indicating that this was the show he wanted to watch. Xiao Hua sighed slightly. He unconsciously straightened his body, pricked up his ears, and focused all his attention on the mirror. He really wanted to know what had happened in Jiang country in the years that he had not been here, and what had happened between Xiao Jian and Yuanya. Xiao Jian and Yuanya naturally didn't know that Xiao Hua and the other two nascent soul realm cultivators were hiding in midair. Although Yuanya was standing on a green leopard, his attire was different from before. The black armor on his body seemed to fit him very well. There were faint traces of light on the armor, and within those traces, there were layers of blood. Clearly, Yuanya had killed countless generals of the Copper Pillar State. However, the demonic hammer in Yuanya's hand did not change, the vigilance in his handsome eyes did not change, and the faint worry between his brows did not change either. It was as if that worry had been born since he saw Jianghu, and it had become even more obvious today. "Yeah." Without waiting for the green leopard to fly closer, Xiao Jian coldly called out, "Do you want to go against your master?" Yuanya urged the green leopard to land in front of Xiao Jian. He bowed and said, "Master, this disciple is not going against Master, it is. Master is forcing this disciple." "How did this old man force you?" Xiao Jian's tone was extremely cold. "You were picked up by this old man from the arena, your life was originally this old man's. And this old man doesn't want your life now, as long as you leave Jianghu. What kind of coercion is this? If you make this old man angry, I will take your life." "Master." Yuanya was not angry, but his eyes narrowed. He said, "You are forcing me to leave Jiang country, forcing me to leave Jianghu. Are you not taking my life?" "Yeah." Xiao Jian spoke. "This old man has heard your story at least 80 times, if not 100. The Jianghu you speak of is not the princess of Chongling. And didn't the princess of Chongling say it clearly? She has never been to the Xianyao dark forest. Do not forget, she is the princess of Jiang country. How could she have ended up in the Xianyao dark forest? You should wake up." "All right," Yuanya bit his lips and nodded. "Since the princess of Chongling does not admit that she is Jianghu, this disciple will not think more." Actually, when Elder Xiao was still at Black Wind Ridge, this disciple had already said in front of him, that I only treat Jianghu as the princess of Chongling, that I can only protect her safety, let her recover her country, and get what she deserves. This disciple will not think otherwise. "Master, it is rare, is this not enough?" Why must you force this disciple to leave Jiang country? Chapter 3804. A cold smile appeared on Xiao Jian's face as he scolded, Yuanya, don't think this old man does not know what you are thinking. You are only interested in the identity of the Changling princess and forced the identity of Jia Wu onto the Changling princess. You just want to use the Changling princess to achieve your goals. Yuanya stilled slightly. He looked at Xiao Jian and said with a grimace, Master, do you not know this disciple's personality? This disciple was born in the Black Jade Dark Forest and has been with wolves since young. This disciple does not covet the worldly fame and wealth. This disciple only wants to protect the Changling princess. A bastard child that even his parents disdain, a bastard child that grew up drinking the milk of wild beasts. You want to covet the Changling princess? Xiao Jian snarled. This old man is really blind. How did I save you from the fighting arena that day? I should have let you die there. Hearing Xiao Jian's vicious words, Yuanya's eyes flashed with anger, but it disappeared in a moment. He lowered his head and said, no matter what Master says, this disciple was invited by Master to come today to ask Master to take back his orders and not chase this disciple out of Jiang country. When did this old man invite you? Xiao Jian sneered. I did not expect that after so many years in the mortal world, you know how to scheme? Don't tell me that you did not invite this old man today because you knew of that matter. You want to settle things with this old man. Now, in front of this old man, you are so wronged, as though this old man wants you to leave, to frame you. Master? Yuanya was slightly stunned, but Xiao Jian didn't allow him to say anything. He waved his hand and took out a red invitation card. He waved it in the air and said, this old man originally wanted to leave you some face and didn't want to tear apart our relationship as master and disciple. Since you do not want to leave and do not state the matter clearly and want to ruin this old man's plans, then, this old man will not be polite. This is the invitation card for this old man's wedding with the Changling princess. If you want to come, 10 days later. What? Similarly, before Xiao Jian could finish speaking, Yuanya's entire body trembled as he cried out in disbelief, You want to marry Jia Wu? Yuanya, you understand. This old man is marrying the Changling princess, not Jia Wu. If this old man marries the Changling princess, this old man will be the ruler of Jiang country. And the princess of Changling is the queen of Jiang country. Xiao Jian sneered and waved his hand. The invitation flew towards Yuanya. However, just as the invitation flew out, Xiao Jian mocked, Oh, this old man forgot. How could a bastard who grew up in the wilderness be literate? This invitation, you won't be able to understand it. Roar. Suddenly, Yuanya raised his head and let out a long roar. A ferocious aura surged from his body. His eyes were even more ferocious than those of a beast as he swept his gaze over Xiao Jian. The devil hammer in his left hand swung and hit the invitation card that was flying towards him. The thin invitation card was actually shattered by the demonic hammer, turning into broken butterflies, just like Yuanya's broken heart. I'm going to kill you. Yuanya looked at Xiao Jian and said word by word. His face was even more ferocious than a wild wolf's. Xiao Jian was startled when Yuanya's gaze swept over him. However, when he saw the demonic hammer in Yuanya's hand, he smiled and said, What? Had he finally spoken his mind? Didn't you come with the demonic hammer today to end things with this old man? Actually, this old man really didn't want to tell you the news of my marriage with the princess of Changling. However, you didn't leave. Then this old man can only end things with you. As he spoke, Xiao Jian slapped his hand. A magic artifact that looked like a plate appeared in his hand. As his power surged, the plate gave off a blue light. Whoever dares to steal my Jia Wu, I will take their life. The princess of Changling had always been seen as Jia Wu by Yuanya. He had never thought of Jia Wu marrying someone else. Especially, he had never thought that his master would marry Jia Wu. At this moment, the ferocity that had been hidden for a long time completely erupted. He did not hide the killing intent in his heart. Kill. Yuanya urged the green leopard to charge at Xiao Jian with the demonic hammer. Since you want to die, this old man will fulfill your wish. Xiao Jian smiled coldly. He formed a seal with his hands, and a thin beam of light gushed out from the plate. Following Xiao Jian's seal, it was like a flying sword, stabbing toward Yuanya's heart. Seeing the pillar of light reach him, Yuanya swung the demonic hammer to meet it. However, just as the demonic hammer moved, Yuanya's arm trembled slightly and he put the demonic hammer away. Pfff. The pillar of light pierced Yuanya's armor like a sword. The blood-stained armor could not block the pillar of light at all. It pierced right through his chest. Blood immediately gushed out like a fountain and dyed the armor red. Master, you saved this disciple from the arena. This disciple will not retaliate against this attack. Take it as me returning a life to you. Yuanya's eyes were red as he stared at Xiao Jian. Although his eyes were burning with anger, he still said each word clearly. Who wants you to return it? Xiao Jian was furious. This old man saved you because I wanted you to be my guard. Just like this old man picked up a dog on the street. As he spoke, another pillar of light rushed out from the magic tool. This time, it was twice as big as the previous one. Seeing the beam of light mercilessly heading towards his head, Yuanya stepped on the green leopard. The green leopard let out a low roar and charged forward. Pooh! Yuanya barely managed to dodge the beam of light, but the beam of light once again pierced his arm. With a light cracking sound, Yuanya's arm weakly drooped down, and at the same time, blood gushed out. Xiao Jian! Yuanya roared like a trapped beast. After you saved me from the arena, you accepted me as your disciple. Although you yourself know that you are not my real master, since you and I have a master-disciple relationship, then I can't retaliate against this attack. From now on, you and I are strangers. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Xiao Jian did not expect Yuanya to not retaliate twice in a row. If he had known this earlier, why would he have used a feint? Wouldn't he have directly used the magic tool to kill Yuanya here? Xiao Hua was furious. He waved his hand and the disc emitted a dazzling brilliance. The edge of the disc seemed to have a sharp blade. It drew an arc in the air and flew towards Yuanya's neck. Roar! Yuanya roared and waved the demonic hammer with one arm. A strong wind blew towards the disc. Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. The disc collided with the demonic hammer. Yuanya's body was sent flying by the huge impact. The green leopard also trembled. It hurriedly urged the demonic cloud to chase after Yuanya. One man and one beast flew for a few feet before Yuanya could regain his balance and land on the green leopard. Looking at his body, more blood flowed from the wounds that were not bandaged. Now, it was all over his body and even dripped down his armor. Although Yuanya was in a sorry state, Xiao Jian was not much better. Xiao Jian did not expect Yuanya, who did not have any spiritual energy, to be able to use a normal hammer technique in battle to the point of perfection and easily hit his magic tool. He also did not expect Yuanya's strength to be strong enough to compete with his own spiritual energy. Therefore, when the magic tool was hit by the demonic hammer, the spiritual energy in the magic tool backfired. Xiao Jian's body trembled rapidly and the not-so-pure true essence in his meridians was somewhat scattered. Kill! Xiao Jian urged his true essence and endured the slight tearing pain in his meridians. He raised his hand and pointed. Woo-woo! The disc-shaped magic tool let out a whimper and flew up like a sneak attack. It opened its poisonous fangs and flew towards the green leopard under Yuanya. Roar! The green leopard was shocked. It let out a low roar and hurriedly dodged. It even spat out a mouthful of demonic chi to block the magic tool. Wang! At this moment, a sinister smile appeared on Xiao Jian's face. He slapped his forehead with the back of his hand and the pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator smashed towards Yuanya and the green leopard like a mountain. Seeing that Xiao Jian was bullying the weak and actually using his pressure, Xiao Hua, who was in the pavilion, was furious. He cursed loudly and was about to move. Master! Xiong Yi hurriedly stopped him. This is a grudge between Yuanya and Xiao Jian. Outsiders cannot interfere, AI, indeed. Xiao Hua sighed. These two people can be considered to be my benefactor. Although Xiao Jian is narrow-minded, I cannot favor one and discriminate against the other. Master, don't worry. With disciple here, how could Yuanya be in danger? Xiongyi laughed. While they were talking, there was another change on the mountain ridge. The pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator was pressing down on Yuanya. Even Yuanya's usually straight waist was bent. However, Yuanya's body trembled. Puff puff. His armor was completely broken. As blood fell into the air, Yuanya waved his arm. The muscles on his body were like a horned dragon. An indescribable ferocious chi rushed out from his muscles and directly resisted the pressure. At the same time, with a roar, the devil hammer in his hand struck towards the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the devil hammer carried the aura of a vicious beast and collided with Yuanya's pressure. It was as if two magic tools had collided, setting off a huge wave of air. Ah! Xiao Jian screamed. Blood seeped out of his 7 orifices. Moreover, his new Daoist robe was also torn apart. Amidst the loud sound, there was another muffled sound. The demonic chi that the green leopard spat out was actually unable to completely block Xiao Jian's magic tool. The magic tool's sharp teeth slashed across the green leopard's front paws. The green leopard roared a few times and quickly fell down. This Xiao Jian is really too insidious. Xiongyi, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but curse. This bastard not only used his pressure, he also wanted to injure Yuanya's mount. Without a mount, how can Yuanya fight with Xiao Jian? Unfortunately, Xiongyi still underestimated Xiao Jian's viciousness. Seeing the magic tool injure the green leopard, Yuanya was also injured in the fight against the pressure. He had no choice but to fall down with the green leopard. Xiao Jian laughed sinisterly again. Yuanya, aren't you always thinking about Xiao Hua? Today, I'll let you die under Xiao Hua's talisman. As he spoke, Xiao Jian waved his hand and 2 fire talismans flew out from his hand. They flew like lightning towards Yuanya. When they were a few zhang away from Yuanya, boom! They turned into 2 fireballs and attacked Yuanya from the front and back. Chapter 3805. Where did this guy get the fire talisman from? Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly released his divine sense, preparing to use the divine sense hammer to block the fire talisman. He clearly knew that with Yuanya's strength, it was impossible for him to block the fire talisman he refined. However, just as he released his divine sense, Yuanya's figure unexpectedly flew out of the fire talisman. Yuanya's wolf-like figure skillfully stepped on Xiao Hua's familiar footwork, dodging left and right amidst the explosive fire talisman. Big Dipper magical fist? Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. Wasn't Yuanya's movement in the fire the Big Dipper magical fist he usually practiced? How do you know how to fly? Seeing Yuanya jump in the air with the help of the impact of the fire talisman, Yuanya turned pale with fright. In particular, Yuanya was born in the forest, so his figure was extremely agile. In a moment, he was already close to Xiao Jian. Die. Since Yuanya had severed all ties with Xiao Jian, he would not be merciful. With a cold snort, he curled up his body and rushed towards Xiao Jian like a meteor with the help of the final explosion of the fire talisman. He waved the demonic hammer in his hand again, aiming for Xiao Jian's chest. Oh, so you don't know how to fly at all. Yuanya's last attack revealed his strength. Contempt once again appeared in Xiao Jian's eyes. After all, facing Yuanya who did not have the ability to fly, Xiao Jian was in an invincible position from the beginning. Seeing the demonic hammer coming, Xiao Jian cast a spell with both hands. Rays of light appeared and blocked in front of Xiao Jian like a shield. Then, he moved his body and prepared to put some distance between him and Yuanya. Pa pa pa. The demonic hammer rushed over and effortlessly broke Xiao Jian's spell, causing Xiao Jian to be shocked. Damn it, when did this brat become so strong? No wonder he has repeatedly performed meritorious deeds on the battlefield these past few years. Even this old man has a headache when facing him, let alone ordinary people. Just as Xiao Jian was shocked, Yuanya's figure began to stagnate and began to fall. Xiao Jian's mouth curled into a sneer. His figure stopped and he took a deep breath. The true essence in his meridians surged. His hands formed a spell, and dozens of tiny ice spikes slowly formed in his hands. The ice spikes flashed with a blue brilliance, die. Xiao Jian's hands were about to wave as he grinned evilly. At the same time, Yuanya roared, die. This sound was so loud that it caused Xiao Jian's body to tremble and the magic power he was using to slow down slightly. It was also at this moment that Yuanya's body suddenly flew up from the ground. He gathered all the strength in his body on one arm and the demonic hammer in his hand smashed towards Xiao Jian's chest like a meteor. Ah! Xiao Jian turned pale with fright, because this time, Yuanya was really flying. Moreover, he was extremely close to Yuanya. When the demonic hammer struck, that suffocating force had already pressed down on his chest. Xiao Jian cried out in alarm. Seeing that it was not easy for him to dodge the demonic hammer and that Yuanya was already in front of the icicle, a look of madness appeared in his eyes. As he tried his best to dodge, the icicle in his hand shot out. Pooh! The demonic hammer hit Xiao Jian's left chest. With a muffled sound, his entire collarbone and arm immediately collapsed. Xiao Jian was in so much pain that he almost fainted. At the same time, pu. Several thin sounds rang out. Half of the dozen icicles nailed into Yuanya's body. Some of the icicles pierced through his body, while others pierced deeply into his flesh. Yuanya was already losing some blood. At this moment, he let out a blood-curdling scream as he fell from the sky, humph. Xiao Jian forcefully endured the pain. His uninjured hand touched the small Qinkuan bag. This small Qinkuan bag contained the elixir refined by Xiao Hua. Xiao Jian understood that as long as he took the elixir, his life would not be in danger. However, just as he touched the small Qinkuan bag, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Following that, a layer of death aura flashed across his face. Xiao Jian did not even make a sound as his entire body fell from the sky after Yuanya. Roar! On the mountain ridge, the green leopard, whose flesh had been torn apart by the fire talisman, let out a low roar. It flew into the air and barely managed to catch Yuanya before slowly descending. When Yuanya came down from the green leopard's body, pooh! Xiao Jian's corpse and the demonic hammer also fell, falling right in front of Yuanya. Yuanya's body was covered in blood. The blood red in his eyes had already faded. He stared at Xiao Jian for a moment, then bent down and picked up the demonic hammer with difficulty. Finally, he looked at Xiao Jian, who seemed to have died with his eyes wide open. With each step, he left behind a trail of blood as he slowly walked down the mountain ridge. Kill him, quick, kill him. Just as Xiao Jian walked down the mountain ridge, a group of people suddenly rushed over from below the mountain ridge. The first was a middle-aged man, holding a flying sword in his hand. He shouted, Yuanya actually dared to kill Prince Xiao. He is going to rebel against Jiang country. We must tear him into 10,000 pieces. Lu Bingzhen, do you want to kill me? Yuanya's vision was a little blurry as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked indifferently. That's right, Prince Xiao is the king of my Jiang country, and also my savior. If you kill Prince Xiao, you will be going against my Jiang country, and you will be a traitor. Naturally, I will take revenge for Prince Xiao. Lu Bingzhen shouted, however, since you are seriously injured, I will not make things difficult for you. Let my subordinates take your life. Ha, who dares to kill me? Yuanya stood there, and after laughing, he suddenly roared. His voice was like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone, and no one dared to make a move. Who dares to kill me? Yuanya waved his magic hammer again and shouted loudly. This unparalleled aura was truly terrifying, and no one dared to speak. Who dares to kill me? Although Yuanya shouted once again, his voice shaking the mountain ridge, his body was already swaying. The wounds on his body were bleeding profusely, and behind him, a trail of blood followed his feet all the way to the top of the mountain ridge. Pfft. Although no one dared to reply, Yuanya's body also fell to the ground after the magic hammer powerlessly fell. This. Lu Bingjun looked at Yuanya, who had fallen to the ground, and hesitated. At this time, behind Lu Bingjun and the others, dozens of Daoist soldiers flew over in a hurry, but the person in front of them was Qin Xiaoyao. How dare you, Lu Bingjun! Seeing Yuanya's miserable state, Qin Xiaoyao was enraged and shouted, "You dare to injure my Jiang country's great general? Senior brother Qin." Seeing Qin Xiaoyao flying over, Lu Bingjun anxiously retreated a few meters and shouted, "General Yuanya was not injured by me, he was injured by fighting with the town king." What? Town king? Qin Xiaoyao was even more shocked. He raised his head to look at the source of the blood, and when he saw Xiao Jian's corpse, Qin Xiaoyao's face turned pale white. He did not even think of releasing his spiritual will, and flew towards the mountain ridge. When Qin Xiaoyao landed on the ground and inspected the corpse, he was completely dumbfounded. Xiao Jian was indeed deader than dead. A moment later, he turned his head to look at the place where Yuanya had fainted. He didn't know what to do. In the blink of an eye, the town king was killed and the great general fainted. The princess's imperial decree has arrived. Just as Qin Xiaoyao was at a loss, a sharp voice came from afar. The sound of horse hooves could be heard, and a female official dressed in palace attire came over with an imperial decree in her hand. Qin Xiaoyao and the others did not dare to be negligent. They all bowed, only to see the female official jumping down from her horse, opening up the imperial decree. Xiao Jian, Yuanya barged into the imperial tutor's garden to duel, and injured the national body of my Jiang country. Yes. Lu Bingjun bowed and stepped forward, preparing to receive the imperial decree. Die. Jia Wu. Yuanya quickly woke up, and stood up from the ground with difficulty. His eyes were wide open, and looking at the imperial decree, he said softly, "You. Are you going to kill me? This is a fake imperial decree." Qin Xiaoyao roared, "The Chongling princess will definitely not give such an imperial decree. Disciples, take this person down, and follow me to see the princess." "How dare you!" The female official shouted, and handed the imperial decree to Qin Xiaoyao with both hands, and shouted, "General Qin, take a look yourself, is this handwriting and the national seal fake?" Qin Xiaoyao took it and looked at it carefully. With a shake of his hand, the imperial decree landed in the dust, and he sneered, "Even if the handwriting and the national seal are not fake, then I, Qin, do not believe that this is the imperial decree of the princess. Are you rebelling?" The female official screamed, "Where are the imperial guards?" "They are." Suddenly, there was a loud voice behind everyone, and they saw rows of Daoist soldiers holding Zhu immortal crossbows and god-killing bows, surrounding Qin Xiaoyao and the others in the center. "Damn it!" Qin Xiaoyao's expression changed greatly. Looking at Granny Ji behind the Daoist soldiers, he seemed to understand something. "All of you, surrender yourselves." Granny Ji said coldly, "This is the princess's decree. You have disobeyed the imperial decree, and committed a great mistake. If you obey the imperial decree, this old one can still protect General Qin from death." "Huh, Granny Ji, who gave you the courage to do that? Are you not afraid that Li Shishu will know about this and come from Black Wind Ridge? Are you not afraid that Xiao Zhenren will come back from Yaotai Mountain? Huh, you are the one who is bold." Granny Ji sneered. "Black Wind Ridge has been besieged by Confucian cultivators for many years. Does Li Shishu have the time to come to Jiang country? Xiao Hua's cultivation is strong, but he went to Yaotai Mountain and did not come back. Did you not hear the blood on Yaotai Mountain? He has not come back yet. Do you think he can still come back?" Disciples. Qin Xiaoyao waved his hand. "I have previously betrayed Jiang country, and have been trying my best to make up for my mistakes. Now it is just like the old saying, the bow is hidden after the birds are gone, and the hound is cooked after the cunning rabbit. Xiao Jian and Yuanya have great achievements, and they have already fallen into their trap. What are we waiting for? Kill." The Fortune Gate disciples behind Qin Xiaoyao shouted loudly, ready to rush out. Get ready. Granny G's face was cold, and she raised her hand, about to give the order. Who said this old man can't come to Jiang country? Suddenly, a faint voice sounded in the air, and Li Shishu's figure came from the distance. Li. Spiritual Master Li? Granny G was shocked, but her panic only lasted for a moment. Chapter 3806. What? This old man is not the imperial tutor of Jiang country now, but you have such a big move without discussing it with this old man? Li Xiang looked in the direction of Granny G, but his gaze went past Granny G and the Dao soldiers to a pavilion in the distance. Don't you think so, Princess of Chongling? Jia Wu, Jia Wu. Yuanya, who was on the verge of collapse, looked ashen at the pavilion. Qin Xiaoyao saw Li Xiang come over, first stilled, then was overjoyed. He hurried to Yuanya's side, supported him, and took out a pill for him to take. But Yuanya waved his hand, and the pill fell to the ground. His eyes were fixed on the pavilion, as though he had died with a grievance. As expected, the Chongling princess slowly flew out of the pavilion, her face solemn and dignified. Greetings, Your Highness. Lu Bingjin and the others hurriedly bowed, while Qin Xiaoyao looked coldly, motionless. Jinren Li. The Chongling princess did not fly close, and said from a distance, "This is the internal affairs of Jiang country. Jinren is not the imperial tutor of Jiang country, please do not interfere." Of course this old man is not the imperial tutor of Jiang country. Li Xiang nodded. But this old man was entrusted by Jinren Shao to guard Black Wind Ridge, and help you build Jiang country. This old man has the right to ask you. Ha ha ha, Jinren Shao wants to help my Jiang country restore? This is a joke. The Chongling princess laughed to the sky. Previously, Aijia did not understand people's hearts, and only felt that everyone was good, especially Jinren Shao who saved Aijia in danger. Aijia entrusted everything to Jinren Shao, and the great wish of restoring the country to Jinren Shao. But look, Jinren Li, do you know what kind of person Jinren Shao sent Aijia is? This Shao Jian forced Aijia to marry him, isn't it because he covets the throne of Jiang country? And for the throne, he fought with his own disciple. Look at this General Yuanya, when he saw Aijia, he called Aijia his Jia Wu. If Aijia was not the princess of Chongling, would he do this? Would he make such a moving story? Jia Wu, do you really think so? Yuanya's body swayed as he spoke with difficulty. There were tears of blood in his eyes. But the Chongling princess ignored him and said to Li Xiang, "Since Aijia has said so much, I am not afraid to say more. Jinren Li is an open and above-board person. He has kept Jinren Zhao's trust. But have you ever thought about whether Jinren Shao really wants to restore my country? Oh. Why can't he?" Li Xiang frowned, puzzled. If he doesn't want to, why would he do so much for you? Daoist Master Shao is only pretending to establish a country for my Jiang country. In reality, he wants to establish his own Shao country, the Chongling princess said coldly. How is that possible? Li Xiang was really surprised. Jinren Li, listen to me. The Chongling princess said with a smile. That day on Black Wind Ridge, when Shao Hua killed the Copper Pillar State Preceptor, he said, "Shao is the beginning." Jinren Li, tell me, what is Shao Shi? Wasn't it just to establish the Shao Empire? This is one. Jinren Shao established the Fortune Gate at Black Wind Ridge. Isn't he going against my Jiang country's royal family? The previous imperial preceptor never established his own sect, right? This is the second. Jinren Shao not only established the Fortune Gate, but also forbade the disciples of the Fortune Gate from entering politics. Isn't he just trying to separate his disciples from the Jiang country's imperial preceptor, and take over my Jiang country's royal family? This is the third. Jinren Shao said that he did not take my Jiang country's offerings, then, what benefits does he get from helping Aijia restore my country? If Jinren Li thinks carefully, doesn't Jinren Shao want to use Aijia as an excuse to first use Jiang country, and then establish Shao country? This is the fourth. There is also the fifth. Since Jinren Shao took the Copper Pillar State's 5 Dragon Jade Seal, he should give it to Ijia to manage and use. Why didn't he take it out? Isn't it because he wants to establish his own country? There is a sixth. Li Xiang asked with interest. Of course. The Chongling princess gritted her teeth and said, it has been several years since the Jade Pavilion meeting. If Zhenren Shao took the imperial preceptor's lot, why hasn't he returned? My Jiang country has not been able to establish a country because we are waiting for the imperial preceptor's lot. If Zhenren Shao does not have any other intentions, Ijia will be the first to not believe it. Ah, a man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Li Xiang shook his head slightly. Zhenren Shao has done so much for you. If he listens to you, he will be disappointed. Even this Li feels it is not worth it for Zhenren Shao. Fine, since we do not agree, then this Li will not say more. Today, Her Highness the Princess has issued an imperial decree. This Li and Jiang country have broken all ties. Since Zhenren Li has come to Jiang country, do not leave for now. The Chongling princess smiled slightly. Ijia still has a place to borrow Zhenren. Li Xiang's expression changed slightly. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at the Chongling princess. He asked in disbelief, You still have designs on the energy stone mines of Black Wind Ridge? What? That belongs to my Jiang country. Is it wrong for Ijia to take it back? The Chongling princess asked. Chongling princess. You are too greedy. Do you know what you are saying? This old man really does not know what basis you have to dare to say this to this old man. Li Xiang roared with laughter. Of course a Chongling princess does not dare to say it, but this king can say it. Just as Li Xiang was laughing, another middle-aged man walked out of the pavilion that the Chongling princess had flown out of. This middle-aged man wore a purple gold crown, and a three-clawed gold dragon king robe. His slender figure looked like jade, graceful and noble. This person flew out of the pavilion and slowly flew towards the Chongling princess on a cloud, his face indifferent. Hi Tian. When did your Jia Sa country come to Jiang country to join in the fun? When Li Xiang saw this man, his expression was shocked. He had not thought that the Jia Sa country would interfere. Yes, this person was Hai Tian, Prince of Jia Sa, the one that Xiao Hua had seen at the secret auction. What is strange about this king's appearance? Hai Tian smiled faintly, like a spring breeze, making people involuntarily submit to him. The so-called Jiang country has yet to be established, and this capital city is a city without a master. This king came to take a look. It won't hinder anyone, right? It's fine if it's not a hindrance, but if it's a hindrance, then it's best not to come. Li Xiang narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Actually, at this time, how could he not know that the twists and turns were all caused by the Jia Sa country? Fellow immortal Li is right. Hai Tian laughed. It's fine if it's not a hindrance, but if it's a hindrance, then it's best not to come. Since you're here, and you're in the way, then it's best not to go back. Li Xiang nodded. Prince Hai Tian clearly wants to interfere in the matters of Jiang country, and clearly has the intention to get involved in Black Wind Ridge. Of course. Hai Tian did not hesitate to reveal his ambition. This king has always wanted to see the strength of Black Wind Ridge, but the tortoise shell formation of Black Wind Ridge is really powerful. This king knows that he does not have the ability to break that formation. Since fellow immortal Li has come today, then don't go back. Li Xiang laughed. I understand. All of this. It was all bait, just to lure me into it. So I am the big fish that the prince wants to catch. Yes, in the entire country of Jiang, only fellow immortal Li is worthy of my attention. Otherwise, how could I come here personally? Hai Tian nodded and replied. You want to capture me with just your strength? Li Xiang sneered. Aren't you afraid of a life and death struggle? This king naturally doesn't need to worry before the destruction of Jiang country. Hai Tian rubbed his nose. His posture was very carefree, but the current me is far from the Hai Tian that fellow immortal Li has seen before. As he spoke, Hai Tian's body flashed with Buddhist light, and streams of mind power surged from his body. As Hai Tian formed a Buddhist seal with his hand, a Buddhist protector's Vajra image slowly appeared on the surface of Hai Tian's body. Hiss. Sensing Hai Tian's Buddhist protector's divine ability, Li Xiang's expression changed slightly. He understood in his heart that with his early nascent soul stage cultivation, he really wasn't a match for Hai Tian. Fellow immortal Li. Hai Tian raised his neck and said, "This king still advises you, don't tear your face too much. Your Li country and my Jia Sa country can be considered allies in the early years, and have long since had some feelings of incense. If you are willing to submit, this king doesn't mind speaking in front of my Jia Sa country's king, heh." Not waiting for Hai Tian to finish speaking, a sneer came from about 10 zhang to Li Xiang's right. Amidst the runes in the air, Xiaohua's figure gradually appeared. "So what if we tear apart all our faces?" "What? Hai Tian, are you going to bite me?" Daoist Master Xiao. Hearing Xiaohua's voice, Qin Xiaoyao's face lit up. When Xiaohua's figure appeared, he couldn't help but shout, "Daoist Master is back! Daoist Master Xiao is back! Daoist Master Xiao is back!" The hearts and livers of the Fortune Gate's disciples had been tormented several times and were somewhat numb. Now that they had come back from death's door, seeing Xiaohua return, they couldn't help but cheer. Even the previously indifferent Changling princess and the indifferent Granny Ji's faces instantly changed. "Yuanya." As soon as Xiaohua appeared, other than saying this to Hai Tian, he opened his mouth and scolded, "You useless thing, hurry up and take the pill. Your grandmother, haven't you heard of that saying? There are plenty of fish in the sea. You are the dignified descendant of the Wolf King from the Wolf Valley. How can you be bewitched by this vulgar and beautiful woman of the secular world? You are just the daughter of a fallen country's king. What is so great about you? In the future, this old man will find you an immortal palace maid." Daoist Master Yuanya, who had been robbed by the ruthless secular and cold profiteer, couldn't help but cry out when he heard Xiaohua's scolding, which was more warm than any kind of warm words. It seemed that blood-red tears flowed from his eyes that had never shed tears before. Daoist Master said, "Yeah, quickly take the pill." Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly sent the pill to Yuanya's mouth. This was personally refined by Daoist Master. Chapter 3807. The stubborn Yuanya was now as obedient as a 3-year-old child. After taking the pill, his body, which was barely holding on, went limp and fell on Qin Xiaoyao's body. "Ha, ha, wonderful, wonderful." Hai Tian didn't seem to be angry at Xiaohua's words, nor was he surprised by the Fortune Gate disciples' cheers. He only laughed and clapped his hands, his voice echoing in the air like a giant. "This old man thought I had caught a big fish. I didn't expect Daoist Xiao to walk right into my trap. This king is really happy. Daoist Xiao, we meet again. Do you know how much effort this king has spent to find your whereabouts? This old man is not Fairy Xiang Feng. I'm not interested in men." Xiaohua curled his lips. "If you want to find her, this old man will give you a communication talisman." Fairy Xiang Feng? Hai Tian was stunned, as if he didn't understand, but he didn't care, and laughed. "This king is very curious, Xiaohua. That day at the secret auction, this king saw you with the 100 Flowers Valley's princess. At that time, your cultivation seemed very ordinary. How come after the secret auction, you met the light beast, and your cultivation improved by leaps and bounds? Could it be that the 1,000 Demons sacred ground really has a demon fruit that can increase the cultivation of human cultivators? Why should this old man tell you? If you want, you can kneel and lick the light beast." Xiaohua stroked his chin, looked at Hai Tian with a smile, and asked with interest, "This old man has already appeared. You're actually not afraid at all. Could it be that you still have a backup plan?" "Hee, you actually saw through it." Hai Tian laughed. "This king wanted to give you a surprise, but since you don't like surprises, I'll let you see now." As he spoke, a series of Buddhist chants sounded in the air. Amitba. 4 old monks in monks' robes flew over with Buddhist weapons in their hands. Each of the old monks' bodies flashed with a strong Buddhist light. Hiss. Xiaohua sent an emoji of sucking in a breath of cold air as he exclaimed in astonishment. When did the Jia Sa country have 4 4th-level elemental power? State preceptors? Ignorant fools. Hai Tian laughed and mocked. How can a barren mountain like you know the foundation of my Jia Sa country? It's fine if you lied to Chengling and Li Xiang, but you dare to show off in front of my Jia Sa country? You dare to go to Yaotai Mountain with your little cultivation? In this king's opinion, you're hiding on the side cultivating? Damn, when did this old man lie? Xiao Hua was speechless. Looking at Hai Tian, he said, this old man killed Ling Qingga at Black Mountain, and forced Yan Zhijin, was all fake. Do you think this old man doesn't even have the courage to go to Yaotai Mountain? Bronze Pillar State is nothing. Hai Tian sneered. A tiny country of Confucian cultivators was actually forced into a mess by a rogue Daoist cultivator. Jiang. Yeah. At this time, this king will not hide it from you. If you had not interfered at Black Mountain, Chongling would not have been able to charge into my Jia Sa country's territory. Otherwise, my Jia Sa country would have destroyed Tongzhou long ago. Ha. Suddenly, Xiao Hua seemed to think of something and laughed. Chengling? Hai Tian, don't you feel you are too close? Do you have some secret you are hiding? Is the baby girl that was lost in the Xianyao dark forest decades ago not the daughter of the king of Jiang country? Hai Tian stilled slightly, a hint of shock in his eyes. Yeah. Xiao Hua said with a smile, this old man will tell you. The baby girl you adopted in the Xianyao dark forest is this Chongling princess in front of you. However, she is not some princess of Jiang country. That princess of Jiang country must have died in the hands of Jia Sa country long ago, and she is just a fake. As to why she was placed in the Xianyao dark forest, I think he was afraid there was a problem with her bloodline, so he wanted to use beast poison to cover it up. Coincidentally, you saved her from the side. This was out of the calculations of this prince of Tongzhou. However, your appearance allowed his scheme to flow more smoothly, and the king of Jiang country could not see any traces. As to the fake Chongling princess's Granny Ji, if I am not wrong, she is the culprit who stole the real Chongling princess back then, and a member of the Buddhist sect of Jia Sa country. Granny Ji, what do you think of this old man's guess? When Granny Ji escaped from danger at Black Mountain Range, she once called Ba. You must have forgotten. In the distance, Granny Ji's expression changed slightly, but she still did not speak. Oh, and that Sun. Yeah, quickly throw it away. In this old man's opinion, if it is not a token Hai Tian used to find the Chongling princess, then it is a token he will use when he goes deep into Jiang country to save the Chongling princess. But you took it away, and he miscalculated. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Yuanya took out the sun with trembling hands. He looked deeply at the woman he had raised in the distance. As though he had abandoned everything in his heart, he casually threw it on the ground. This world had hurt him too deeply. Also, Hai Tian, I think that when the Chongling princess met this old man, she did not know of her past. Xiao Hua turned to look at Hai Tian and asked, when she heard Yuanya's question, she went back to ask Granny Ji. Granny Ji then told her the reason. However, this old man is curious. Even if the Chongling princess knew of her past, there was this old man and Black Mountain Range. Even if she did not admit it, she could still be the ruler of a country. Why did she have to listen to your arrangements? Hai Tian smiled. He pointed at the sun on the ground and said, that sun is Benwang's beloved item. It was given to Benwang's beloved consort. Oh, the ancients say, one cannot trap a wolf without sacrificing a child. The Grand Prince is really willing to let his child experience life and death. Xiao Hua immediately realized, but then he sneered. This kind of lie is enough to fool a child. Now that you mention it, you really underestimate our experience. Since you are Benwang's descendant, if you do not contribute, how can you enjoy the honor of a country? Hai Tian did not mind Xiao Hua's provocation. People like Xiao Jian who only want to take advantage by scheming will all become bubbles in the end. Xiong Yi, is this something you can think of? Suddenly, Xiao Hua shouted into the air. Ah! Hai Tian was shocked and looked in that direction in disbelief. There was a flash of light, and Xiong Yi's figure appeared. When he saw that Xiong Yi was only in the early stage of yuanying, Hai Tian sighed in relief. Master, this disciple really did not think of it. Xiong Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. This disciple only noticed Xiao Jian's movements and knew that he coveted the Chongling princess and wanted to kill Yuanya. But this disciple really did not think that there was such a great hand behind the scenes. Otherwise, this disciple would not have invited Master and Li Shishu to come and watch the show. Hearing Xiong Yi's words, Hai Tian was even more shocked. Xiong Yi not only called Xiaohua Master, but also said that other than Xiaohua and the other two yuanying, Black Wind Ridge seemed to have other yuanying cultivators. Also, Xiong Yi had time to go to Black Wind Ridge to ask for reinforcements, but Xiaohua did not let him go. Either someone had already returned, or Xiaohua had the intent to kill. Of course, no matter what, this was somewhat out of Hai Tian's control. How could Hai Tian allow such a thing to happen? He roared, "Kill!" His body expanded again. With a wave of his hand, a crescent shovel appeared in his hand. Buddhist clouds formed under his feet as he attacked Xiaohua. Hee hee. Xiaohua sneered and shouted, "Li Xiang, Xiong Yi, you and the others block the old monk in the east." "Yes, master." Xiong Yi responded. He clapped his hands and used the hand of yuanying, grabbing at the old monk out of thin air. Xiong Yi moved. Li Xiang did not dare to be negligent. Seeing Xiong Yi use the hand of yuanying, he hesitated slightly and also waved his hand. An arm several zhang long rushed out of his Daoist robe and grabbed at the old monk with Xiong Yi. Amitabha Buddha, the old monk's expression did not change at all. He only chanted the name of Buddha and waved the demon-subduing pestle in his hand. The Buddhist light around his body flashed and turned into a demon-subduing Buddha. Thousands of chanting sounds rose and met the two Daoist yuanying hands. Looking at Xiaohua again, after instructing Xiong Yi and Li Xiang, he held the wishful staff in his hand and smashed at Hai Tian's crescent shovel like lightning. Hai Tian had already seen Xiaohua's amazing divine power. Now, he did not dare to be negligent. He urged his telekinesis and a faint sky dragon and white elephant were born on the crescent shovel. It was as if there was really the power of 9 dragons and 9 elephants, roaring and rushing to Xiaohua. Clang! The two murderous weapons collided with a deafening sound. Hai Tian felt an unparalleled force coming from the crescent moon shovel. The celestial dragon and the white elephant in the light of Buddha were annihilated in an instant. His arms were numb, and his body flew backward involuntarily. The force rushed into his golden body of Buddha, and his entire golden body trembled rapidly, almost collapsing. "Grandma, this guy is really powerful, no wonder." Hai Tian was shocked and hurriedly tried to stabilize his golden body, but when he looked up at Xiaohua, the scene in front of him made him completely stunned. Because Xiaohua's figure had not transformed into a golden body before, at the moment when the wishful staff and the crescent moon shovel collided, Xiaohua's figure actually borrowed the force to fly upside down. Like a bullet, he rushed to the left side of Hai Tian in a hurry. Just as Hai Tian was looking at him, Xiaohua waved his arms. With a roar, his transcendence golden body appeared. Invisible star power surged into his transcendence golden body, and the transcendence golden body was instantly dozens of feet tall. It was more than twice the size of the old monk's Buddha statue. Moreover, the previously inconspicuous wishful staff had now turned into dozens of feet and was heavier than a mountain as it smashed towards the old monk. "Junior brother, don't worry, this old monk will help you." Hai Tian was surprised, and the old monks were even more surprised. The old monk closest to the old monk hurriedly shouted and waved his hand. A Buddhist staff turned into a dragon and roared towards Xiaohua. Chapter 3808. PFFF. What shocked everyone was that Xiaohua suddenly opened his mouth and 9 sword beams shot out from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of the old monk. The strangest thing was that the 9 sword beams didn't seem to have any intention of blocking the monk's staff. Instead, they went around the monk's staff and turned into a huge sword that slashed towards the old monk. Boom. There was an even louder bang than before. The wishful steel staff hit the old monk's demon-subduing pestle. Not only was the demon-subduing pestle smashed into pieces, but the Buddha's light scattered in all directions. Even the huge wave of air blew the cultivators on the mountain ridge to the side. In particular, under the wishful steel staff, the old monk's golden Buddha statue was no match for it and instantly collapsed. How is this possible? Hai Tian was completely dumbfounded. Just now, Xiaohua's wishful steel staff did not seem so powerful. This is a Buddhist protector with upper 4th grade elemental energy. Of course, Hai Tian did not know that Xiaohua's staff had the power of the spiritual will hammer. Not to mention a Buddhist protector with upper 4th grade elemental energy, even a 5th grade elemental energy would not be able to escape from Xiaohua's attack. This was not the end of Hai Tian's nightmare. Keng! Another loud sound rang out. The staff hit Xiaohua, who did not want to dodge at all. Thousands of sparks splashed out from Xiaohua's body. The staff returned to its original form, but Xiaohua was not injured at all. How is this possible? Hai Tian groaned, feeling bad in his heart. Keng! Another loud sound rang out. The giant sword fell and the old monk's huge arm, which was not protected by a Buddhist weapon, was cut off. Blood flowed out from the severed arm like golden liquid. Not only that, the giant sword instantly turned into 9 stars and crazily stabbed at the gradually collapsing golden Buddha statue. It was more flexible than Xiaohua's control. Don't hurt my senior brother. The third old monk just flew over and roared. He raised an alms bowl and a huge suction force tried to suck the 9 stars away. Jia. A very strange voice appeared in the air. Old monk, your eyes dish, obediently come to the plate. Who is it? The old monk was shocked. He quickly scanned the area with his Buddhist sense, but at that moment, a 6-colored pillar of light suddenly appeared behind him and crashed into his golden Buddha statue at an incredibly fast speed. Boom. Right in front of Hai Tian's eyes, the Kunlun mirror's beam of light blasted a huge hole in the old monk's upper body. The old monk's golden Buddha statue collapsed rapidly. It seemed that he would not be able to survive. I've been tricked. Hai Tian suddenly came to a realization. Xiaohua first fought with him, using him as bait to force the 3 monks to come to his rescue. And the moment he was defeated, Xiaohua took out a method to stop the 3 monks. Under this attack, the 3 monks' lives were in danger. Let's go. Hai Tian made a prompt decision, urging his telekinesis to flee into the distance. Hai Tian, don't you think it's too late to leave now? Xiaohua smiled coldly. He tossed his right hand and muttered an incantation. The soul execution yuan light immediately flew out from the sword gourd. Seeing something with a nose and eyes emerge from the sword gourd, Hai Tian's consciousness immediately blurred. He hurriedly slapped his forehead. Swish! A Buddhist lotus that was several feet in size appeared along with the Buddhist light, blocking the spirit-slaying origin light. Fall. Looking at the Buddhist lotus, Xiaohua sneered. If he did not refine the soul execution yuan light from before, Hai Tian's protective Buddhist weapon might not be able to break through. However, after refining the essence of a strange beast's thigh, Xiaohua had full confidence that it could break through the Buddhist weapon. Sure enough, following Xiaohua's chanting of the incantation, Pooh! The soul execution vital light rushed past the Buddha lotus, and the Buddha lotus shattered into pieces. The soul execution vital light precisely landed on Hai Tian's neck. The soul execution vital light flashed, and Hai Tian's head soared into the sky, and a mouthful of hot blood flew out. Namo Maitreya Buddha. After killing Hai Tian, Xiaohua did not hesitate. He looked at the collapsed golden Buddha statue of the old monk and said, as the son of Buddha, you should strictly abide by the rules and precepts. As a Buddhist protector, you should subdue the devil and become Buddha. You used the power of Buddha to oppress the common people, you should be destroyed. Immediately after, the divine will hammer fell from the sky. Boom! The Buddhist protector who only had the strength of a 4th grade essence force was smashed into a golden liquid. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came from not too far away. Under the 9 stars illuminating the sun, another old monk was also unable to escape from the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's flying sword. Who knew how many holes were pierced through his body, and he died on the spot. 3 monks and a prince were instantly killed by Xiao Hua alone. Not only was this shocking, even the last monk who was fighting with Xiong Yi and Li Xiang was flustered. 2 early nascent soul-stage Daoist cultivators were naturally not a match for him, a Buddhist protector who only had the strength of a 4th-grade essence force. However, it was not easy for him to kill the 2 of them. Especially since he had only fought a few rounds with the 2 of them, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. How could he remain calm? Unfortunately, before he could activate the Buddhist light to escape, the voice of the green-robed Xiao Hua came from above his head again. TSK, what a pity for a monk like Ming Quan. He actually didn't have a saraira. The monk was shocked. He did not hesitate to smash the demon-subduing pestle into the sky. However, what was extremely strange was that, boom! Under his body, the Kunlun mirror's beam of light flew out and instantly pierced through his golden body from bottom to top. The monk died with his eyes wide open. He did not even see the appearance of his opponent. Ha! The green-robed Xiao Hua laughed loudly. That strange laughter was everywhere in the mountain range. A simple diversion was actually used by him so skillfully. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 2 monks, which really made him excited. The laughter disappeared. Everyone still did not dare to believe it. That year, Xiao Hua fought Langchinga in front of the Black Wind mountain range. Although he also defeated many Confucian cultivators of the 4th level of origin power, that battle was so dangerous that Xiao Hua himself was seriously injured. And today, it was only a dozen years later. In the eyes of cultivators, that was not too long ago. Xiao Hua actually so easily killed 5 people who were almost at the same cultivation level. What kind of divine ability was this? Not to mention how much stronger his magic power was, just this method alone was too strange. However, what made Qin Xiaoyao and the others feel familiar was that with a wave of Xiao Hua's hand, the Qiankuan pouches on the 5 people's waists all fell into his hand. When he opened them to take a look, a familiar smile appeared on his face again. Master. Xiong Yi looked at Xiao Hua's divine ability, which was even more powerful than the one at the Jade Pavilion gathering. His eyes flashed with passion. He flew in front of Xiao Hua and bowed. How should we deal with this now? Master, please tell us. Xiao Hua stood in the air. He looked at Xiao Jian's corpse, and then at Yuanya's pale face. His thoughts were in a mess. These 2 were the first people he had encountered after coming to the hidden immortal continent. They had been so good master and disciple back then, but now they had fallen to such a state. Part of this was due to Hai Tian of Jiasa. But if Xiao Jian did not have his own plans, and his desire to kill Yuanya, how could he have ended up like this? Ah, why does it have to end with killing each time? Xiao Hua sighed. His gaze swept across the corpses of Hai Tian and the other Jiasa cultivators. These people were too deeply involved in the mortal world, and could not compare to Ku Tuchuo of the single Yang. In the end, Xiao Hua's gaze landed on the Chongling princess. At this time, the Chongling princess was as panicked as a quail. Her bloodless face had a pair of terrified eyes. She did not dare to meet Xiao Hua's gaze, and only secretly looked at Yuanya. Unfortunately, Yuanya had thrown his worldly ties to the ground with the sun. The Chongling princess' gaze was not as good as a leaf in the wind. Chongling. Xiao Hua said coolly. This surprised the Chongling princess. She did not have a blaming tone. Daoist Xiao. The Chongling princess immediately realized and hurriedly knelt on the ground. She kowtowed and said, Jia was bewitched by Hai Tian of Jia Sa, no need to say more. Xiao Hua waved his sleeve and stopped the Chongling princess from speaking. He said, this old man heard your words just now. To say that this old man is disappointed is true. But this old man is also very happy. You allowed Yuanya to see human nature, and allowed him to take another step out of the black jade dark forest. This is better than anything else. Of course, the reasons you speak of are not this old man's original intentions. They are just your suspicions. You really are gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Since this old man promised you, I will give it to you. As he spoke, Xiaohua raised his hand and took out the imperial teacher's lot. He looked closely and grimaced. This old man risked my life to get the imperial teacher's lot. I really did not expect to fall to such a state. Daoistly, this Xiao really regrets not listening to your advice. Xiaohua looked at Li Xiang. Li Xiang looked at Xiaohua with narrowed eyes and said with a smile, "Does Daoist really regret it?" Of course not. Xiaohua laughed. If this old man did not go, how could I know so much of the truth? As he spoke, Xiaohua decisively threw the imperial teacher's lot to the Changling princess and said, "The imperial teacher's lot is here. Revive Jiang country yourself." Clap. Seeing the imperial teacher's lot land not far from her head, the Changling princess bit her lips and thought of something. However, what she was thinking was not important. Xiaohua waved his hand and said to Qin Xiaoyao, "Xiaoyao, all Fortune Gate disciples return to Black Wind Ridge. No one is allowed to stay in Jiang country." "Yes, old master." Qin Xiaoyao looked coldly at Lu Bingjin and shouted, "Disciples, pass on old master's orders. We will return to Black Wind Ridge with old master." "Yes." The group of disciples raised their eyebrows and exhaled in relief. Then, they scattered in all directions. Seeing the disciples leave, Qin Xiaoyao supported Yuanya and flew into the air. He bowed and said, "Disciple greets old master." Xiaoyao, you did well." Xiaohua smiled and said, "You are righteous in front of right and wrong, far better than before." Disciple does not deserve praise. Qin Xiaoyao hurriedly smiled. "It is all disciples' fault for not taking care of Yuanya and Xiao Jian. This is not your fault." Xiaohua waved his hand. "How can you see the rainbow without going through the wind and rain? If not for today's matter, how could Yuanya enter this old man's sect?" Yuanya was really disheartened. Hearing Xiaohua's words, he was shocked. "Senior Xiao, what did you say?" "Your grandmother, you secretly learned this old man's ultimate skill. Do you still want to escape from this old man's hands?" Xiaohua reached out and slapped Yuanya's head. Chapter 3809. Yuanya's eyes heated up and he was about to kneel in the air. Unfortunately, he was injured. After moving a few times, his mouth twitched in pain. However, as stubborn as Yuanya was, he still knelt there with difficulty and kowtowed 9 times in the air. Get up." Xiaohua was very satisfied. He raised his hand and said, "I did not expect your talent to be good. Who taught you this flying skill?" Lu Gu Yuanya did not dare to hide and hurriedly explained, he was afraid this disciple would be injured in front of the 2 armies, so he secretly taught me. "Very good." Xiaohua nodded. With a wave of his hand, the Pegasus and flying carriage landed in the air. He said, "Return to Black Wind Ridge with this old man." "Yes." Yuanya and Qin Xiaoyao agreed. When Xiaohua and the others got on the flying carriage, the 2 also got on respectfully. The Pegasus raised its head and neighed. A milky white light streaked across the sky and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Woo! The Changling princess looked at the deathly silent imperial tutor park, and then looked at the dazed Lu Bingjin and the others, and the Dao soldiers she had trained. Suddenly, she collapsed to the ground as though her bones had been pulled out. She started to cry bitterly. The tears fell on the ground, but they disappeared in an instant. It was very similar to what the Changling princess had lost in half a day. Everything was gained and lost in an instant. The Pegasus pulled the flying carriage out of Jiang country. After flying for a while, Xiong Yi said in a low voice, "Master, wait a moment. This disciple has something to report to Master." "Oh? What is it?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "Master, just follow this disciple." Xiong Yi did not say more. He flew down from the flying carriage and flew to a place outside the capital of Jianghu country. Xiao Hua was also surprised and followed Xiong Yi. A short while later, a large manor appeared in front of the two. Xiao Hua's consciousness swept over, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. He said curiously, "Xiong Yi, why are there so many boys? There must be tens of thousands." "Yes, master," Xiong Yi said with a smile. "Master has orders, how can Qin Xiaoyao and the others dare to neglect?" Naturally, they searched everywhere. There are many orphans in the poor villages near Yu province. The disciples did not care about the cost, and scattered large amounts of silver. Naturally, they brought many boys. Actually, from what this disciple sees, half of them are choosing boys for master, and the other half are doing good deeds. Earlier, these boys were left behind at Black Wind Ridge. When I came here, I felt that it was inappropriate. Those demons, cough cough. To tell the truth, I didn't dare to trust them, so I sent them here. Later, Master Sun Kong and Senior Zhang Daoran also sent boys over, and I gathered them here. I've also taken the time to take a look at these child disciples. The ones sent by Exalted Sun Kong and Senior Zhang Daoran are indeed top-notch talents. The disciples we're looking for are much worse. Hee, it doesn't matter. Regardless of their aptitude, all of them are now my Fortune Gate's disciples. Xiao Hua laughed heartily as he said, "Gather all these children, this old man will take them with the nation weapon." "Yes, master." Xiong Yi was the first to descend. He ordered the Fortune Gate disciples in the manor to gather the 10,000 children together. Xiao Hua pretended to take out the mountain river seal and sent these children into his space. Seeing so many children appear in his space, the green-robed Xiao Hua was grinning from ear to ear. With a wave of his hand, he sent these children into an illusion inside the space. It seemed like he was going to do something big. On the flying carriage, the worry on Li Xiang's face had disappeared, as if he had made a decision in his heart. He only sat there with his eyes closed and didn't say anything. As for Yuanya, he was heavily injured and had already fallen asleep. Qin Xiaoyao frowned. He looked at the clouds below the flying carriage, as if he was thinking about something. After all, what happened today was too strange. Although Qin Xiaoyao had always been in the Jiang country, and even followed Xiao Jian and the others to recover the Jiang country in the palace of the Jiang country, he had never thought that things would develop to this point. Not long after, Xiao Hua and Xiong Yi turned back and drove the flying carriage back to Black Wind Ridge. Neither of them said anything, so Li Xiang and Qin Xiaoyao naturally did not ask. After Xiao Hua and the others returned to the Black Wind Ridge, the Fortune Gate's disciples also returned from Jiang country, Copper Pillar country, and even other places. None of them were reluctant to leave Jiang country. Whether it was Lu Yi or the Black Bear spirit, both of them were bewildered. When they saw Yuanya's injuries and heard Qin Xiaoyao's description, all of them were filled with righteous indignation. Thinking about how much effort they had put into reviving Jiang country, yet in the end, this was the result, anyone would be furious. However, Lu Yi was glad that the bitter Yuanya had escaped from Xiao Jian's control and had finally entered his master's tutelage. This was a great fortune amidst all the unhappiness. The matter of the Fortune Gate disciples returning to Black Wind Ridge naturally could not be hidden from Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, and the others. When they found out the reason, their anxious hearts calmed down, and they waited for Xiao Hua's decision. On the other hand, Xiao Hua only showed his face once in his cultivation cave after returning to Black Wind Ridge, then he went into seclusion. No one knew what he was doing. Only Xiong Yi was in charge of the Black Wind Ridge's affairs. What could Xiao Hua do in seclusion? Naturally, it was to help green-robed Xiao Hua establish a sect in the space. When Jade Archive Xiao Hua entered the space, he saw green-robed Xiao Hua with his hands behind his back. He proudly stood in the sky. Below him was an abnormally tall mountain range. Jade Archive Xiao Hua had arranged for more than 10,000 children to settle down on this mountain range. Layers of lightning flashed around green-robed Xiao Hua's body, and an indescribable fluctuation rippled out from his body. The lightning-devouring bead that Xiao Hua had stored in the space had long been swallowed into his stomach. While he was nourishing the lightning-devouring bead with his space force, he was also carefully comprehending the changes in the lightning inside the lightning-devouring bead. Xiaohua's lightning escape technique had improved by leaps and bounds due to his comprehension of the lightning-devouring bead. Seeing Jade Archive Xiaohua enter, green-robed Xiaohua hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Fellow Daoist is here, quickly, give I some advice." Hee hee. Seeing this, Jade Archive Xiaohua chuckled. That's right, although green-robed Xiaohua was ambitious to establish his own force, there would be many problems if he really wanted to do it. After all, green-robed Xiaohua's divine ability was not small, but he knew very little about establishing a sect just like Xiaohua. Moreover, other than the 10 great primordial spirits, Xiaohua would not divulge the secret of the space to anyone else. Thus, Xiaohua could only do it himself. Fortunately, in the space, other than Jade Archive Xiaohua and green-robed Xiaohua, Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua was also quietly thinking about something. He volunteered himself to come out, glorifying it as training. Jade Archive Xiaohua naturally knew that Confucian cultivators had to train in the hidden immortal continent before reaching the 5th grade of elemental energy. Understanding the arts and etiquette, and even managing a region, this had an extremely subtle effect on Confucian cultivators' understanding of the noble qi. However, the problem was that Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's 5 qi's unification seemed to be different from ordinary Confucian cultivators. He shouldn't need any training, right? When Confucian cultivator Xiaohua haggled with green-robed Xiaohua, Jade Archive Xiaohua already understood that Confucian cultivator Xiaohua also wanted to get a share of the profits from these 10,000-plus children. Seeing Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's eagerness to give it a try, Jade Archive Xiaohua agreed very much. After all, Confucian cultivators had a large number of ancient books and scrolls. Among them were academies, sects, and even the constitution of a country. The 2 primordial spirits only needed to follow these diagrams to establish a sect. However, these children were all young. Jade Archive Xiaohua didn't know what this so-called sect would look like in the hands of green-robed Xiaohua and Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. However, Jade Archive Xiaohua didn't care about this. Within the space, everything was under his control. He simply let the 2 primordial spirits pair up. Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure landed on the huge white bones below the immortal beheading stage. Xiaohua obtained an extremely large number of white bones on the altar of the legacy realm. Now, these white bones were all stably gathered together, forming a huge human figure. However, this human figure was very strange. It actually had 3 heads and 6 arms. It's really strange. Could it be that these are the skeletons of 3 people? Jade Archive Xiaohua pinched his chin and looked at the white bones that were being tempered under the lightning water. Xiao Lei's body flashed with lightning as he lay among the white bones in a deep sleep. He couldn't help but think to himself. But if it's the skeletons of 3 people, these broken bones are tightly knit together without any extra parts. Moreover, in the lightning water, the bone spurs between these white bones are gradually healing. It must be a giant with 3 heads and 6 arms. Oh, no, it's still missing a piece. Jade Archive Xiaohua's gaze swept over. His figure swayed and he appeared on top of the giant's head. Sure enough, he saw that the top of the giant's head was missing a 1-foot square triangular white bone. This triangular gap was very neat, as if it was pierced by an extremely sharp weapon. Damn, is this the legendary failure at the last hurdle? Jade Archive Xiaohua's previous joy was extinguished by more than half. However, he also knew that this missing piece of white bone was certainly not in the legacy realm. He was afraid that it was the same as the other white bones he obtained, lost in a different place. Let's leave it to fate. Jade Archive Xiaohua thought for a moment and shook his head. I still have important things to do. When Xiaohua's mind left the space, he waved his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror, releasing Xian Songzi's nascent soul. Xian Songzi didn't dare to be negligent and hastily bowed to greet him. Xiaohua smiled and helped the little Xian Songzi up. He asked, "Is there anything wrong with fellow Daoist's current cultivation?" Xian Songzi said with a smile, "I'll let Daoist know that there are many twists and turns in the cultivation of scattered nascent soul. Many of them are not what I have experienced before. Many times, even I am not sure. Moreover, I don't have a physical body, so I feel that there are many restrictions in comprehending cultivation methods. Xiaohua thought for a moment and took out a new spiritual intelligence derived from the northern underworld breath. He smiled and said, "Is fellow Daoist talking about this?" What is this?" Xianxia looked at this somewhat strange thing. He didn't know what it was and looked at Xiaohua in bewilderment. "This is the spiritual intelligence derived from fellow Daoist's ink cloud pupil." "Ah. This is the spiritual intelligence derived? How did Daoist know?" Xianxia was in disbelief. After all, there was only a name and no image. Who knew which one was the spiritual intelligence derived? Chapter 38:10. If I say so, then so be it. Xiaohua smiled. I called you out just to ask you, are you going to take it now? Or do you want to take it later? I also want to take it. But without Renjing, what's the use of taking it now? Xianxia was very dejected. Xiaohua smiled again and took out the mother-child spirit fruit. Fellow Daoist, look at what this is. This is Renjing. Xianxia was stunned. Looking at the Renjing that looked exactly like a pregnant human, how could he not know? Daoist. After Xianxia woke up, he hurriedly bowed. Daoist has given me a new life. I don't know how to thank Daoist. There's no need for this. Xiaohua hurriedly helped Xianxia up. You and I were originally fated. Saving you was a small matter for me. Helping you now is also beneficial to me. This matter is easy for Daoist, but for me, it's a huge matter. Xianxia sighed. Back then, other than my master, speaking up to here, Xianxia's eyes lit up. Looking at Xiaohua, he respectfully bowed on the ground and said, Disciple Xianxia wishes to become master's disciple. Would master accept disciple as disciple? Ah. Xiaohua was a little surprised. He originally wanted to discuss with Xianxia how to use Renjing and derived spirit wisdom so that he could let the 100 or so nascent souls in his dantian cultivate. Who would have thought that Xianxia would actually do something like this? Daoist, this nascent soul cultivation method was originally taught to me by Daoist. What's the difference between this and teaching? Moreover, I'm now a lonely soul. Without Daoist's protection, I wouldn't be able to survive. Being able to become Daoist's disciple is actually my fortune. Xianxia kowtowed. Daoist, please have mercy. Xiaohua pondered a bit. He knew that Xianxia was right. Although his heart was magnanimous, what would Xianxia think? This was also a heart demon and karma. Only by accepting this karma could he truly help Xianxia. Okay. Xiaohua nodded. Xianxia was overjoyed. Just as he was about to kowtow, Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand. Wait a moment. Yes, master. Xianxia was amazed, but when Xiaohua released Master Daoist Jingting's nascent soul, Xianxia understood. Spiritual Master Jingting's nascent soul was protected by the green-robed Xiaohua and the Lianya flask, so his nascent soul wasn't obliterated. Now that he had rested for a few years, he had recovered a little. Now that he appeared in front of Xiaohua, although he knew that he had escaped death, his little face was filled with despair just like Xianxia. Master Daoist Jingting. Xiaohua points his finger and says, You were fated to meet this Xiao at the Jade Pavilion conference, and you were even implicated by this Xiao inside the formation. Now that you've lost your physical body and only have your nascent soul left, this Xiao is willing to bear this karma for you. Are you willing? Daoist Master Xiao. Daoist Master Jingting looks at the Yuanying kneeling in front of him, somewhat puzzled. What if I'm willing? What if I'm not? Hee, Xianxia, get up and break it down with Reverend Jingting. Xiaohua didn't say much and let Xianxia explain to Master Daoist Jingting. Seeing Master Daoist Jingting like this, Xianxia's heart was filled with sympathy. This was the so-called sympathy for fellow sufferers. In a moment, he had already explained the cause of the matter clearly. Although Master Daoist Jingting's reaction was slow and his luck wasn't good, his mind wasn't inferior to Xian Songzi's. At this time, how could he not know that there was an unprecedented road in front of him? Disciple Master Daoist Jingting is willing to become Master Daoist's disciple. Master Daoist Jingting knelt in front of Xiao Hua with Xian Songzi. Good. Xiao Hua nods. Although this old man has some knowledge about the cultivation method of scattering nascent soul, after all, I can't often teach it to you. Now that the two of you are cultivating together, we can exchange knowledge and discuss it with each other. Yes, disciple understands. Xian Songzi and Master Daoist Jingting understood Xiao Hua's painstaking efforts. The two of them kowtowed together 9 times, which could be considered as becoming Master Daoist. Alright, since you become Master Daoist Jingting's disciple, Master Daoist Jingting. Xiao Hua says with a smile, Master will first teach you the cultivation method of scattering nascent soul. Master, just call disciple Jingting. Daoist Jingting says respectfully. Good. After saying that, a crystal thread as bright as a crescent moon appears between Xiao Hua's eyebrows and enters between Master Daoist Jingting's eyebrows. Boom. Master Daoist Jingting feels as if his mind is being bombarded by a huge object. Countless words and understandings fall into his mind. Master Daoist Jingting doesn't dare to be negligent. He immediately sits there cross-legged and closes his eyes to comprehend. Xiao Hua takes back the soul thread and looks at Xian Songzi beside him. He says with a smile, this old man still has some understandings. I won't teach them to you for now. After Jingting finishes comprehending, you can discuss with him how to take Ren Jing and develop spiritual wisdom. Yes, Master. Xian Songzi restrains the ecstasy in his heart and answers with a bow. Xiao Hua walks out of the quiet room. Lu Yi, who is guarding the door, hurriedly bows and says, Greetings, Master. How is Yuanya? Xiao Hua is somewhat worried about Yuanya who almost died. Brother Ye is fine. After taking Master's miraculous spirit pill, his injuries are already fine. Lu Yi obediently answers, it's just that he was hit hard by Jia Wu's matter and can't come back to his senses for a while. Just now, disciple heard from Wang Yuanfei that Brother Ye was called by his mother to roast some meat for him to eat. That's right. Xiao Hua nods, although Yuanfei's mother doesn't have much experience, she is Yuanya's teacher in the matters between men and women. It's not bad to listen to more advice. If you see Yuanya, ask him if he has thought it through. If he has, then come see me. Yes. Lu Yi bows and answers, also, Seniors Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian came to find Master a few times. It seems like they have some matters to discuss. Oh. Are the two of them together? Or did they come separately? Xiao Hua sits on the brocade chair and asks with interest. The two of them came separately. Invite fellow Shui Mingzi over. Xiao Hua says after thinking for a while. Lu Yi goes out. Not long after, Shui Mingzi enters the cave. Xiao Hua invites him to take a seat. The two of them exchange greetings for a while. Shui Mingzi says with a smile, I came to find Daoist Xiao because I have a private matter to discuss with fellow Daoist. Oh, fellow Daoist, please speak. Seeing that Shui Mingzi didn't mention leaving the Black Wind Ridge and instead talked about private matters, Xiao Hua unconsciously raises his eyebrows. Previously, I also told Daoist that the situation in the hidden immortal continent is very delicate. The changes in the Yaotai mountain will probably anger the immortal palace. We Daoist cultivators who survived the Yaotai mountain will have to think about how to deal with it. Shui Mingzi seems to have thought about it long ago. He quickly explains, for a shrinking force like the Black Wind Ridge, not coming out is one way. Another way is to leave the hidden immortal continent to temporarily avoid the limelight. I am not talented, but I have some dealings with the demon king of the ancient Bell Mountain in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, so I want to temporarily avoid this place. I saw that Daoist Xiao treats Black Bear, White Lion, and Golden Eagle very well. I presume that you don't discriminate against demon kings, so I want to invite Daoist Xiao to come with me. Hee hee. Xiao Hua smiles, fellow Shui Mingzi, it can't be that simple, right? Is there something else? Of course. If it were that simple, I wouldn't have come here so seriously. Shui Mingzi smiles mysteriously. 50 years later, near the ancient Bell Mountain, there will be a grand event in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. As for what it is exactly, I can't reveal it at this time. If Daoist Xiao is interested, why don't we take this opportunity to go together? With Daoist Xiao's skills, you will definitely gain something. I see. Xiao Hua thinks to himself, that day, Ao Zhantian said that Shui Mingzi has some background. This must be the reason. He, a Daoist cultivator, can actually participate in the grand event of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Maybe he also has the bloodline of the demon race. This grand event also depends on one's skills. But now, do I still need to go to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua smiles. I thank fellow Shui Mingzi for thinking so highly of me. However, this matter will take at least 50 years. There is still some time until now. I don't want to leave so early. Sigh, 50 years is just the blink of an eye. Shui Mingzi persuades, now is a sensitive time for Confucian cultivators. Wouldn't it be better for fellow Daoists to take this opportunity to get rid of the trouble? Let me think about it. Xiao Hua doesn't agree. Shui Mingzi doesn't insist. He takes out the jade eye and the token and gives it to Xiao Hua, saying, this is the location of the ancient Bell Mountain and my token. If Daoist Xiao goes and I'm not there, just show the token and the Demon King will definitely treat you with respect. Okay. Xiao Hua takes it and says, if I have nothing to do, I will definitely go. Okay, I will wait for Daoist Xiao's arrival. Shui Mingzi stands up and leaves. After Xiao Hua stands up and sends him off, he asks Lu Yi to invite Ao Zhantian. He looks at the jade eye and the token in his hand with a smile and puts them away. He just came back from the Misty Mountain Maze and still has many things to learn. How can he have the time to go to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm? Not long after, Ao Zhantian also arrives. Unlike Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian's first sentence is, Daoist Xiao, did Shui Mingzi find Daoist Xiao? Xiao Hua smiles. The Black Wind Ridge is only so big. Ao Zhantian will know whether Shui Mingzi came or not with just a sweep of his divine sense, so there is no need for him to hide. After Xiao Hua slightly nods, Ao Zhantian says, previously, I vaguely knew that fellow Daoist Shui Mingzi's origin is not simple, but I didn't expect him to be related to the Demon King of the ancient Bell Mountain. His origin is not small. Xiao Hua asks curiously, does the Demon King of the ancient Bell Mountain have a special origin? Hee, Daoist Xiao lives in the Yu province, which is east of the hidden immortal continent, so you might not know much about the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. The Demon King of the ancient Bell Mountain. I heard that he is the descendant of a great sage in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Do you think Shui Mingzi's origin is powerful? Great sage. Xiao Hua nodded. This is a senior of the 9th grade of origin power. No wonder. It's not just the 9th grade of origin power. Ao Zhantian sighs. A great sage is a supreme being who can tear apart space and shatter the void at any time. It's not something a Confucian scholar can compare to. What? Fellow Daoist Ao was also invited by fellow Daoist Shui Mingzi. Xiao Hua asks with a smile. Chapter 38:11. Ao Zhantian nodded with a smile. Yes, Shui Mingzi had discussed this with me before. However, I had an important matter to attend to, so I didn't agree to his request. Today, I came here to discuss this matter with Daoist Master. Oh. Xiao Hua was stunned. What do you want to discuss with me? Ao Zhantian pondered for a moment and sent a voice transmission. Do you know about Dragon Island? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean by that? Which cultivator on the hidden immortal continent doesn't know about Dragon Island? If you have the opportunity to go to Dragon Island, would you be willing? Ao Zhantian stared at Xiao Hua's face as if he wanted to see through his true thoughts. If Xiao Hua hadn't met Ao Zhantian, he would have been very interested in Ao Zhantian's suggestion. However, it was clear that Ao Zhantian's so-called opportunity wouldn't be as good as Ao Zhantian's. Xiao Hua couldn't help but hesitate. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua asked in a low voice, "Can you tell me the reason behind this matter?" "All right." Ao Zhantian saw Xiao Hua's hesitation and had a bad feeling. After thinking for a moment, he decided to tell him everything. After Ao Zhantian finished explaining everything, Xiao Hua stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. The reason why Ao Zhantian's surname was Ao was because there was an additional person in his surname compared to the Ao of the Dragon Palace. This meant that he was a distant relative of the Dragon Palace's bloodline. This was also what Xiao Hua had seen at the Jade Pavilion conference. Ao Zhantian had the Crimson Dragon bloodline and could use the True Spirit Avatar. Of course, Ao Zhantian's bloodline existed in both the human and demon races. The Dragon Palace didn't really care about them. However, these demons and humans were all descendants of the dragon bloodline. Therefore, every 100 years, the Dragon Palace would hold a selection ceremony to select the purer and more powerful disciples to enter Dragon Island. However, Ao Zhantian and the other descendants of the dragon bloodline only had 3 chances. If they couldn't set foot on Dragon Island after 3 chances, they would lose the right to enter Dragon Island. The Dragon Island was a mysterious place. It was as famous as the Immortal Palace, the Thunder Temple, and the Great Sage Hall. There were countless treasures on the island. If an ordinary cultivator could obtain even one of them, they would be able to take a huge step forward in their cultivation. Although this Dragon Island's training area wasn't the core of the Dragon Island, in order to obtain this opportunity, these descendants with the dragon's bloodline would fight until their heads bled every time. And what made them satisfied was that as long as they could survive the Dragon Island, without exception, they would reap great rewards. There had never been an exception. Coincidentally, 10 years later, it would be the time for the 100-year selection. Ao Zhantian had already participated in the selection ceremony twice, and he had failed to obtain the right to enter the Dragon Island. This was his last chance. Moreover, if Ao Zhantian passed the selection ceremony, even if he didn't gain anything from the Dragon Island, his name would be recorded in the register of the Dragon Palace. Even if he reached the out-of-aperture stage in the future, the Immortal Palace wouldn't force him too much out of consideration for the Dragon Palace. Thus, Ao Zhantian placed great importance on this selection, which was why he had come to ask Xiao Hua for help. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, and thought to himself, I can use Ao Zhan to enter the Dragon Island, but the problem is whether Ao Qian can be rescued. Even if Ao Qian is rescued, the East Sea Dragon Palace will definitely look for the culprit behind Ao Qian's assassination. In that case, they will inevitably look for me. I have a history with the Heavenly Cave River, and I know the ins and outs of the Dragon Island. If I go to Ao Zhan, not only will he betray me, but the people of the Dragon Palace will also interrogate me. Wouldn't I be walking right into their trap? Rather than taking that risk, I might as well follow Ao Zhantian. Either way, there are humans and demons here, and it'll be easier to avoid them. Daoist Ao. Xiao Hua asked, this selection is an opportunity for your dragon bloodline descendants. What does it have to do with me? Of course it has to do with me. Ao Zhantian laughed. I can bring my guards to participate in the selection, this is the rule of the Dragon Palace. Once I pass the selection, my guards can also follow me to the Dragon Island. Damn it, you're a nascent soul cultivator of the Dao Gate, why do you need guards? Xiao Hua asked, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Ao Zhantian shrugged and replied, I have no choice, this is the custom of the Dragon Palace. If the descendants of the Dragon Palace don't bring guards, then they're not descendants of the Dragon Palace. Even if I don't bring guards, those arrogant demons and Confucian cultivators will. I understand. Xiao Hua nodded. But where will the selection be held this time? The North Sea Dragon Palace is hosting the selection this time. Ao Zhantian explained. As for where it is, we'll only know when we arrive at the designated place. The North Sea Dragon Palace. Xiao Hua smiled. As long as it wasn't the East Sea Dragon Palace or the West Sea Dragon Palace, Xiao Hua was willing to go. All right. Xiao Hua nodded. If that's the case, I'll go with you and try my luck. Good. Ao Zhantian clapped. I knew that Daoist Master Xiao would definitely lend me a hand. Now, I'll go with you. Ah. So soon. Xiao Hua was a little surprised. Why don't we hurry up? Ao Zhantian asked curiously. The hidden immortal continent is currently in a dangerous situation. Who knows when the heavenly immortal palace will send their fury down? If we rush to the North Sea Dragon Palace's territory now, even if the heavenly immortal palace wants to vent their anger on us, they won't be able to do anything to us. Besides, I've already prepared a lot for this selection. Fellow Daoist doesn't need to prepare anything. You just need to follow me. Although Xiao Hua knew that Ao Zhantian and Shui Mingzi were right, he really couldn't leave. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua smiled. How about this? Fellow Daoist Ao, you tell me the designated place of the North Sea Dragon Palace and I promise to arrive in 10 years. How about that? Oh. All right. It seems like that's the only way. Seeing that Xiao Hua had already made up his mind, Ao Zhantian didn't force him. Just like Shui Mingzi, he took out his own token and a jade eye ring and handed them to Xiao Hua before turning to leave. However, before Ao Zhantian left, he didn't forget to turn back and say, also. Daoist Master Xiao, we've gathered here for too long. Perhaps we've already attracted the attention of the Confucian cultivators. If we fall into the heavenly immortal palace's ears, it will definitely be detrimental to the Black Wind Ridge. You should prepare early. I understand. I'll have to trouble fellow Daoists to inform the other fellow Daoists that I'll be holding a farewell banquet tomorrow morning and invite all fellow Daoists to attend. Xiao Hua had already thought of a plan. Okay. The last stone in Ao Zhantian's heart was lifted and he left with a smile. There was no need to mention the farewell banquet. Xiao Hua raised his cup and the other cultivators also raised their cups. According to the blood oath, as long as Xiao Hua needed them for 1,000 years, they would be at his beck and call. Of course, other than the early nascent soul cultivator, Royal Highness Lan, there were many golden core cultivators who decided to stay in the Black Wind Ridge after seeing how prosperous the Fortune Gate was. After the banquet, the group of cultivators bid farewell and flew out in batches. However, there were too many Daoist cultivators working for Xiao Hua. In order not to attract the attention of the Confucian cultivators, these cultivators flew for an entire day before gradually dispersing. Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian were the last to leave the capital star formation. There was no one else in the Black Wind Ridge anymore. Xiao Hua turned around and walked into his cave. Xiao Hua had just sat down in his cave when Royal Highness Lan came in with dozens of golden core cultivators. As soon as Royal Highness Lan entered the cave, he immediately bowed and said, Daoist Master Xiao, I have chatted with fellow Daoist Xiong a few times in the past few days. Although fellow Daoist Xiong did not tell me too much, I already know quite a bit about what happened in the country of Jianghu. Now that I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, I'm especially worried about my lifespan. Since I've already made a blood oath to serve Daoist for 500 years, I don't have much time to squander after these 500 years. Rather than that, why don't I just become Daoist's disciple and receive your guidance? Junior is also willing to become Daoist Zhao's disciple. About 20 golden core cultivators bowed and said in unison. Xiao Hua looked at Royal Highness Lan and thought inwardly. Royal Highness Lan was also saved by him during the Jadestage conference. This cultivator's shrewdness was above Xiong Yi's, and his ability to judge the situation was even better than Xiong Yi's. In the short few years he had been in the Black Wind Ridge, he had seen a lot of things, such as the Origin Stone Mine, the Capital Star Formation, and the battle between Jiang Country and Copper Pillar Country. However, Xiao Hua looked at these cultivators and said solemnly, Royal Highness Lan, if it was in the past, I would welcome you to become my disciple. After all, you can gather the power of the Dao sect and protect our Dao sect from the influence of Confucian cultivators. But now that the Jadestage mountain has changed, if you become my disciple, you might be implicated. Are you still willing? Daoist Xiao is overthinking. Royal Highness Lan laughed and said, I have thought about it over these years. I have suffered a lot in order to reach the nascent soul realm. I have also suffered a lot under the pressure of Confucian cultivators. If Daoist Xiao hadn't saved me during the Jadestage conference, would have died long ago. People who have died once can see things that ordinary cultivators can't compare to. Daoist Xiao's mind is broad and his magic power is boundless. If I can receive Daoist Xiao's guidance, not only can my cultivation improve, I can also hide from Confucian cultivators under Daoist Xiao's protection. Why wouldn't I be happy? This disciple is willing to become Daoist Xiao's disciple. Royal Highness Lan knelt on the ground. The 20 golden core disciples also knelt and shouted, Junior is also willing to become Daoist Xiao's disciple. Good. Xiao Hua nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he heard someone call out from outside the cave, Wait, oh? Xiao Hua was stunned and raised his head to look. He saw Li Xiang rushing into the cave with dozens of his disciples behind him. Li Xiang entered the cave and immediately knelt beside Royal Highness Lan and said anxiously, Daoist Xiao, I am also willing to enter the Fortune Gate. Chapter 38:12. We juniors are also willing to become your disciples. Li Xiang's disciples said, and naturally knelt beside the 20 Jin Dan disciples. Looking at the liveliness in the cave, Xiao Hua smiled slightly, stood up and said, Fellow Daoist Li, get up quickly, what are you singing now? Daoist Xiao. Li Xiang did not get up, but lowered his head and sighed. Speaking of which, I, Xiong Yi, and this fellow Daoist have all received great kindness from Daoist. Perhaps one of them was saved, but I, along with all my disciples, were saved from the death prison by Daoist. And I have been with Daoist Xiao the longest. Normally speaking, I should have said it long ago. However, Daoist must have known long ago that I did not get along well with the previous imperial tutor of Jianghu country, Qin Haoyue. I have lingering fears about this. Especially when Daoist wanted to go to Yaotai Mountain, I did my best to stop him. In reality, I also had selfish motives. I knew that if Daoist went, if he died, if he returned, it would not be the ending I wanted. If Daoist took the imperial tutor's lot, he would definitely fall into the mortal world, and his mind would definitely be affected. I do not want to repeat the same mistake. So after Xiong Yi returned, even though fellow Daoist Xiong did not say anything, I already understood that Daoist Xiao most likely already received the imperial tutor's lot, and the development of the matter has already fallen in a direction I do not want to see. So I simply did not care about the matters of Black Wind Ridge, and handed them all to fellow Daoist Xiong. As for the peculiarities that fellow Daoist Xiong found, I did not detect them at all. I am far inferior to fellow Daoist Xiong in this regard. This is also one of the reasons why I had the thought of leaving. Before Daoist returned, I had already made a decision. If there is a chance, I will bid farewell to Daoist. However, Daoist's performance in Jianghu country really exceeded my expectations. Not only did Daoist save me again, you also generously gave the imperial tutor's lot to the Changling princess. At this moment, I understand that Daoist is going to the Yaotai conference for that promise, and not just to establish a country. Daoist is not the Daoist I thought. Daoist should go to the Yaotai conference. A cultivator like Daoist who treats promises as gold, is that not what I want to follow? At this point, Li Xiang bowed down again and said, Therefore, I would like to ask Daoist to allow this disciple to become Daoist's disciple. We are all willing to become your disciples and listen to your teachings. Dozens of golden core cultivators shouted in unison. Their voices were rather majestic. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. Good, since everyone has come under this old man's tutelage, then, on behalf of my Fortune Gate disciples, this old man welcomes everyone. Thank you, Dao Master. The cultivators were overjoyed and kowtowed as they entered the Fortune Gate. Today is another joyous day, looks like this old man will have to hold a big banquet again. Xiao Hua sat down and laughed heartily, then ordered, Black Bear, quickly go and prepare. Yes, I understand. The black bear spirit was overjoyed when he saw so many Golden Core Realm cultivators joining the Fortune Gate. He hurriedly ran out. Xiong Yi, Li Xiang, Prince Lan, stay behind. The other disciples go back and rest first. Xiao Hua instructed again, with the bearing of a sect leader. Yes. All the Golden Core Realm and Foundation Establishment Realm disciples answered in unison and walked out one after another. Only Lu Yi, Fu Jiwen, and Wang Yifei stood in front of Xiao Hua without moving. Lu Yi, prepare a seat for the 3 senior brothers. Xiao Hua instructed. Yes, master. Lu Yi's expression did not change. He glanced at Fu Jiwen and Wang Yifei, then the 3 of them took out 3 chairs from the side and placed them beside the 3 nascent soul realm cultivators. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Senior brothers, please sit. Many thanks, junior brothers. Xiong Yi and the others knew that these 3 were the disciples that Xiao Hua had chosen. Although their cultivations were still shallow, their future was immeasurable, so they did not dare to neglect them. When the 3 nascent soul realm disciples were seated, Xiao Hua smiled and said, You all have seen it. Previously, this old man only wanted to accept a few disciples to train. The so-called founding of a sect was not something that I had thought of, but now, even you 3 nascent soul realm cultivators have come under this old man's tutelage. This lineup has exceeded this old man's expectations. Of course, to tell you the truth, this old man has no problem guiding your cultivation. This old man's strength is far beyond your imagination. Hiss. Xiong Yi, Li Xiang, and Prince Lan all sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at each other with astonishment in their eyes. After all, in their eyes, the strength that Xiao Hua had shown was already extremely shocking. They had never imagined that Xiao Hua's far beyond your imagination would be like low-key, low-key. Xiao Hua smiled and said, If you all had not come under this old man's tutelage, this old man would not have told you. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiong Yi and the others smiled and nodded. Cultivation techniques, medicinal pills, magic treasures, wait. You all don't need to think about it, this old man has confidence in all of these. Xiao Hua said again, however, this old man does not have much experience in establishing a sect. Now that my fortune gate has more disciples, these are all things that you all need to consider. Yes, in the space, although the green-robed Xiao Hua and the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua were establishing a sect, they were close to gods in the space. Moreover, there were more than 10,000 disciples that they could do whatever they wanted. But in the Black Wind Ridge, it was different. Not to mention the 3 nascent soul cultivators, even those golden core disciples, which one of them had not lived for hundreds of years, experienced the ways of the world, and experienced all kinds of hardships. If there were no rules for establishing a sect, before the Fortune Gate was established, wouldn't the people's hearts have already scattered? Master, please rest assured. Xiong Yi smiled and said, Before Master returned, this disciple had already considered this matter. Although this disciple has not reported to Master, nor has this disciple discussed with the 2 senior brothers, this disciple has already formed a constitution. Master, please take a look. Saying this, Xiong Yi took out a jade eye ring and handed it to Xiao Hua. Oh, Xiong Yi will enter under this old man's tutelage first as a senior brother. Xiao Hua came to his senses and said to the 3 people, Li Xiang will enter last as a junior brother. Yes, this disciple understands. The 3 of them were all nascent soul cultivators, and their cultivations were very similar. In fact, it didn't matter who was the senior brother or junior brother. The 3 of them looked at each other and answered with a smile. Xiao Hua took the jade eye ring and glanced at it, then handed it to Prince Lan and said, You 2 also take a look. Prince Lan and Li Xiang looked at the jade eye ring, then at each other. Prince Lan smiled and said, Senior brother Xiong's constitution is very detailed, this disciple has nothing to say. Xiong Yi's constitution contains my Black Wind Ridge's previous framework, and also contains the rules of an ordinary sect. The 3 of you will be outer disciples, and each of you will teach a group of disciples. This old man will lead some younger disciples to become inner disciples. Xiaohua nodded and said, also, this old man basically agrees with the rewards and punishments. However, since we are going to expand, there is no harm in abandoning the outer and inner disciples, and each of you will lead a division. Xiaohua expressed his opinion. In fact, what he said was similar to the Imperial Lightning sect structure, and he didn't have any special ideas. Hearing this, Xiongyi and the others smiled and said, we also understand what Master is saying. This kind of sect structure is a little scattered for the sect Master's authority, but it suits Master's lazy personality. However, the current Fortune Gate relies on Master's strength, and our Fortune Gate's disciples have not reached that level. According to Master's idea of managing the sect, is not suitable. All right. Xiaohua naturally knew his own weight, and he waved his hand and said with a smile, these mundane matters will be left to the three of you, this old man will not say anything else. Yes, Master. The three of them said in unison, you can cultivate as much as you want, the higher your strength. The three of them suddenly thought of something and looked at each other. Xiongyi then looked at Lu Yi and the others and said, Master, let junior brother Lu Yi and the others leave for a while. N. Xiaohua nodded and let Lu Yi and the others leave. Prince Lan asked in a low voice, Master, don't tell me you've already reached the 5th grade? Hee, what do you think? Xiaohua chuckled and asked in return. Nonsense. Xiongyi said to Prince Lan, Master killed 3 Buddhist sects upper grade 4th grade essence force guardians with a wave of his hand. What do you think Master's strength is? But, Master, your cultivation seems to be only at mid-nascent soul realm, right? Li Xiang also asked in a low voice. Here. Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. 3 jade eyes flew to the 3 of them and said, I know what you're thinking, take them and cultivate. Thank you Master. Xiongyi and the others were overjoyed. They carefully looked at the jade eyes and kept them in their spatial pouches before saying, actually, Master, this disciple wants to remind Master that you must control your cultivation realm. If the Immortal Palace finds out, it will be very difficult, this old man knows. Xiaohua nodded and frowned. What if this old man is not on the hidden Immortal Mainland? Will the Immortal Palace find out? Definitely not in the Western Paradise. Those old bald donkeys of the Thunder Monastery wear the same pants as the Immortal Palace. As long as you break through to the 5th grade in the Western Paradise, the Immortal Palace will immediately know. Li Xiang replied, as for the 1,000 Demon Sacred Realm, the demon race and the Immortal Palace have the same agreement. They cannot block the celestial phenomenon of a breakthrough. Of course, the demon race has always been arrogant and unruly, and there have been many conflicts with the Immortal Palace over the years. Some demon kings and even great sages don't put the Immortal Palace in their eyes. If our Daoist cultivators break through in these places, the Immortal Palace may not know. And even if they know, they won't dare to go down to the lower realm to capture us. However, this is on the premise that the fellow Daoist who breaks through will not be eaten by the demon king. This old man understands. Xiaohua nodded. He already knew Shui Mingzi's plan. Master, this disciple also has something to discuss with everyone. Prince Lan was very happy that he obtained the jade eyes. Now that he saw Xiaohua following his advice without any arbitrariness, he also said, I hope Master won't take offense. Xiaohua smiled and said, just say it. This disciple has not been in the Black Wind Ridge for long, so I might not know the origin of the Black Wind Ridge. Prince Lan said, but in this disciple's opinion, the Black Wind Ridge is not suitable to be the location of our Fortune Gate. Chapter 38:13. Oh. What do you mean? Xiaohua frowned slightly, but he soon regained his composure and asked with interest. Master, disciple has 3 reasons. His heart tightened as he carefully said, first, the Black Wind Ridge is not big enough for a sect to develop. Second, the Black Wind Ridge is located at the border of 3 countries. No matter how it develops, Jiang country, Jia Sa country, and Copper Pillar country will pay attention. These 3 countries have Dao sects, Confucian cultivators, and Buddhism behind them. Even if our fortune gate unifies the three countries, the Confucian cultivators will be alerted. Since Master wants to do something that no one has done before, this idea of establishing a country should be abandoned. Third, the Black Wind Ridge's origin energy is not particularly abundant, and it is only because of the origin stone mine underground. Now that the origin stone mine is known by others, it will be a big problem in the future. Oh, since you mentioned it, Disciple has another drawback. Black Wind Ridge has already fallen into the Confucian cultivator's eyes. If Master wants to establish a sect here, it is tantamount to walking into a trap. Senior brother Lan is right. Li Xiang knew Xiao Hua's temperament. He looked at Xiao Hua and smiled. Master's cultivation is profound, but he is indeed lacking in this aspect. In these years, Disciple has considered that the Black Wind Ridge's reputation is not good, and our Fortune Gate's reputation will also be bad if we establish a sect here. Who says this old man has not thought about it? Xiao Hua of course would not admit it. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows, how could this old man not consider this matter? It's just that this old man has not had time to discuss it with you. And, what does Master think we should do next? Xiong Yi asked with a smile. You can decide on this matter. Xiao Hua casually waved his hand. All right, Disciple will speak first. Seeing that Xiao Hua was not angry, Lan Huan relaxed and said, when Disciple was traveling in Jing province, Disciple saw a mountain range that was vast and rich in origin energy. If Master's formation can be placed in that mountain range, it will not attract the attention of Confucian cultivators. Disciple also knows that there is a blessed land in Yu province that is very suitable for establishing a sect. Li Xiang added, furthermore, I feel that this place doesn't have to be too far away from Black Wind Ridge. Let's take a closer look first. Xiao Hua nodded and said, in fact, to our Fortune Gate, this protective grand formation is the most important. Only a place where we can set up the formation can establish a sect. Alright, Disciple has some understanding of arrays. Prince Lan volunteered. Disciple will first go to the mountain range that junior brother Li mentioned. Good, you take Fujiwen with you. Xiao Hua stood up and said, this old man will wait for your news. In addition, this old man has some matters to attend to today. Xiong Yi, come over tomorrow morning. This old man wants to see your cultivation progress. Li Xiang is temporarily in charge of the affairs of Black Wind Ridge. Thank you, Master. Xiong Yi was overjoyed. Li Xiang and Lan also stood up to accept the order. Xiao Hua was naturally concerned about Daoist Jingting and Xian Songzi. Although the Fortune Gate currently had 3 nascent soul cultivators, Xiao Hua's Dantian had more than 150 nascent souls. If Xian Songzi and Master Daoist Jingting succeeded in cultivating their scattered souls, then Xiao Hua could absolutely control more than 150 scattered souls. What kind of strength was this? Xiao Hua couldn't afford to be careless. When Xiao Hua arrived at the quiet room, Daoist Jingting had already woken up and was whispering with Xian Songzi. Their discussion was lively. When they saw someone enter, both of them were startled and vigilance flashed through their eyes. When they saw Xiao Hua, they were immediately overjoyed. They bowed and said, Master, good. Xiao Hua sat cross-legged on the praying mat and asked, have you finished your discussion? Yes, Master. Xian Songzi nodded. Disciple and junior brother Jingting have discussed it. There is no difference between the two of us. Now, we can consume the mortal essence. Good. Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out a mortal essence that was several 100,000 years old. Who are you waiting for? Master. Xian Songzi and Daoist Jingting looked at the mortal essence and seemed to be afraid. They hurriedly dodged and cried out, this mortal essence is too old. The heaven and earth essence contained within is not something we can absorb. Oh. There is such a saying? Xiao Hua hurriedly put away the mortal essence. Only then did the two's little faces return to normal. Yes, Master. Xian Songzi said with a bitter smile. Mo Yuntong didn't explain, but Disciple can sense the heaven and earth essence within the mortal essence that is so dense that it can swallow Disciple. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua somewhat understood. The nascent soul was originally a spiritual body condensed from the heaven and earth essence. After absorbing the mortal essence, one could cultivate a scattered nascent soul. However, if there was too much heaven and earth essence in the mortal essence, it would similarly swallow the nascent soul. Seems like, cultivating a scattered nascent soul is far from as simple as Mo Yuntong said. Mo Yuntong only pointed out a cultivation path. As for the specific details, you still have to figure it out yourself. Daoist Jingting replied with lingering fear. Xiao Hua took out several mortal essences that were several tens of thousands of years old, 100,000 years old, and a few 100,000 years old. He said, Xian Songzi, go first. You have more time to comprehend, so you have a higher chance of success. Good. Xian Songzi chose a mortal essence that was about 120,000 years old and said, Master, guard disciple at the side. If there is anything inappropriate, Master can make the decision. Master understands. Xiao Hua nodded and put away the rest of the mortal essences. He rubbed his hands together and launched a series of mysterious seals. As the seals were launched, strands of crystal threads as thin as hair condensed in midair and slowly fell into the mortal essence. The mortal essence melted like ice and snow, turning into a ball of yellow liquid. Within the liquid, balls of golden threads rolled up and down. Moreover, as the whole ball of liquid violently swelled, after the crystal threads entered the liquid, layers of tiny ant-like runes seeped out from the golden threads. These runes emitted a slight rumbling sound, like thunder and also like a low chant. When the runes fell into the yellow liquid, the liquid emitted strange fluctuations from time to time, and the whole liquid actually slowly shrank. After the liquid shrank, it turned into a human figure. Although the appearance was unclear, a fist-sized whirlpool appeared on the top of the door. Ghostly howls resounded in the air. Xiao Hua growled, Xian Song Zi, if you're not forming your body now, when are you going to wait? Yes, Master. Xian Songzi was already eager to give it a try. When he heard Xiao Hua's order, he hurriedly rushed towards the mortal essence. Woo! Xian Songzi's nascent soul was only a few feet away from the mortal essence when a huge suction force was produced from the vortex, pulling Xian Songzi into the mortal essence. Ah! Xian Songzi's nascent soul fell into the mortal essence and immediately let out a heart-wrenching howl. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and remained unmoved. He already understood that this was the essence of the mortal essence attacking Xian Songzi's nascent soul. This kind of pain was tantamount to tearing apart and rebuilding every inch of Xian Songzi's body. Xiao Hua had also experienced this kind of pain in the past. When the heavens are about to bestow a great responsibility upon a man, it must first torment his will, toil his muscles and bones, starve his skin, empty his body, and disturb his actions. Xiao Hua's mouth faintly recited a Confucian text, and the hand seals in his hand continuously struck out. With the passage of time, 3 faint invisible brilliants slowly emerged from the top of his head. This scattered nascent soul cultivation method was truly heaven-defying. Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua's cultivation base was now beginning to produce a vision. Looking at the mortal essence again, the human figure gradually revealed Xian Songzi's face. However, his face was really ugly. His grimacing appearance was completely deformed. Moreover, the mortal essence's 4 limbs and even its entire body were trembling violently. It seemed that the fusion was very difficult. Go. In the end, Xiao Hua took a deep breath and the magic power in his body surged. The 3 lights above his head suddenly flashed and the flower shape instantly disappeared. As Xiao Hua pushed with his hands, the last hand seal slowly fell into the mortal essence. Boom! There was an indescribable vibration and a strange hiss. The mortal essence's body once again appeared with strange and obscure runes. As the runes tumbled, waves of fluctuations rushed out. Amidst the fluctuations, hundreds of thumb-sized whirlpools appeared in the quiet room at the same time. Waves of unknown air swarmed out and fell into the mortal essence that was already very similar to Xian Songzi's nascent soul. Phew! Xiao Hua let out a sigh of relief. His gaze fell on the mortal essence. The runes had already begun to solidify and a Xianxia similar to an ordinary person was gradually forming. Finally, it went smoothly. Xiaohua faintly smiled, but a moment later, his smile disappeared again. He muttered, "It seems, it's still missing something." "Exactly, it's this height." Xiaohua looked at Daoist Master Jingting who was hiding in the corner of the quiet room in the distance. He was somewhat envious and somewhat worried. Suddenly, he realized, this height is very similar to a 4 or 5-year-old child. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was just about to close his eyes and carefully ponder over the strangeness inside, but suddenly, a tremor suddenly emerged from the bottom of his heart. This is... Without waiting for Xiaohua to think more, a peerless pressure descended from the sky and enveloped the entire quiet room. An explosive aura instantly filled the entire quiet room. Lightning tribulation? This aura was so familiar that Xiaohua almost didn't need to think before he jumped up from the ground. Cultivating a nascent soul requires 3 gold lightning tribulations? Just as this thought appeared, Xiaohua unhesitatingly rolled up his sleeves and brought Xianxia, who had already finished forming his body, and Daoist Master Jingting, who was beside him, who was extremely frightened. His figure flashed and he turned into lightning and rushed out of the quiet room. When he arrived outside the cave, he saw that the sky was already densely covered with dark clouds at an extremely fast speed. Streaks of dragon-like lightning had already begun to brew behind these dark clouds. Damn it, I understand now. This is a loose immortal's helpless action after failing the lightning tribulation. Cultivating a nascent soul also requires a lightning tribulation. This is probably the initial tribulation of a nascent soul. In the future, after a period of time, every realm will have a lightning tribulation. How can my heavenly star's formation withstand 3 gold lightning tribulations? Once this lightning tribulation falls, not to mention the formation turning into ashes, even more than half of the people and demons in the Black Wind Mountain range will die. Xiaohua was somewhat panicked. Why didn't Imo Yuntong even mention this? Chapter 38:14. Xiaohua flew out of the immortal cave. Xiongyi and the others were naturally alarmed by the lightning tribulation celestial phenomenon and had already flown out to investigate. While everyone and the demons were in a state of panic, Xiaohua separated from the grand array and activated the lightning escape technique. Sure enough, once Xiaohua left, the suffocating pressure was swept away. Although the sky was still filled with lightning and thunder, the rolling dark clouds chased after Xiaohua. See. Xiongyi, Lan Wang, and Li Xiang stood in the air, watching the lightning tribulation leave. They were even more shocked. After a while, the 3 of them looked at each other and sucked in a breath of cold air. Xiongyi asked in a low voice, 2 junior brothers, what realm did Master break through? Why is there still lightning tribulation? If senior brother doesn't understand, then of course we don't understand either. Lan Wang was also confused. Maybe it's some secret technique Master cultivates? Seeing that the demons of Black Wind Ridge were a little restless, Xiongyi frowned and sent a message to Qin Xiaoyao, telling him to find He Xiong and the other demons. The 3 of them waited in the air for Xiaohua to return. After waiting for 3 whole days, Xiaohua returned with a slightly tired expression. The 3 of them hurriedly went up to greet him. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Master is fine. You all go do your own things. Li Xiang, hurry up and find that paradise. With such a big commotion, it's impossible not to attract the attention of the immortal palace. Yes, disciple understands. Li Xiang hurriedly bowed and said, Disciple has already sent a group of disciples to bring Fujiwen there. Disciple will go with senior brother Lan Wang. Xiaohua nodded and landed in front of the cave. He didn't see Yuanya standing there, looking at him with concern. Yuanya, come in. Xiaohua said with a wave of his hand. Yes, master. The worry and confusion on Yuanya's face had already disappeared. Hearing Xiaohua's greeting, Yuanya hurriedly replied respectfully and followed Xiaohua into the cave. Xiaohua sat down on the brocade chair and asked, Yuanya, do you understand now? Disciple doesn't understand. Yuanya was honest and said with regret, the ways of the world, mutual deception, is much more cruel than the beast fights in mystic jade dark forest. Disciple originally thought that Master was the closest person to Disciple, but Disciple never thought that Master would want Disciple's life, and the reason for killing Disciple was because he wanted to marry Jianghu. As for Jianghu, this Disciple really does not understand why the throne of Jiang country is so important, to actually make her betray so many people. Master, this Disciple really doesn't dare to believe that this Jianghu is the Jianghu that this Disciple raised with dear milk when she was young. What made her become like this? There was no distinction between the masters that Yuanya spoke of. Others might not understand, but Xiao Hua was able to distinguish clearly from Yuanya's sorrowful tone. After all, the two people that Yuanya considered to be the closest in his life betrayed him at the same time, and even wanted to put him to death. How could he, who did not understand the ways of the world, understand? Xiao Hua smiled and said, since you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. In the future, you don't have to think about such complicated and profound questions when you stay under my tutelage. Yes, Master. Yuanya's tone was still somewhat gloomy, but compared to his previous heart that was on the verge of death, there was a faint trace of sunshine. Everyone's personality was different, and there was no need to ask everyone to be proficient in the ways of the world. Everyone should do what they were good at, and only then would they be able to find the most accurate position, and find the happiness in each person's life. Oh, that's right, Yuanya, when did you secretly learn this old man's fist techniques? I remember that you couldn't use them at the Jianghu monastery. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then asked with a smile. When it came to cultivation, Yuanya's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, that day when Master was practicing at the Jianghu mountain range, this disciple secretly learned them from the side, and indeed did not learn them. Those moves were especially awkward, and this disciple could not remember them at all. However, after this disciple left the longevity town with Master, this disciple pondered over them on the side, and then suddenly was able to use them. Moreover, every once in a while, this disciple would feel a very strange flow around this disciple's body. This disciple did not know what this was, but this disciple did not dare to ask Master. However, after a long time, this disciple felt that his strength had increased a lot. The magic hammer that Master gave me was a bit heavy at that time, but now this disciple can hold it very easily. Xiao Hua smiled. He could not remember the origin of this Big Dipper magical fist, but it was very clear that this Big Dipper magical fist was one of the most important parts of his cultivation. For Yuanya to be able to secretly learn this Big Dipper magical fist, he was indeed a disciple that the heavens had arranged for him. Very good. Xiao Hua nodded, and handed a jade eye scroll to Yuanya, saying, this is a simple description of the Big Dipper magical fist, and the real cultivation method still requires Master's personal guidance. You should cultivate this fist technique first. When you can feel the flow every time you practice, it should be a small success. You should also cultivate the cultivation method that Lu Yi taught you first, and if there is anything you do not understand, come and ask Master. In addition, this jade eye scroll contains a kind of elementary body refining technique. When you have divine sense, you can explore it yourself. Xiao Hua's heavenly body refining technique came from the Sunset Island, and when he obtained it, he had already promised not to spread it out. However, with Xiao Hua's current cultivation, it was not too difficult to create a similar elementary cultivation method. This body refining technique was given by the green-robed Xiao Hua to the tens of thousands of children in the space to use. Many thanks, Master. With a goal to cultivate, Yuanya seemed to have come back to life, and he reached out to receive it and very happily replied. Go, if there is something you do not understand, go and ask Lu Yi and Qin Xiaoyao. Now that you are all fellow disciples, there is no need to be afraid of anything. Xiao Hua waved his hand to let Yuanya leave. Looking at Yuanya's straight waist, which was different from when he came in, Xiao Hua's mouth hung a smile. Even a bright pearl had to be sharpened, and after this encounter, Yuanya might be able to understand more. Moreover, Yuanya's mind was pure, and he could practice the Big Dipper divine fist that others could not practice. Xiao Hua was really curious about what Yuanya's achievements would be in the future. After Yuanya left, Xiao Hua also stood up and entered the quiet room. After activating the restriction of the quiet room, he sat cross-legged on the futon and took out the Kunlun mirror. He thought to himself, I didn't expect that the lightning tribulation that Xian Songzi and perfected Jingting faced to cultivate the scattered nascent soul was not the triple gold lightning tribulation, but only one. However, this lightning tribulation was extremely powerful. With their early-stage nascent soul cultivation, it was impossible for them to withstand it. If it wasn't for me blocking most of it for them, their small bodies would have been turned into ashes by the lightning tribulation. However, in this way, although they can successfully cultivate the scattered nascent soul, the next lightning tribulation will definitely be even more ferocious than this one. It seems that unless I cultivate to the late-stage nascent soul stage, it's better not to place my hopes on the scattered nascent soul cultivation method. Thinking of this, Xiaohua activated his magic power, and in the light pillar of the Kunlun mirror, Xian Songzi and perfected Jingting came out of the Kunlun ruins. Thank you, Master. At this moment, Xian Songzi and perfected Jingting looked like they were only half of their previous height, but they were much better than nascent soul cultivators. The two of them looked around, and joy appeared on their pale faces as they bowed and said, Get up. Xiaohua flicked his sleeve, although I blocked the lightning tribulation for you, it's still disadvantageous to your cultivation. I'm sure you know the karma inside. You have to speed up your cultivation in the future. Don't have any problems when the next lightning tribulation comes. Yes, I understand. Perfected Jingting replied with lingering fear, the next lightning tribulation will be the scattered nascent soul lightning tribulation. I hope that Master can bestow me with spiritual wisdom so that I can comprehend the cultivation method with senior brother Xian Songzi. All right. Xiaohua thought for a moment. He knew that consuming Ren Jing would reconstruct the nascent soul body, so there would be a lightning tribulation. Spiritual wisdom was not necessary for cultivating the scattered nascent soul, so there would not be any special lightning tribulation. He raised his hand and took out a spiritual wisdom that was not too old. He asked, Who are you waiting for to consume it first? I'll go first. Perfected Jingting took a step forward and said, Just now, senior brother Xian Songzi tried it first. Now, it's my turn. All right. Xiaohua raised his hand and delivered the spiritual wisdom to perfected Jingting. Perfected Jingting respectfully received it. He opened his mouth and the swallow-like spiritual grass fell into his body. Buzz. Just as the spiritual wisdom entered, perfected Jingting's body immediately flashed with a strange green brilliance. A sound even stranger than the brilliance came from his abdomen. Green seal script? Xiaohua, who was closely watching perfected Jingting, was startled. He hastily released his soul sense. Sure enough, within his soul sense, perfected Jingting's nascent soul body reflected a green light. Several fingernail-sized green seal script spiraled and rushed towards perfected Jingting's head, boom. Perfected Jingting only felt an earth-shattering rumble in his mind. Layers of green were like blooming flowers. Little swallows flew out one after another from these flowers. As these swallows flew out, he seemed to have opened his spiritual cavities. His mind became refreshed, far from the muddle-headed feeling he had before. Within Xiaohua's soul sense, he also saw several green seal scripts suddenly expand and turn into a fist-sized flower. As the flower bloomed, a strange fluctuation tore apart Xiaohua's soul strands. Immediately, all the green light disappeared and perfected Jingting returned to his original appearance. Junior brother. Seeing perfected Jingting open his eyes, Xian Songzi's eyes flashed with joy. Although he knew the spiritual wisdom would definitely be effective, he still couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Excellent. Perfected Jingting didn't know how to express his feelings. This feeling of opening all the spiritual cavities was absolutely nothing to the previous him. He never felt there was anything to treasure. After all, without these spiritual cavities, he couldn't have stepped into the ranks of cultivators, let alone reach nascent soul. But now that he had lost his spiritual cavities, he was actually inferior to ordinary people. Now that he had exchanged them with heavenly treasures, this feeling of regaining what he had lost made him understand that even if it was the most common magical ability, as long as he had it, it was also a kind of happiness. He could only use these two words to describe his feelings. Chapter 38:15. Xian Songzi, you too. Xiaohua waved his hand again and took out another spiritual wisdom amplification and sent it to Xian Songzi. When Xian Songzi used the spiritual wisdom amplification, his eyes also flashed with a strange emotion. Only after using it did he truly know the importance of the spiritual wisdom amplification. Xian Songzi glanced at perfected Jingting and then looked at Xiaohua deeply. Then, the two of them bowed at the same time. Master, disciple is truly grateful for Master's kindness of rebirth. There's no need to say anything more. Quickly go and cultivate. You're my disciples. What I can do for you, I'll do according to your requests. Xiaohua smiled and sent the two nascent souls into the Kunlun ruins. After putting away the Kunlun mirror, Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the futon and took out a mother-child spirit fruit. As he looked at it carefully, he thought to himself, Xian Songzi and perfected Jingting are nascent souls with primordial spirits. It's natural for them to use the mother-child spirit fruit and spiritual wisdom amplification. After all, they know that a degree. However, the 100 or so nascent souls in my lower dantian are already damaged. I'm afraid it's difficult for them to distinguish the degree of use. It'll be difficult for me to cast the spell. Moreover, this spiritual wisdom amplification actually contains green seal text. Such a rare treasure can be used directly, but if it's tempered by my Dao sex alchemy method, won't it have a better effect? There's a pill called Spirit Awakening Fluid in Senior Tsang Langzi's pill formula. It seems to be related to spirit awakening. However, the main ingredient is not spiritual wisdom amplification. When green-robed Xiaohua in the space is free, I'll let him try refining some. Perhaps this spirit awakening fluid will have a better effect on these nascent souls with incomplete primordial spirits. Of course, these nascent souls are constantly tempered by the 5 qi righteous thunder in their lower dantian. Moreover, they have obtained the essence of the ancient fierce soul. I believe their bodies are tougher than the two of them. It won't be difficult for them to pass the thunder tribulation. If it were in the past, I wouldn't be so anxious. I would definitely wait and see the results of Xian Songzi and the others' cultivation. But now, the matter of Yaotai Mountain has attracted the attention of the Immortal Palace. Perhaps they won't think of me now, but there's no such thing as a secret. Who knows when the Immortal Palace will send someone here? Even, not to mention the Immortal Palace, even the Confucian cultivators of Yuzhou might not be able to tolerate me. Therefore, this Xiao cannot wait any longer. I can only make use of my time. At this point, Xiaohua was indeed staking everything on a single throw. Also, the things in this world are truly mysterious. Developing intelligence seems to be the second time this Xiao has seen a heaven-earth spiritual object that contains green seal text. Ordinary spirit fruits that contained heaven-earth yuan qi were already rare, but this underworld fruit that could develop spiritual intelligence and grow in the water of the yellow springs were even more incredible. Of course, the effects of this miraculous item were miraculous as well. Not to mention the fact that it was able to penetrate the spiritual cavities of nascent souls. Just the underworld fruit was far more beneficial to soul cultivators than the daybreak moon. Previously, Xiao Mao's cultivation speed was already pretty good. However, after consuming the underworld fruit, the speed of cultivation became even more terrifying. In just a few years, I have already reached the Heaven's Heart realm. Although I have just broken through to the Heaven's Heart realm, Xiao Mao can feel that my cultivation speed will definitely not slow down in the future. Could it be that this soul cultivator, or rather, the millions of shamans in Meng Mountains were really the descendants of the great god Hudu? Hudu great god really transformed into the 9 underworlds? If that's the case, how do you explain the formation of the inside of Xiao Mao's space? Shue's soul, and Master's soul. Forget it, this world is too miraculous. It's not something that Xiao Mao can speculate with his current strength. Let's not think about it for now. Just as Xiaohua thought of this, an indescribable surge suddenly appeared in his meridians. Then, dragon vein Xiaohua let out a furious roar and rushed out of Xiaohua's body, turning into a huge dragon and flying several dozen feet away. It flew straight to the restrictive spell of the quiet room, and only then did it trigger the restrictive spell. The dragon's body was forcefully stopped, and the huge dragon filled up the entire quiet room. What's going on? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Dragon vein Xiao Hua turned into a dragon elephant and coiled around the quiet room. While swimming, he answered, I sensed a kind of dragon aura soaring into the sky. Although this dragon aura was very weak and not much, after the dragon aura soared into the sky, the noble aura that descended was extremely vast and very tempting. I couldn't help but fly out, oh? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and looked at the direction dragon vein Xiao Hua was facing. He asked curiously, what's going on? What's going on over there? Dragon vein Xiao Hua coiled around the quiet room for an hour before entering Xiao Hua's physical body. Xiao Hua walked out of the quiet room and released his Buddhist consciousness. When he saw what was happening over there, he couldn't help but sneer. However, the moment he withdrew his Buddhist consciousness, his expression suddenly changed. He released his Buddhist consciousness again and looked at it for a moment before withdrawing it thoughtfully. A short while later, Xiong Yi entered the dwelling and said with a bow, Master, Jiang country has been revived. Master knows. Xiao Hua nodded and said, this Changling princess is amazing as expected. Not only did she kill 2 birds with 1 stone, she killed 3 birds with 1 stone. In just a few days, she actually found a suitable Jindan cultivator to establish a country. It seems, she knows that this old man will not make things difficult for her. Everyone knows that Master is benevolent. As long as you do not do anything outrageous, even if Master is angry, there is no need to be afraid. Xiong Yi smiled and then winked as he lowered his voice and asked, Master, that lightning tribulation, what was it? Lightning tribulation is lightning tribulation. What could it be? Xiao Hua waved his sleeve in annoyance and said, this lightning tribulation is not this old man's, don't think so much. Oh. Xiong Yi blinked. Seeing Xiao Hua stand, he hurriedly stood and sent Xiao Hua into the quiet room. However, before Xiao Hua entered the quiet room, he stopped and turned around. Also, Master is going into closed-door cultivation for a period of time. If there are any earth-shaking movements in the future, all of you don't have to be too surprised. All right. Xiong Yi hurriedly agreed. Also, urge Black Bear to have all the Yaos, and the outer sect disciples go down the veins. Empty the veins as soon as possible. Xiao Hua thought of something again and instructed, when Master makes a move, there won't be any meat left for you. He understood. Master, this disciple will roll up his sleeves and go to work. Xiong Yi giggled and left. After Xiong Yi left, Xiao Hua did not enter the quiet room. Instead, his figure flashed and disappeared into the void. When Xiao Hua reappeared, he was already outside the Black Wind Ridge. This place was about 40 li away from the Black Wind Ridge. Xiao Hua's figure appeared in midair. He frowned as he looked down at the mountain rocks below. He seemed to be thinking about something. However, after a short while, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand. A huge palm silhouette of several tens of zhang in size fell from the sky and plunged into a pile of rocks. When the big hand turned over, that big hand was holding a scholarly cultivator in a yellow robe. This scholarly cultivator's robe was very strange. It was somewhat similar to the outer robe of a secular person, but there were some flashing inscriptions on the robe. There were also mountains and rivers printed on the chest and back of the robe. It looked similar to the official robe worn by the secular government officials. This cultivator is a bit strange. Xiao Hua looked at the cultivator imprisoned by him and thought to himself, not only is his appearance different, but his cultivation is also strange. It seems that he is only proficient in the earth escape technique and concealment technique. He should be very proficient in the earth essence technique. But he is also very weak in other aspects. Under the attack of this Zhao's magic power, he didn't notice at all. There seems to be some kind of aura on this robe. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's expression suddenly changed. He whispered, where is fellow immortal Confucian cultivator? Wang. Four-colored true qi gushed out from Xiao Hua's chest. That Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua landed in the air. When he saw everything in front of him clearly, the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's expression was also grave. He nodded and said, "Fellow Daoists' worries are correct. This Confucian cultivator's robe has the same aura as the imperial star thrust and the imperial shield. This scholarly cultivator must be the eyes and ears of the immortal palace." "Thank you, fellow immortal." Xiao Hua nodded slightly and sent Xiao Hua back. Then, he thought for a moment and slowly extended his finger. He was extremely careful, as if he was afraid of breaking the cultivator's forehead. Then, he quickly withdrew his finger. "Earth Lord?" Xiao Hua's face showed an astonished expression. "The Immortal Palace really has Earth Lords all over the hidden Immortal Continent?" "Granny, no wonder the Immortal Palace can control the entire hidden Immortal Continent's information." "Oh, that's not it. Not every place on the hidden Immortal Continent has Immortal Palace's eyes and ears. Although in name, the Earth Lord supervises the entire hidden Immortal Continent's information, these Earth Lords can't always pay attention to all the movements. Only the places that the Immortal Palace pays attention to have Earth Lords truly investigate. It turns out that the Black Wind Ridge doesn't enter the Immortal Palace's eyes at all. It seems that because of this Xiao, it attracted Earth Lord. But, this is troublesome." Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. "If my Fortune Gate's disciples leave the Black Wind Ridge, won't all traces be seen by Earth Lord? Then, won't the newly found cave be exposed to the Immortal Palace's surveillance?" He. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and a smile appeared on his face. Several extremely small soul strands were released from between his eyebrows and landed on the Earth Lord's forehead. After a while, Xiao Hua put the Earth Lord back into the ground and flew away with a smile on his face. After dealing with the Earth Lord's surveillance, Xiao Hua formed an incantation and used the Earth Escape technique to escape towards the Black Wind Ridge. On the first day he returned to the Black Wind Ridge, he had tried to sense the metal and wood essence blood that had seeped into his body. Unfortunately, no matter how many times he tried, it was to no avail. Now that he had dealt with everything, he began to busy himself with the most important matter in his heart. At this time, Xiao Hua's Earth Escape technique had already reached a high level. Not to mention that he could move extremely nimbly underground, even in places without Earth Attribute origin energy, he could rely on his own Earth Attribute energy to move. Therefore, this time it was very easy for him to reach the location of the Black Fog. Chapter 38:16. However, the black fog underground was still like a viscous liquid. Clusters of tiny vortexes were endlessly produced from the inside, constantly spreading towards the outside. However, even at this place, Xiao Hua was still unable to sense the blood essence in the water and fire magnetic field. Xiao Hua's heart had already turned cold by more than half. Damn it, looks like this Zhao's method isn't working. Xiao Hua breathed out spiritual fire and drilled through the fog while secretly thinking, I still have to. Ouch. Success. That is to say, when Xiao Hua's figure had just rushed through the black fog that was several tens of feet deep, a familiar feeling suddenly emerged from the bottom of his heart. It was just like when he used the blood refining method to refine the demonic tool in the past. The entire magnificent water and fire magnetic field space had yet to appear, but the situation inside the space had already fallen into his heart. The blood refining method of the demonic world is indeed powerful. It can really shock the heavens and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. Xiao Hua laughed loudly, his figure landing inside the magnetic field space. At this time, Xiao Hua already didn't need to open his transcendence vision. What the naked eye could see was a pitch-black mass, but the entire water and fire magnetic field was like a part of Xiao Hua's body, incomparably familiar with it. Even those tens of thousands of magnetic fields were like rainbows in Xiao Hua's heart. What was special was that at the extreme point of the fire magnetic field, a vermilion bird poked its head out from inside, somewhat curiously looking at Xiao Hua. Without any hesitation, it turned into a rainbow and landed below Xiao Hua's body, obediently lying beside him, appearing very attached. At the same time, at the extreme point of the water magnetic field, the other black tortoise also didn't show any signs of weakness. It naively flew out, turned into a square foot, and landed on Xiao Hua's right arm, similarly obedient. Good. Xiao Hua was happy in his heart, using his hand to caress the black tortoise and vermilion bird. Unfortunately, where his hand landed, he simply couldn't touch the two little things. Forget it. Xiao Hua was a little embarrassed. He shrugged and said, "Wait for this old man to collect all of you. I reckon that once we enter the space, this old man will be able to touch you." After speaking, Xiao Hua released his consciousness and covered the fire and water origin magnetic field. When his consciousness came into contact with the fire and water origin magnetic field, Xiao Hua was instantly dumbfounded. He couldn't help but complain bitterly, "Oh my god, this fire and water origin magnetic field is 3,650 mu in size. If it was an ordinary mountain, with this Xiao's current divine sense, even if it takes a lot of effort, this Xiao would still be able to store it in the space. But this is a water and fire magnetic field. Its weight is many times that of an ordinary mountain peak. With this Xiao's current cultivation, I'm afraid I won't be able to store it in my space. Rise." At this moment, Xiao Hua's mind was mixed with his divine sense and could already wrap up the entire water and fire magnetic field. While his mind was affected, Xiao Hua secretly shouted in his heart, as if to encourage himself. Rumble. The entire magnetic field space shook several times, scaring the tiny black tortoise and vermilion bird into fleeing. The water and fire magnetic fields had only moved a few inches, and there was still a large gap between them and the space. "Forget it, today this old man will exhaust you to the end." After knowing the gap, Xiao Hua wasn't discouraged. He simply sat cross-legged in the magnetic field space and released his consciousness, divine sense, and Buddhist sense. Just like when he was in the rockfall matrix of Yaotai Mountain, he began to temper his divine sense according to the secret technique. Of course, in addition to tempering his divine sense, Xiao Hua also practiced other divine abilities. Every few days, he would even fly out of the magnetic field space and summon a nascent soul. He would feed the nascent soul with human essence and use spiritual wisdom amplification. However, in this way, the Black Wind Ridge would suffer. Every once in a while, the entire Black Wind Ridge would shake a few times. Moreover, from time to time, the might of a lightning tribulation would suddenly appear. However, everyone and the demons of the Black Wind Ridge had also received Xiong Yi's order. They knew that their master was cultivating, so they didn't ask too much. In fact, they didn't have time to ask too much because the Black Wind Ridge's underground or vein was really enormous. They mined day and night and simply didn't have time to ask too much. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 3 years had passed. On this day, the sky was clear and boundless. Outside the Black Wind Ridge, some of the Golden Eagle's subordinates were patrolling. Suddenly, the entire Black Wind Ridge shook violently. This shaking was far more weak than the previous weak shaking. Several of the vicious birds were shocked. The leading vicious bird let out a few loud cries and rushed into the great array. The other vicious birds spread their wings again, wanting to find the source of the abnormality. After all, in the past 3 years, although there were still some Confucian cultivators who came back to the Black Wind Ridge to provoke them, they were defeated by Xiong Yi, Li Xiang, and Prince Lan every time. There had never been such a big movement. However, before the vicious bird landed on the peak of the Black Wind Ridge, the shaking suddenly stopped. A powerful suction force was generated from the capital star array. Tens of thousands of hurricanes rushed in from all directions and madly rushed into the great array. With these hurricanes, the great array unexpectedly changed. Not only did it expand in all directions, but the power of the great array also suddenly increased. The vicious bird's body instantly stopped in midair. Then, as if a big hand had grabbed it, woo! It was thrown high into the sky. Ga. The vicious bird was shocked. It flapped its wings in midair, but it still couldn't stop its body. It didn't stop until its body was thousands of feet high in the sky. Ha ha ha. As soon as the vicious bird stopped, Xiao Hua's laughter came from the cave. Then, a powerful divine sense that the vicious bird had never seen before suddenly grabbed it and pulled it down from the sky. When it fell outside the great array like a meteor, the divine sense suddenly disappeared. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. How could the vicious bird not know that this was Xiaohua's divine sense? It shouted loudly and flew into the distance to patrol. After the water and fire magnets were absorbed into the space, the capital star array's power actually increased by 40% without the interference of the water and fire magnets. If I used the water and fire magnets to set up a great array, wouldn't all the methods to break the array be useless? Xiaohua's divine sense swept and immediately understood the reason for the great array's change. Master, you've come out of seclusion? A moment later, Xiong Yi, Prince Lan, and Li Xiang flew out from the primordial stone vein and came to meet him. Yes, it's over. Xiaohua smiled. Xiong Yi was a little strange and whispered, Master, you've only been in seclusion for 3 years, right? Just 3 years. Xiong Yi didn't say anything else. Yes, ordinary nascent soul cultivators would enter seclusion for decades or even centuries. How could they come out in 3 years? Humph, you think I don't want to? Xiaohua snorted, but I'm a little uneasy, and I just finished a big thing, so I came out to take a look. Master isn't in seclusion. Li Xiang said with a smile, disciple occasionally sees master going in and out of the great array. Indeed. Xiaohua nodded, master is just making some preparations to prevent the Confucian cultivators from attacking my Black Wind Ridge. Right, have you heard of the Immortal Palace's eyes and ears? Earth? Earth? Li Xiang was stunned and shook his head. Isn't the Earth Geyser a character in legends and stories? Not necessarily. Prince Lan immediately understood and smiled, there's no smoke without fire. Maybe the characters in the stories are copies of reality. Could it be that Master saw the Immortal Palace's land? Xiong Yi's eyes turned and asked. Yes. Xiaohua nodded, Master has already seen it. Master has also taken care of this matter, so you don't have to worry. However, who knows how much land there is in the entire hidden immortal continent? You all have to be careful and don't give yourself away. Master is worried. Royal Highness Lan seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly reported, disciple received some information. After the Jade Pavilion meeting, on the hidden immortal continent, including the Jianghu country next to it, there were a total of 10 Daoist countries that received the imperial tutor's signature to establish their own countries. And in the past year, there were actually 4 countries that were annihilated by the Immortal Palace. 2 of these 4 countries were in the Jing province, and the other 2 were near the Jing province. If this disciple's guess is correct, the remaining 6 countries, including Jianghu country, will be destroyed by the Immortal Palace sooner or later. This is probably due to the contribution of this so-called land. Master, this matter is very strange. Your intuition is also reasonable. Li Xiang said from the side, the Immortal Palace has never interfered with the affairs of the hidden immortal continent on the surface. Unless a great demon of the 1,000 demons Saint Realm appears, the Immortal Palace may send troops. How could they send troops to annihilate the Daoist country this time? The premonitions of Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian are indeed reasonable. Xiong Yi said with a frown, the current hidden immortal continent is really sensitive. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and an extremely bad feeling arose. Others might not know the intentions of the Immortal Palace, but how could he not know? Granny, maybe the Star Sovereign Palace really did something. Xiaohua thought inwardly, the Immortal Palace probably couldn't find the culprit who killed Kong Hongwu, so they simply killed all the suspects. Who knows when it will be the Black Wind Ridge's turn? Let's go, we'll enter the cave to discuss. Xiaohua looked around and turned to enter the cave. Xiong Yi and the others followed in. Xiaohua sat on the brocade chair and immediately asked, Li Xiang, how's the backup plan for our fortune gate? Yes, Master knows. Li Xiang hurriedly answered, disciple and senior brother Lan have already found the location of the soaring dragon mountain range. The heaven and earth origin energy there is abundant, and there are no signs of human habitation. Junior brother Fu Jiwen has also explored the mountain range and said that it is very suitable to set up a formation. Disciple has already instructed Black Bear to send some subordinates to excavate some caves on the main peak of the mountain range and make some preparations. Good, this matter should not be delayed. Xiaohua nodded. Tell the disciples that there is no need to mine in the source stone vein anymore. Pack up and prepare to move our fortune gate from the Black Wind Ridge to the soaring Dragon Mountain Range. Also, Xiongyi, go and call Fujiwen over. Master will bring him to the soaring Dragon Mountain Range to set up the formation. Yes, Master. Xiongyi agreed, and just as he was about to leave the cave, he suddenly turned back and said, Master, actually, there is no need to be so anxious. Chapter 38:17. Hearing Xiongyi's words, Xiaohua was rather puzzled and asked curiously, Oh, why? The 4 countries that junior brother Lan mentioned were all destroyed a year ago, and this disciple also received news that 2 months ago, something big happened at Longevity Town in the country of Shi. The Confucian cultivators can't even take care of themselves, so they won't make any moves in a short period of time. What big matter? Xiaohua had a lot of feelings for Longevity Town, so he couldn't help but be shocked and hurriedly asked. The abbot of Jianghu Temple, Lushan, was killed. Xiongyi just said it casually, but he didn't expect Xiaohua to take it so seriously. He couldn't help but stand there and answer curiously. Xiaohua frowned and asked curiously, Jianghu Temple? Lushan? That's right, when Xiaohua left Longevity Town, Jianghu Temple was still a Taoist temple. How did it become a Buddhist temple now? And wasn't Longevity Town's Little Gold Temple? Wasn't the abbot of Little Gold Temple that Mingyu? However, Xiaohua immediately realized that if he could leave Longevity Town, then wouldn't the people and things in Longevity Town be changed? Do you know who killed him? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. Was it a Confucian cultivator? It's definitely a Confucian cultivator. Xiongyi answered with a smile, even if it wasn't a Confucian cultivator, it's definitely a Confucian cultivator. Hiss. When Xiongyi said this, Xiaohua instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. His entire body froze in place, and he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, the Battle of Swords. Not only was Xiaohua shocked, but Lushan's death reminded him of the Battle of Swords in Xiaoyu Continent. Now, Ci Mei, who was sitting cross-legged on Jianghu Ridge, also had a myriad of thoughts in her heart. Where was the leisurely bearing she had when she sent Lushan to Longevity Town? The current Jianghu Ridge was no longer the same as when Xiaohua left. The entire dilapidated Jianghu Temple had been completely demolished, and even the entire Jianghu Ridge had been flattened. Right in front of Ci Mei, a 99 zhang tall Buddha statue stood in the rising sun. However, this Buddha statue was covered from top to bottom by a layer of huge yellow cloth, and the statue's true body couldn't be seen clearly. Under the Buddha statue, on the side of the Jianghu Ridge, the thousands of farmers from before had also disappeared. The farmland had also disappeared, and in its place was a Jianghu temple that was 10 times larger than the small golden temple. The fate of the world was truly a joke. The Jianghu temple and the Shaojin temple fought each other. Whoever lost would disappear from the Longevity Town. Xiaohua transformed into Ci Hang and defeated Shaojin temple. Originally, it should have been Jianghu Monastery that won, but Ci Hang was a Buddhist, so Shaojin temple seized the victory and chased Jianghu Monastery's Shaojian, Xiaohua, and Yuanya out of Longevity Town. But now, the small golden temple had been completely forgotten by the Longevity Town. This previously unknown river and tide temple was famous far and wide. At this time, the entire Jianghu Ridge was completely surrounded by the Jianghu Ridge. The road under the Jianghu Ridge was also included in the Jianghu Monastery. Even the paddy fields under the road and the Liao River were filled up and repaired very smoothly. There were stone steps that led from the Liao River to the Jianghu Ridge, and there were rows of neatly arranged guest rooms. Normally, some good men and women would come over from the Liao River on large boats or small boats, and it was precisely from here that they went up to the Jianghu Ridge to worship the golden body of the Guanyin Bodhisattva. On the other side of the Jianghu Ridge, where the incense was at its peak, there were many temple buildings like the Hall of Great Strength. Each of them had a majestic aura, and a myriad of scenes. Waves of sutra chanting came from within with a rhythm, and the occasional bell rang throughout the entire Longevity Town. If Xiaohua was here, he would definitely be full of praise. In just a dozen years, the entire Jianghu monastery had undergone such a great change. Moreover, this change was not caused by the Buddhist sect's disciples, but purely by the spontaneous action of the ordinary people. It could be said that man could conquer the heavens. However, even in the face of such prosperous Buddhist incense and the rhythmic sound of the wooden fish, Xiaomei couldn't help but sigh. Sigh. She looked at the golden body of the Guanyin Bodhisattva not far in front of her. Although the golden body of the Guanyin Bodhisattva was covered by a brocade, when the endless sunlight shone on the Buddha statue, it was actually suffused with mottled colors. Within these colors, there were actually all kinds of living beings. It was truly bizarre. However, Xiaomei understood in her heart that this phenomenon was the phenomenon reflected when the extremely pure power of faith poured into the golden body of the Buddha statue. If she released her Buddhist consciousness and opened her eyes, she would definitely be able to see thousands of psyche power clustered around the power of faith flying over like waves from all directions. It was as if the power of faith had flowed into the sea and landed on this unconsecrated Buddha statue. Xiaomei didn't know what kind of good karma Xi Hang had in the past, but just by saving tens of thousands of villagers in the longevity town, Xiaomei believed that he definitely wouldn't have such abundant power of faith. However, the timing of the Guanyin Bodhisattva's appearance was too crucial. At this crucial moment, there was such a suitable opportunity. Even if Xi Hang didn't do any special good karma, this gathering of winds and clouds would push him to the peak of the karma. Under the golden body of the Guanyin Bodhisattva was another ordinary coffin. The coffin wasn't covered, and the rising sun couldn't shine on the corpse inside. A pitch-black and gloomy coldness seeped out from the coffin. Even the Buddhist light of the Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body couldn't dispel this darkness and gloomy coldness. When Xiaomei sighed, Jingsheng, who was sitting next to her and chanting softly, hurriedly stopped and asked in a low voice, "Grandmaster." Xiaomei ignored Jingsheng. She stood up and slowly took a few steps back as if she was respectful to the golden body of the Guanyin Bodhisattva. Then, she walked step by step to the edge of the Jianghu ridge. She stood in front of the white marble stone railings and looked up at the stone steps on the side of the Liao River. Her eyes narrowed as she thought about something. Jingsheng hesitated slightly and also stood up. He followed behind Xiaomei and stood respectfully a few feet away. His gaze also fell on the stone steps. These stone steps originally led from the main road to the Jianghu ridge. It was steep and narrow. Back then, Xiaohua had rolled down here. Now, it was unknown how many times wider it was than before. However, at this time, the stone steps were filled with good men and women kneeling. They stretched from the top of the stone steps to the shore of the Liao River. In fact, on the other three sides of Jianghu Ridge, there were also many good men and women kneeling on the ground. The densely packed heads were almost endless to the naked eye. Grandmaster. When Jingsheng saw the benevolence on Xiaomei's face, he probingly said, "These good men and women have been kneeling here for a long time. Some have been kneeling here for several days, while others have been kneeling for dozens of days. Although they haven't fasted, if they continue like this, it is very likely that some of them won't be able to hold on. When that time comes, it will be even more difficult for my Jianghu monastery. Grandmaster, how about?" The benevolence on Xiaomei's face disappeared and she indifferently asked, "How about what?" Jingsheng was startled as if he heard the difference in Xiaomei's tone. Jingsheng softly said, "Disciple doesn't know what to do. However, this disciple feels that we should do something. It doesn't matter what we do. Otherwise, we would truly be letting down the trust of these kind-hearted men and women." Jingsheng couldn't not answer, so he clasped his hands together and said in a low voice. Xiaomei asked with interest, "Let me ask you, what do you think we should do?" This. Jingsheng was somewhat regretful and felt that he shouldn't have followed. However, if he hadn't followed, how could he have stood beside Grandmaster Xiaomei? There were so many monks in the entire Jianghu monastery. He was probably the only one who had this qualification, right? No matter what we do, disciple feels that at the very least, we should give them a promise to find the real culprit who killed Marshal Uncle Sean. Only then will we be able to live up to their trust in our Jianghu monastery. Only then will we be able to live up to their kneeling here for more than 10 days. He answered honestly. Could it be that Grandmaster doesn't think so? Alas. Mei sighed again and shook her head. Jingqing, do you feel that I'm sighing because of their trust and sincerity? Then what is Grandmaster sighing about? Jingqing was somewhat dumbfounded. He felt that his brain couldn't keep up with Mei's words. I'm envious of Senior Marshal Brother Hang's luck. I'm sighing about my helplessness. With my current state of mind and what I've done all these years, I don't even know when I will be able to achieve fruition. I'll be able to achieve fruition in this lifetime. Mei looked into the distance and said in a low voice, I'm envious of those Ku Tuchuo. Although their cultivation is difficult, their Buddhist heart is firm and untainted by any worldly affairs. This kind of cultivation is something that our Buddhist disciples should have. Hee, Grandmaster. Jingqing smiled and said, although Ku Tuchuo's cultivation is praised by our Buddha, our Buddhist sect has 13 Buddhas. However, our 13 Buddhist sects all have Buddhist fruits. Grandmaster, there is no need to be envious of others. Do you know? Mei suddenly said, the most recent bodhisattva who achieved fruition is Nanwu wise Manjushri Bodhisattva. Before achieving fruition, it was Hui of the Green Lotus Temple of the Xiang sect. Her cultivation was only in the realm of the Bright Lotus, disciple naturally knows this. I'm also very envious. I'll also seize the time to cultivate and strive to reach the realm of the Bright Lotus as soon as possible. Jingqing hurriedly smiled. However, he immediately regretted it. Mei was already in the realm of the Lotus. Although he and Hui were of the same generation, they still hadn't achieved fruition. Wouldn't his words agitate her? Fortunately, Mei didn't seem to care. She shook her head slightly and said, Jingqing, you still don't understand. Have you ever seen a bodhisattva achieve fruition outside the Pure Land world? Oh, or should I say, do you know, it's far more difficult to achieve fruition outside the Pure Land world. Yes, disciple understands. Jingqing nodded and said, the Pure Land world is a place illuminated by the Buddha's light. All living beings have strong willpower, so it's relatively easy to achieve fruition. No, you don't understand at all. Mei said coldly. Jingqing was shocked. He hurriedly put his palms together and asked, Grandmaster, please enlighten me. Amitabha. Mei chanted the name of Buddha. She stretched out a finger and pointed at her chest, fiercely tapping it twice. This. Jingqing was really at a loss. It wasn't that he wasn't proficient in Buddhism. It was just that what Mei said exceeded what he had learned. He really didn't understand where the Zen principle of Mei's action was. Chapter 38:18. Heart. Today, Mei was different from the past. She didn't scold Jingqing too much and didn't let Jingqing comprehend it himself. Instead, she said, if you don't have a Buddha's heart, even in the Pure Land world, it's hard to attain enlightenment. This, of course I know. Jingqing said bitterly. He said in a low voice, I came to the hidden immortal continent and became the abbot of the Cloud Forest Temple. Didn't I preach the Dharma and have a Buddha's heart? Your Buddha's heart is only a Buddha's heart and a Buddha's heart. It's not the Buddha's heart. Mei hit the nail on the head. Not only you, even I have lost my Buddha's heart. Hiss. Jingqing was shocked and asked hurriedly, why? What's a Buddha's heart? If I knew what a Buddha's heart was, would be like senior brother Hang and Manjushri. Mei answered. Then, she looked back at the coffin under the golden body and said, actually, when I sent kindness to Jianghu Temple, the Buddha's heart that I could have, was already gone. Ah. Grandmaster. Jingqing's body trembled and his voice trembled. Could it be that Grandmaster knew that there would be such a day? No. I didn't know. Mei shook her head. Or I buried my head in the monk's robe. I didn't want to know. However, I heard the news that kindness was killed. I knew that kindness was the first, but he's definitely not the last. No one knows who the last one will be. No one knows when the last one will be. I understand. Jingqing seemed to have suddenly realized something and said hurriedly, the Buddha's heart that Grandmaster talked about is a heart that is clear and not tainted by the mortal world. We are Buddhas outside the Pure Land world who aim to promote the Dharma. How can we not be tainted by the mortal world and be clear? That's right, Jingqing. You finally got something. CMA smiled. I'm very gratified. But, Grandmaster, if we didn't promote the Dharma, how could there be so many believers? How could our Buddha's light shine on the hidden immortals? Jingqing asked. CMA nodded again. That's right. If we don't subdue demons and protect Buddha, how can we be Buddhist protectors? If it weren't for us sacrificing our hearts to impart the teachings, how could the Buddha's light reach so far? Alas, disciple understands why Grandmaster sighs. Jingqing sighed as well. He looked at the 99 feet tall Buddha statue and said, this disciple is also envious of Ku Tuchuo's bitter cultivation. Since you know, will you still make a promise to these kind men and women? CMA asked again. Jingqing shook his head slightly. I can't give you this promise, nor can I. They might have thought that they were doing what they were supposed to do, but they didn't expect that the same kneeling would have different effects at different times. In 9 years, they prayed for blessings for the people 9 times, and the golden body of Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva 9 times. Every time, the Confucian cultivators were defeated by the people. This time, they were still kneeling and kowtowing. However, they were not praying for blessings, they were forcing him. You are forcing my Buddhist sect. That's right. In 9 years, the Confucian cultivators destroyed the golden body of Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva 9 times. In 9 years, it was these unarmed believers who reconstructed the golden body of Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva 9 times. How majestic is the power of the people's will. It's also this majestic power that forced Lushan to his death. It's also this majestic belief that killed millions or even tens of millions of lives. CMA sighed. This is the believer's fault? Or the Buddhist Lord's fault? Or is it my fault? None of them. Jingqing shook his head. It's the Confucian cultivators' fault. They shouldn't have challenged my Buddhist sect's bottom line time and time again. They shouldn't have killed Martial Uncle Lushan who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Do you think this is the work of the Confucian cultivators? CMA asked. Jingqing shook his head and said, this disciple doesn't know either. It's just that Martial Uncle Lushan's body was injured by the water essence. Even if the Confucian cultivators wanted to get away with it, it's impossible for them to get away with it. Even if the Chongyun sect withdrew Longevity Academy from Longevity Town after Martial Uncle Lushan came to Longevity Town and even secretly sent experts to protect him, they still can't eliminate their suspicions. The water qi chaoyuan is a common cultivation method of Confucian cultivators in the Zhangxian continent. Except for the demons in the Thousand Demons sacred realm, even the disciples of Buddhism and Taoism can cultivate the pure water qi chaoyuan genuine qi, let alone Confucian cultivators. Buddhist disciples? This isn't very possible. Jingqing turned pale with fright when he heard this. He lowered his head to look at the monk chanting sutras in the distance and said, Grandmaster, you're saying. My heart is no longer a Buddhist heart. It's hard to avoid thinking too much. CMA wasn't surprised by Jingqing's reaction. This might be what some Buddhist disciples think. No, I don't believe it. Jingqing shook his head. I still think that it's either the Confucian cultivators who killed Martial Uncle Lushan and forced our Buddhist sect to withdraw from the hidden immortal continent, or it's the remnants of the Taoist sect who killed Martial Uncle Lushan and wanted to provoke a war between us immortals and Buddhas so that their Taoist sect can benefit from it. Therefore, Grandmaster, we must find the real culprit. Jingqing, you still don't understand. The truth of the matter is actually no longer important. CMA shook her head. What's important is that Longevity Town, the #1 town of our Buddhist sect in the hidden immortal continent, the #1 Taoist sect of our Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva in the hidden immortal continent, and Abbot Lushan was killed by the Confucian cultivators. This is the most important thing. Grandmaster, what do you mean? Jing Cheng's face suddenly turned ashen. He seemed to have thought of something and cried out in surprise. Swoosh. At this moment, a Buddhist light flashed in the distant sky, and a Buddhist document fell in front of C.I. Mei. C.I. Mei reached out and scanned it with her Buddhist awareness. Her calm face slightly frowned and relaxed. She put the Buddhist document into her monk robe and said faintly, 10 days ago, the Yu Province Confucian cultivator Shui Song state was destroyed by the Buddhist sect's Ji state. 253,000 people died. The Ho state was destroyed by the Confucian sect's Sun state and the Taoist sect's Yong state. 510,000 people died, 510,000 people? Jing Cheng was shocked. How could there be so many? The Yu Province sect's Spirit Mountain's Chu Feng sect was destroyed by the Buddhist sect's Dilian state. 30,000 people died. The Yu Province Jilian Mountain's Lianjiang Temple was destroyed by an unknown Confucian cultivator. 603 people died. It's a mess, a mess. Jing Cheng bit his lips and seemed to be in disbelief. Swoosh. Before Jing Cheng finished speaking, several Buddhist lights flew from all directions to C.I. Mei's hand as if they had agreed beforehand. The Jing province's Chu family destroyed the Wind and Rain Temple. The Buddhist sect's Ji state captured the Confucian sect's Ming state and the Mingji state. The death toll is unknown. The Duanmu family sent an emissary with the family head's order to command the Yu province and the Liang province's Confucian state to destroy the nearby Buddhist state. The monks of the Ji province's Xiaolin Temple, Linjiang Temple, and Great Pine Temple died suddenly. The Jing Mountain sect, Yunfeng sect, and Jilin Academy's defenses were also broken by an unknown force. The death toll is uncountable. The three Buddhist states of Gun province, the Xiangbai state, the Pure Moon state, and the Lianxin state, the Qing province's Jiyun temple, and the Qing state have sent soldier monks to reinforce our River Tide temple and resist the Confucian cultivators together. C.I. Mei took the Buddhist archives, scanned them with her Buddhist awareness, and read them one by one. Every time she read a message, Jing Cheng's body trembled. In the end, he couldn't help but say, Grandmaster, aren't they causing trouble? Don't they know this is strange? Don't they know the seriousness of this matter? The first town of the Buddhist state. This is also the first golden Buddha statue on the hidden immortal continent. C.I. Mei put away the Buddhist archives and said with a sigh, these Buddhas and Buddhist states, whether they have the intention or not, they can't not come. There must be some truth and some lies in these messages. Jing Cheng suddenly said in a low voice, maybe Grandmaster can find the culprit. C.I. Mei asked in reply, if you did this, would you still draw legs on a snake? Jing Cheng was speechless. Swoosh. Suddenly, another Buddhist light flew from afar. However, this Buddhist archive didn't land in front of C.I. Mei, but in Jing Cheng's hand. Jing Cheng didn't dare to be negligent. He hastily grabbed it and scanned it with his Buddhist awareness. His expression immediately changed again, and he hurriedly sent it to C.I. Mei's hand while shouting, Grandmaster, the 10 Confucian states of Yu province have jointly sent 1,000,000 troops to besiege our Longevity town. They're preparing to forcibly disperse the believers and topple the golden body of Guan Yin Bodhisattva. Hiss. C.I. Mei was also shocked when she saw this. They really dare to make a move. That's right, Grandmaster. What does the Buddhist Lord plan to do? Jing Cheng asked. C.I. Mei smiled bitterly and said, how can I know what the Buddha's plan is? I'm afraid that even the immortal palace of Confucian cultivators doesn't know, right? Woo. At this moment, a violent explosion suddenly sounded in the distant sky. Then, a fist of several acres in size rolled up thousands of pillars of great chi and smashed toward the golden body of Guan Yin Bodhisattva faster than a meteorite falling from the sky. Amitabha. How dare you? C.I. Mei chanted the name of Buddha, and the Buddhist light flashed around her body. She slapped her forehead and her psyche power rushed out. The Buddhist light rushed into the sky like rolling clouds and condensed into the shape of a huge lotus. This lotus was several acres in size, and there were hundreds of tiny heavenly dragons swimming in it. Layers of Sanskrit characters gushed out with the heavenly dragons, and in the void shrouded by the lotus, chanting came out. Boom! The fist landed on the lotus. The light of Buddha was annihilated and turned into rolling inscriptions. The fist was also penetrated by the light of Buddha and turned into thousands of inscriptions. The huge airwave not only lifted the silk cloth outside the golden body of Guanyin Bodhisattva, but also blew tens of thousands of devotees in the vicinity of Jianghu Ridge to the ground. Ci Mei's body swayed slightly, and a touch of red flashed across her forehead. "Ha, Ci Mei, you're just a so-so." An arrogant voice sounded, "This is just a little warning from me. I won't take your life today. However, I heard that your Nirvana world has sent Buddhist generals and soldier monks to the immortal town. Today, I'll tell you one thing. If any of them set foot in the immortal town, I'll wash the Jianghu temple with blood. I'll kill tens of thousands of your believers." Chapter 38:19. Amitabha. Ci Mei didn't show any weakness. She chanted Buddha's name and used lion's roar. "I have no attachment to life and no worries about death. My Buddha is from the heart to the heavens. Today, my Jianghu temple will be cleansed and your Duanmu family will be destroyed. Ha ha ha, then we'll wait and see." That arrogant voice laughed loudly and flew away like a whirlwind. Duanmu family? Jingxing trembled slightly and cried out in surprise. Why would a secondary rank 1 scholarly family appear now? Is this the Duanmu family's patriarch? It's not Duanmu Tianji. Ci Mei's face was somewhat pale as she said softly, Duanmu Lianheng, a disciple of the Duanmu family who has the highest chance of becoming a literary saint. Literary saint? Jingxing didn't know what to say. Looking at the abnormally embarrassed monks and believers around him, he said softly, "What about these believers who came to pray? Persuade them to leave." At this moment, Ci Mei also made up her mind. They can only force us here. It's enough that they have the heart. But Jingxing smiled bitterly. "I heard that the Buddhist believers of the hidden immortal continent's 9 prefectures are also coming to my Jianghu temple. How can we stop them? Even these believers. I feel that we might not be able to persuade them to leave. If they don't leave." Ci Mei bit her lips and said softly, "Then, it'll be a great war between immortals and Buddhas." Clang. Just as Ci Mei finished speaking, an earth-shattering sword cry sounded from the direction Duanmu Lianheng flew away from. It couldn't help but cover Ci Mei's words. Even the chanting of the tens of thousands of monks and the sound of the wooden fish bell were annihilated. Tens of thousands of believers couldn't help but cover their ears with their hands, and a painful expression appeared on their faces. Ci Mei looked up in shock. She saw a giant sword in the sky that was like a flying immortal, flashing with extremely dazzling sword brilliance. It swept up an almost unparalleled power and fell towards the golden body of Guanyin Bodhisattva beside her. The sound of the sword chime also shook the sky with the sound of thunder. Woo woo woo. Following the appearance of the sword light, a dozen powerful wills suddenly appeared around Jianghu Ridge. As soon as these wills appeared, they immediately stirred up powerful winds and tornadoes. All the wills flew in all directions. Ci Mei was shocked. Not only was she shocked by the shocking sword, but she was also shocked by the consciousness hidden in the surroundings. Needless to say, it must be the consciousness of those strong Confucian cultivators, and it must be the doing of the strong cultivators who paid attention to the river and tide temple. She had been here for so long, but she did not notice it. Although she did not know whether they knew who killed kindness, but what she had just said. However, Ci Mei didn't have time to think too much about it. The style of that sword was truly dazzling, and the ferocity of that sword was truly arrogant. Everyone's heart gave birth to a kind of reverence, and a kind of fear. It was as if they were ants under this sword light. Amitabha. Ci Mei's eyes were filled with determination. The light of Buddha appeared under her feet, and the light of Buddha surged around her. As Ci Mei flew up into the sky, the light of Buddha flickered, and Ci Mei's transcendence golden body grew bigger. A huge lotus, even more compassionate than before, went to meet the sword light. Grandmaster. Beside her, Jing Cheng was shocked. Even with his cultivation, he could see that Ci Mei was no match for this sword light. If she flew out this time, Ci Mei had no other choice but to fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Amitabha. Ci Mei's light of Buddha was almost annihilated by the sword light. However, just as she was about to die, another Buddhist chant resounded through the sky. This Buddhist chant was unusually compassionate. When people heard it, they immediately felt an indescribable vicissitudes of life. Then, thousands of flowers bloomed in the sky above Ci Mei. Under each flower, there was a heavenly dragon supporting it, and beside each flower, there were fairies dancing. Within each flower, there were countless Buddhist scriptures being chanted. Strands of telekinesis appeared from the void and surrounded the flowers, enveloping the entire Longevity town. When Ci Mei saw this, joy appeared on her face. Rumble. The sword light suddenly descended, and the thousands of flowers were annihilated. It was as if the thousands of small worlds had disappeared. However, while the Arhat was still in shock, the myriad of creatures appeared once more. Thousands of flowers surged out from the heavenly dragon. Wang. The sword light shone brightly and sank into the flowers in a few breaths of time. The light on the sword light turned into thousands of tiny child bodies. The child bodies spat out sword light and killed the heavenly dragon under the flowers. Roar. A loud dragon roar suddenly came from the flowers again. 9 dragon bodies rushed out and instantly turned into 10,000 feet long dragons that pounced at the flying sword with their fangs bared and claws brandished. Boom. Countless fireflies flew out and waves of impact spread out in all directions. However, because the Longevity town was protected by the flowers, it wasn't damaged at all. Amidst the explosion, a squarish flying sword was revealed. This flying sword looked ordinary, but the almost edgeless flying sword gave off an awe-inspiring majesty that made people tremble in fear. Under the flying sword, the 9 dragons also disappeared. A 9-dragon staff flashed with treasure light. The treasure light swayed as if it was filled with mercy. Amitabha. A faint Buddhist chant shook the sky. A bright Buddhist cloud appeared from where the staff came from and slowly flew over. Before the Buddhist cloud got close, a faint voice sneered, "The Buddha Kingdom's new Manjushri Bodhisattva actually came to my burial immortal continent. It really is my burial immortal continent's fortune. Since it's Manjushri Bodhisattva, this old man will give you face and see how your Thunder Sound Temple handles this matter. If it's not to my liking, this old man will come back and cut down your golden Buddha statue." With that, the sword turned into a rainbow and flew away. The source of the voice was covered in white clouds, making it impossible to see who it was. Amitabha, thank you Sandalwood. The sword left and the Bodhisattva came. A faint voice came from the Buddhist light. From where the Buddhist cloud came from, a Manjushri Bodhisattva rode on a green lion. He had a green lotus in his left hand and a treasure sword in his right hand. Looking at the Buddha's light behind Manjushri's head condensing into a mirror, and the power of faith flowing like a river, Ci Mei felt a stabbing pain in her heart for no reason. He knew in his heart that even if Ci Hui was only in the state of bright eye before achieving fruition, as a bodhisattva, Ci Hui could use the Buddha's light and the power of faith of hundreds of millions of believers with the help of the Buddha's fruit behind her head. Even the power of faith accumulated in her previous life could be used in this life. This was the true power of Bodhisattva. Ci Mei didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly knelt in the air and chanted, "Disciple Ci Mei greets Manjushri Bodhisattva, get up." Manjushri Bodhisattva came down from the green lion and waved his hand. The 9-dragon staff fell into his hand and turned into an ordinary staff. "Thank you Bodhisattva." Ci Mei got up and said in a low voice, "Disciple sent a Buddhist letter to Leying Temple before coming to Jianghu Temple." Disciple didn't expect Bodhisattva to come to Longevity Town so quickly. What Buddhist message did Buddha send? Well, Manjushri Bodhisattva was a little embarrassed. He then said frankly, "I came under Buddha's Buddhist message. But this message has nothing to do with Longevity Town. I just saw that Jianghu Temple was in a critical situation. I couldn't bear to see Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body suffer, so I helped. Ah. Siame was stunned. He looked at Manjushri Bodhisattva in disbelief. He really didn't understand why Bodhisattva who wouldn't leave Layin Temple would suddenly come to hidden immortal continent. Was there something more important than Longevity Town and Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body? Was there something more important than the war between immortals and Buddhas? There were still many things that Siame didn't know. In the most southwest of the hidden immortal continent, close to the East Sea, a huge storm had just passed through the gloomy sky. The sky seemed to have been trampled by thousands of black horses. Between the layers of clouds, the glaring sunlight streaked through the gaps and shone on the roaring waves on the coast of the East Sea. The waves were like beautiful flowers. In the sea of flowers, a wooden plank that looked like a boat broke through the waves. There were two people standing on the log. The one in front was a young monk who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. The monk had red lips and white teeth, giving him an indescribably handsome appearance. However, his bald head and moon-white monk robes made the monk's temperament seem otherworldly. Not only was he handsome, his pair of bright eyes shone brighter than the stars in the night sky. These starry eyes revealed an incomparable benevolence and indescribable vicissitudes. Behind the monk, there was a stooped boatman holding a worn-out oar and rowing weakly. The boatman was wearing a straw hat. Occasionally, he would raise his head and look at the monk's back. But every time, the boatman's eyes would be filled with puzzlement. About a few miles behind the log they were sitting on, there were bits of wood, ropes, and cloth scattered all over the place, as if a huge ship had just met with danger in the waves. Not long after, the plank reached the shore. The monk jumped down from the plank and stood steadily in the water. He then turned around and said in a low voice, "Amitabha. Boatman, this poor monk will help you down the boat." The boatman threw away the oar and walked over with difficulty. The monk carefully supported the boatman and helped him to the shore. Then he respectfully clasped his hands and bowed. This little monk thanks Sandalwood. If it wasn't for Sandalwood, this little monk would have been buried in the fish's stomach like the others. "You're welcome." The boatman waved his hand. His voice was a bit high-pitched, but I don't know why this little monk didn't cultivate in the Pure Land world. Why did you come to the hidden immortal continent from the Pure Land world? What plans do you have in the future? Sandalwood is wrong. The monk smiled. As long as you have Buddha in your heart, you can cultivate anywhere. Whether it is the Pure Land world or the hidden immortal continent. This poor monk wants to go to Longevity Town. Sandalwood's ship has been destroyed. I don't know what plans you have. Unfortunately, this poor monk is penniless and can't help Sandalwood. How about Sandalwood follow this poor monk to Longevity Town? Maybe this poor monk can ask the temple in Longevity Town to help Sandalwood. Chapter 38:20. Hee, little monk, you don't have to worry about my matters. I have my own place to settle down. Who knows where your Longevity Town is? You, a little monk, can go there to beg for alms, but how can I go there? Do I have to walk there with you? The boatman waves his hand and says, "Let's bid farewell here." Amitabha, Tanua is right, this poor monk thanks Tanua. The monk bows, but then he seems to have thought of something and hurriedly says, "Oh right, Tanua, if you go to the Pure Land world again, you can go to the Jinshan temple beside the Qin River. This poor monk is a monk there. You already know this poor monk's Dharma name, it is Chuanzang. This poor monk has a junior named Mingshan, he will give Tanua some compensation." "All right. Little monk. This old man already knows. Go quickly." The boatman stretches and says, "This old man is already old, this trip across the sea will be my last. If there are no accidents, this old man will not go to the Pure Land world again." Then Chuanzang is a bit embarrassed and says in a low voice, "Then what can this poor monk do for Tanua? Otherwise, this poor monk will not be able to live with it. How about this?" The boatman thinks for a while and says with a smile, "I wonder if you can meet Mahavarakana?" This poor monk does not know. Chuanzang answers honestly. The boatman says with a smile, "How about this, if you meet Mahavarakana, help me ask how many years I can live. If you can't, then forget it. Western Paradise? Lane Temple? Hearing this, Chuanzang's eyes flash with a trace of splendor, his fair face seems to blush, and he puts his palms together. That's right, this poor monk's goal in this life is Western Paradise. Don't worry, Tanyue, this poor monk will definitely go to Lane Temple in Western Paradise. When this poor monk meets Mahavarakana, this poor monk will definitely help Tanyue ask about this matter. However, what is Tanyue's name? How should this poor monk tell the revered one? Just say that you are a fisherman on the river. The boatman turns his eyes and answers, Mahavarakana has searched all 3 continents, he must know this old man. Chuanzang nodded. I will remember. Old Tanyue, take care. After saying that, Chuanzang put his palms together and bowed. He looked at the direction and walked away step by step. His footsteps were firm, and his figure was vigorous, as if he had been walking for hundreds of years. When Chuanzang was far away, the boatman's body flashed and revealed the appearance of an ape. However, this ape was wearing chainmail and held a magic staff in his hand. He looked very mighty. Wasn't this the fire ape, Yuan Tongtian? Strange. Yuan Tongtian looked at the almost invisible Chuanzang and asked in confusion, why does Master want me to protect this monk? It was really unreasonable. Furthermore, this monk did not have the slightest bit of Buddhist cultivation. He could not even take a single step forward. From the western land of ultimate bliss to the hidden immortal continent, he had to rely on the sea boat alone. If it wasn't for my protection on the sea boat, this monk would have already been fed to the fishes. Why did he come to the longevity town of the hidden immortal continent instead of cultivating in the Jinshan temple? Also, the so-called Western Paradise, Lane Temple, isn't it in the Pure Land world? Even I, who is not a monk, know about it. Why doesn't this little monk know about it? Isn't he going to the Lane Temple in the Pure Land world? Why did he come to the hidden immortal continent? Sigh, forget it, forget it. Master has given me a new life. Master told me to protect him. I will protect him. As long as I didn't find the wrong person. Yuan Tongtian scratched his ears and cheeks for a moment. He gritted his teeth and rushed into the air. From afar, he watched Chuanzang walk step by step into the depths of the hidden immortal continent. Isn't this Chuanzang the Jiang lure that Xiao Hua brought from the Xiaoyu continent to the western land of ultimate bliss? Chuanzang naturally came to the hidden immortal continent because of the Buddhist edict from the Lane Temple. However, as for the Western Paradise, is it the Lane Temple in the Pure Land world? Or is it the Western Paradise in Xiao Hua's space? That is not something that Chuanzang can distinguish. Even more so, it is not something that Yuan Tongtian can know. Who knows when Chuanzang will be able to find it? After walking for half a day, Chuanzang saw a fishing village in front of him. A net that was more than 10 zhang long was hung on a wooden frame to dry. A few fishermen were lying on the hillside basking in the sun while a few fisherwomen were repairing the net. Chuanzang licked his somewhat dry lips. He quickened his pace and walked forward. Before he could get close, a group of children playing on the hillside on the left saw him. A few timid ones quickly ran back to the adults. The remaining bold ones quickly ran down the hillside and stared at Chuanzang from afar. They looked at his monk robe and bald head. Little monk, you came from the Western Paradise? A fisherwoman not far from Chuanzang raised her head. Her hands did not stop working as she shouted again. Ba, Chuanzang respectfully saluted and said, this poor monk came from the Jinshan temple in the Pure Land world. I want to go to the immortal town in the Shi country of Yu province. This poor monk encountered a tsunami on the East Sea. Right now, my mouth is thirsty. Can I ask benefactress to give me a bowl of water to drink? Hee, little monk, you are so soft and tender. You actually crossed the ocean. When the fisherwoman heard that Chuanzang really came from the Western Paradise, she was not surprised. She smiled and said, the tsunami a few days ago was indeed rare. In this small village, 4 people were killed. However, for a Buddhist expert like this little monk, it is nothing. Speaking of this, the fisherwoman suddenly woke up. She asked in surprise, little monk, what did you say? You want to drink water? You monks with great magical powers, still need to drink water? In this fisherwoman's view, which monk who came from the western paradise to the hidden immortal continent did not fly over the fisherman and fisherwoman's head? Which one of them would come to this small fishing village? Even if there were monks who would come to ask for directions, who would come step by step? Who would ask for water to drink? This poor monk specializes in chanting Buddhist scriptures. I don't know Buddhist magical powers. I have a mortal body. Of course, I know that I am thirsty. Chuanzong's expression did not change. He replied with a smile. When the fisherwoman heard this, her eyes were immediately filled with respect. No one knew the dangers of the eastern sea better than them who made a living in the sea. Chuanzong, a mortal, actually came from the western paradise to the hidden immortal continent. Ordinary people could not imagine the hardships he experienced. Amitabha, the fisherwoman, also said the name of Buddha. She hurriedly put down the work in her hand, squatted down, and took out a small black porcelain jar from the side of a stone. She took off the small bowl covering the jar, pulled a cloth from her head and carefully wiped it. She poured a bowl of water in front of Chuanzong and said respectfully, "This monk is also an eminent monk. Please drink." "Thank you, benefactress." Chuanzong hurriedly took it over and drank it slowly, without spilling a single drop of water on the table. When Chuanzong returned the small bowl, he asked again, "Benefactress, this poor monk also wants to ask, how far is Yuzhou from here? Is this poor monk going in the right direction?" "This." The fisherwoman was very hesitant and said embarrassedly, "This servant only knows that this place is the border of Yangzhou. This servant does not know where Yuzhou is." At this point, the fisherwoman hurriedly called out to the several children beside her, "Second fish, third fish, quickly go and call your father." "Yes, mother." The two children who looked very strong responded cheerfully and ran to the hillside. They also called out, "Father, father." The two children ran away, and the other children also ran away. "Master, drink some more water." The fisherwoman finally thought of a title and hurriedly picked up the jar again. "Thank you, benefactress." Chuanzong licked his dry lips and said with a nod. Not long after, a man with a naked upper body and clothes hanging on his waist quickly walked over. He looked at Chuanzong with vigilance and then asked in surprise, "Second fish's mother, what's the matter?" "His father." The fisherwoman rebuked, "Quickly put on your clothes. This is an eminent monk from the western paradise. He wants to ask how to get to Yuzhou. Just fly in that direction." The man pointed with his finger without hesitation. "His father. He's asking how to get there." The fisherwoman poked the man and reminded him. The man was stunned. He looked up and down at Chuanzong and asked curiously, "Since the master can fly, why do you want to walk?" The fisherwoman hurriedly said, "This master is different from the previous ones. He can't fly. He wants to walk to Yuzhou." "Walk?" The man was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He almost jumped up and said in surprise, "You want to walk to Yuzhou? This place is less than 100,000 miles away from Yuzhou. Won't you have to walk for 8 to 10 years? The man naturally did not walk too far. Naturally, he did not know how long it would take to walk to Yuzhou. His words could only be guessed. However, when Chuanzong heard this, he smiled and still put his palms together and said, "Amitabha. No matter how far it is, this poor monk will go. This is my Buddha's decree." Amitabha. Chuanzong had a kind of infectious power. It was a kind of propaganda that came from the inside out. Regardless of whether it was his actions or words, they were filled with a kind of heavy dharma. People could not help but feel respect and worship in their hearts. The fisherman who was originally vigilant immediately chanted Buddha's name. "The master is really an eminent monk. Second fish's mother, quickly prepare some dry food and give it to the master. I'll go and ask for the way to Yuzhou. Master, please wait here for a moment." "Thank you, benefactors. Just ask for the way. There's no need to prepare any dry food. This poor monk can just ask for alms wherever he goes." Chuanzang said amiably. That won't do. The fisherwoman hurriedly shouted, this place is very far from the other fishing villages. If the master doesn't bring some dry food, I'm afraid he will starve to death on the way. No matter. This poor monk can also eat the wild fruits and other things on the way. Chuanzang smiled and waved his hand. This poor monk came from Jinshan Temple like this. When they heard that Chuanzang came to hidden immortal continent by eating wild fruits, the two fishermen's hearts softened. The fisherman waved his hand domineeringly and said, Master, if you don't take this dry food, I won't ask for directions for you. How about I send you to Yuzhou? Chapter 38:21. That's right. The fisherwoman agreed with her husband's statement and said, threateningly, if you don't bring these dry rations, I will never let you go. Amitba, thank you two benefactors. Chunzong smiled slightly, really radiating Buddha light. He put his palms together and thanked them. The two fishermen went away happily. Alas, this little monk is really strange. In the distance, Yuan Tongtian shook his head helplessly. What Chunzong said was what he saw with his own eyes. This Chunzong really ate wild fruits, drank spring water, and walked step by step from Xinjiang to the South Sea, then from the South Sea to the East Sea to the Tibetan immortal continent. Of course, since Yuan Tongtian wanted to protect Chunzong, he would not really let him starve to death. At the most critical moment, Yuan Tongtian would also let Chunzong, accidentally, find some wild fruits to fill his stomach, but Yuan Tongtian absolutely did not dare to do it because he knew that although Chunzong did not have the cultivation of Buddhism, as long as he slacked off a little, he would definitely be discovered by him. This strange behavior is really comparable to masters. Yuan Tongtian retracted his gaze and looked at the distant Elysium. He secretly sighed in his heart, but with this look, Yuan Tongtian's eyes were hazy again. Master, where is he? Is he okay? The master that Yuan Tongtian thought of course, would not be in Elysium. Now Xiao Hua was sitting in the sky above the soaring Dragon Mountain range. His hands were forming gestures, and he was very careful to activate his spiritual power. As the gestures flashed, a dark red brilliance was born in the mountain range below him, and then it swept a few miles like a flame. However, in this flame, even the flowers and grass did not suffer any damage, and they were still swaying in the wind. After waiting for half a day, Xiao Hua's figure flew for dozens of miles and stopped. He waved his hand and took out a few elixirs from the space and put them into his mouth. He smacked his lips and shook his head helplessly. Damn, this sect protection array is really not easy, and combining a defensive array like the Capital Star Array with two offensive arrays, the Pleiades Demon Devouring Immortal Array and the Golden Crow Immortal Slaying Demon Array is really difficult. I originally intended to let Xiong Yi and the other two help, but now it seems that I can only let them comprehend a part of the array first. With their current cultivation, it is already good that they can freely control it. This Xiao is destined to be exhausted. Speaking up to here, Xiao Hua looked towards the direction of the country of Xi and muttered to himself, I wonder what's happening over there. However, what does it have to do with this Xiao whether they are in chaos or not? If I release my divine sense, I will be able to see it. But once I release my divine sense, it will immediately be seen by others. Why would they come looking for trouble for no reason? Why don't we just set up camp here and enjoy ourselves? That day, when Xiong Yi said that Longevity Town's master Liao Shan was killed by a Confucian cultivator, Xiao Hua immediately thought of the Sword Dao battle on Dawn Rain Continent. The current situation in Longevity Town was so similar to the situation before the Sword Dao battle on Dawn Rain Continent. How could Xiao Hua possibly visit a place where a few words could ignite a fire? He turned around and flew to the soaring Dragon Mountain Range with Xiong Yi. While observing the soaring Dragon Mountain Range, he thought about how to set up the sect protecting formation. At the same time, he urged the Black Bear Spirit and the others to quickly move the Black Wind Ridges belongings to the soaring Dragon Mountain Range. He knew better than anyone that if the Immortal Palace made trouble, his Black Wind Ridge would definitely bear the brunt. After all, he was the culprit of the Yaotai Mountain. However, he didn't know if the situation in Longevity Town was too sensitive, or if the Immortal Palace didn't think of attacking Black Wind Ridge, which was not too far away from Longevity Town, or if the Immortal Palace didn't realize that Xiaohua was the culprit. In this half a year, everything in Black Wind Ridge was moved to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. Moreover, Xiaohua spent a lot of effort to gradually set up the Capital Star Array that he had successfully comprehended, as well as the Pleiades Demon Devouring Immortal Array and the Golden Crow Immortal Slaying Demon Array that he had comprehended. However, he didn't see half a shadow of the Immortal Palace's immortal soldiers and immortal generals, nor did he receive any other special information. Under Xiaohua's soul technique, the Immortal Palace that had been patrolling Black Wind Ridge didn't notice anything strange about Black Wind Ridge. In order to not alert the Immortal Palace, Xiaohua never bothered to send messages to them. Presumably, this was one of the reasons. Master. While Xiaohua was resting, Imperial Prince Lan flew over from afar and bowed. You've worked hard. Amen, Xiaohua nodded. If you don't want this old man to work hard, you all should hurry up and comprehend the array and help me set it up. Master. Imperial Prince Lan smiled bitterly at first, then said with a flattering smile, it's not that this disciple doesn't want to help Master. It's just that Master's array is truly wondrous. Even little junior brother can't comprehend it. It's better for this disciple to assist Master. The little junior brother that Imperial Prince Lan spoke of was naturally Fujiwen. Fujiwen's array Dao was relatively profound, but if he were to comprehend the array formed by the three innate divine restrictions, it would be beyond his cultivation and knowledge. In fact, not to mention Fujiwen, even the Gongshu family's lass could only stand at the side and give pointers. If she were to help Xiaohua set up the array, she would also be unable to do so. You still need to cultivate more awe. Xiaohua said helplessly. This array Dao will be part of my Fortune Gates lineage in the future. Yes, this disciple understands. Hearing this, Imperial Prince Lan's heart was filled with admiration. The longer he followed Xiaohua, the more he felt that Xiaohua's cultivation was unfathomable. It could even be said that Xiaohua was omnipotent. What smithing, what alchemy, what array Dao. Every single one of them was a breath of fresh air to Imperial Prince Lan. They were all out of his reach. This array Dao will be managed by little junior brother in the future. This disciple will depend on his own luck. There is no jealousy in your heart. This breadth of mind is much stronger than before. Xiaohua nodded. Just based on this breadth of mind, this old man's teaching of you was not in vain. Yes, Master. Imperial Prince Lan straightened his face and said, Master said that to become an immortal, this disciple remembers clearly. Only with Master's breadth of mind can this disciple be worthy of being Master's disciple. This flattery, Master is gratified. Xiaohua suddenly said such a sentence, making His Highness Lan stare blankly for a moment, then with a slightly embarrassed smile, he said, Disciple came today to inform Master that everything in the Black Wind Mountain Range has already been transferred to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. He Xiong asked this disciple to inform Master that there are too many origin stone veins underground. Not to mention the ones we have yet to excavate, just the ones we have are enough to mine for several years. This disciple has tried various methods, but none of them are ideal and can't speed up the progress. This disciple asks Master to make a decision. So it's like this. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, when you return to the Black Wind Ridge, tell He Xiong and the others to come to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. You don't need to worry about the origin stone veins anymore. Yes, Master. Imperial Prince Lan added, also, recently, some Confucian cultivators have come to harass my Black Wind Ridge. And, let them be. Xiaohua smiled and said, they are just some clowns, no need to pay attention to them. Also, there is news from the Longevity Town. Some Confucian cultivator family wanted to topple the Buddha statue on the Jianghu ridge, but the Buddhist sect's Manjushri Bodhisattva appeared and scared them away. Many believers rushed to the Longevity Town, wanting to see the true face of the Bodhisattva. Oh. He came to the hidden immortal continent? Xiaohua smiled and thought of the little monk Ci Hui. Master, you know this Manjushri Bodhisattva? Imperial Prince Lan was slightly stunned and asked probingly. He is a Bodhisattva from the Lane Temple. I know him, but he might not know me. Xiaohua smiled and said, I only saw him before he attained enlightenment. Who is this Buddhist sect's Manjushri Bodhisattva? Imperial Prince Lan smiled and said, this is the first time disciple has heard of him. Manjushri Bodhisattva is indeed Manjushri Bodhisattva. Xiaohua replied, since attaining enlightenment is separated from the secular world, if I mention the past again, it would be disrespectful to him. Alright, disciple won't ask any more. Imperial Prince Lan knew that Xiaohua was unwilling to answer, so he smiled and said, also, there are two very important news. Xiongni's senior brother asked disciple to tell master. N? There are actually two. Xiaohua said with a smile. Yes, the first is that Jia Sa was destroyed. Imperial Prince Lan's words were shocking. Ah. Xiaohua was shocked. Destroyed by who? Master did not pay attention to this recently. Such a big thing happened near my Black Wind Ridge? Naturally, it was Bronze Pillar Country, Gu Country, and Jiming Country. Prince Lan explained, Master didn't make things difficult for the Bronze Pillar Kingdom. Although the Bronze Pillar Kingdom's national power had declined, its national strength was still there. The Bronze Pillar Kingdom joined forces with the Gu Kingdom and the Jiming Kingdom to destroy the Jasa Kingdom in one fell swoop under the banner of annihilating the Buddhism sect. Hiss. Xiaohua suddenly inhaled sharply, seeming to understand something. He looked at Imperial Prince Lan. What else did your senior brother say about Jia Sa country? Senior brother said that the national teacher of Jia Sa country is too powerful, and that Changling Princess is also a strategist. They must have seen the difficulty of the Buddhist sect establishing a country in Yuzhou, and first planned to use Taoism to establish Jiang country. Now, Jia Sa country has been destroyed as expected, but Jiang country still exists. If the Changling Princess is a descendant of Jia Sa country, then the present Jiang country is the original people of Jia Sa country. It's just that it changed from the Buddhist sect establishing a country to the Daoist sect establishing a country. Ah, these people's thoughts are too complicated. Xiaohua sighed. This old man can't do this kind of planning. What's the second matter? The second matter is that a Daoist country in Jing province that received the lot of the national teacher was just killed by the Immortal Palace. And, this matter, this old man knows. Xiaohua frowned slightly, and then asked, how did Xiongni know that the destroyed Daoist country was the one that received the lot of the national teacher? Master, our fortune gate has just been established, and does not have a mature source of information. Imperial Prince Lan answered, when this disciple was establishing a country, he would send a special disciple to be in charge of this matter. After all, without information, it is like being blind, and with information, you can take the initiative. Senior brother Xiong's information should have been sent by his former disciple. If he didn't personally investigate, then he got it from a place like Star Picking Tower. Usually, he wouldn't be wrong. Chapter 38-22. By the way, your disciples have also come to the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range, right? Xiaohua nodded, don't treat them unfairly. Senior brother Xiong Yi and most of my disciples have come. There are still some scattered all over the hidden immortal continent who haven't had the time to come. His Highness Lan respectfully said, however, the disciples who have come are very satisfied with the situation in the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. And, these are some things this old man obtained before. You can discuss how to distribute them among yourselves. Xiaohua took out a few small Qingquan bags and handed them over to His Highness Lan. In addition, if you have any special needs, or if Master forgets to give them to you, you can ask Master in time. Yes, Master. His Highness Lan took the small Qingquan bags and carefully put them away without checking them. According to senior brother's arrangement, disciple has gradually begun to let some disciples arrange various kinds of medicinal fields and alchemy places in the mountain range. However, these things won't have any effect until 1,000 years have passed. Master knows. Xiaohua said, there are too many clues to establish a sect. Master will leave these chores to you. Master will be your backing. Master will give you whatever you lack. Master being so assured is also disciple's great fortune. His Highness Lan said with a smile, moreover, disciple is even more fortunate to have master to guide disciples' cultivation. His Highness Lan's words were absolutely from the bottom of his heart. After Xiao Hua came to the soaring Dragon Mountain range to arrange the array, he had separately guided Xiong Yi, Lan, and Li Xiang's cultivation 3 times. His Highness Lan didn't know the effects of others, but he was clear about his own background. Before His Highness Lan guided Xiao Hua, His Highness Lan's cultivation hadn't made any progress for many years. Therefore, he wanted to see if he could make a breakthrough in the Jade Pavilion Conference. However, under Xiao Hua's guidance, His Highness Lan suddenly felt that the bottleneck in front of him had suddenly disappeared. That layer of barrier in front of his eyes had suddenly disappeared. An indescribable feeling of enlightenment made him see the direction of his cultivation. Moreover, what made His Highness Lan excited was that the medicinal pills Xiao Hua gave him were really effective. They were many times more effective than the medicinal pills he had obtained and taken before. Seeing his cultivation progress by leaps and bounds, His Highness Lan was really glad for his decision at that time. "Alright, stop flattering me." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Go tell the disciples of Black Wind Mountain Range to return to Soaring Dragon Mountain Range. Be careful, don't attract the attention of others. In a few days, Master will go and deal with the matter of the elemental or vein." "Yes, Master." Royal Highness Lan smiled, bowed, and flew away. "Looks like it's time for this old man to make a move." Xiao Hua watched His Highness Lan fly away and smiled faintly. His hands once again formed seals and set up the array formation step by step. A few days later, the disciples of the Black Wind Ridge gradually returned. Xiao Hua's arrangement of the Great Array had also come to an end. Xiao Hua handed over the newly refined array flags and array talismans to Xiong Yi and the others, then flew to the Black Wind Ridge alone. Just as Imperial Prince Lan had said, there were a few more Confucian cultivators patrolling around Black Wind Mountain Range. However, these cultivators didn't deliberately attack, as if they were waiting for an opportunity. Xiao Hua didn't care about these cultivators. They couldn't even sense Xiong Yi and the others leaving, so it was even more impossible for them to know that Xiao Hua had arrived. Xiao Hua once again took out the soil and examined it. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, he entered the ore vein and followed the tunnel that the Black Bear Spirit and the others had opened up. Over the years, the Black Bear Spirit and the others hadn't slacked off. The number of tunnels in the ore vein had increased by a lot, and the number of caves for storing primal stones had also increased by a lot. At this moment, whether it was the caves or the tunnels, they were all empty. Not a single primal stone had been left behind. Xiao Hua was very satisfied as he flew to the end of one of the tunnels. Looking at the dazzling array of primal stones embedded in the ground, he released his divine sense. Although the soil of the primal stone or vein was abnormally tough, it was extremely difficult for the divine sense of an ordinary cultivator to penetrate. However, with Xiao Hua's full strength, his divine sense still penetrated more than 10 miles. "Collect." Xiao Hua urged his divine sense. His divine sense was like a huge palm, instantly grabbing the soil layer that was dozens of miles wide, instantly digging out a hole that was dozens of miles wide. Hee. Looking at this hole, Xiao Hua was a little proud. Damn it, this old man has already collected the metal, wood, and magnetic fields. What does this primal stone or vein count for? Wait until this old man has dug out this primal stone vein until it's the same size as the metal, wood, and magnetic field space. Thinking of this, a strange expression suddenly appeared on Xiao Hua's face, as if he had thought of something. However, without waiting for him to think more, the soil layer above Xiao Hua's head began to tremble. Streaks of dust and gravel fell from above the hole, and then the hole collapsed. With a loud rumble, Xiao Hua was actually buried alive. Admittedly, the collapse of this hole was very powerful, but if it wanted to injure Xiao Hua, it was not very likely. In a short moment, in the broken passage, Xiao Hua's body flashed with a brilliant light, and he escaped from the soil layer in a somewhat sorry state. As soon as Xiao Hua flew out, he immediately lamented. Damn it, this old man finally understands why those great cultivators don't rashly use their divine abilities. However, at this time, Xiaohua had other ideas. He did not have time to mutter anymore. He hastily formed a seal, and his figure continued to escape into the ground. After passing through the black fog, Xiaohua arrived at the original metal, wood, and magnetic field space. The metal, wood, and magnetic fields had already been taken away by Xiaohua, but the residual metal, wood, and magnetic forces still existed. This 3,650 acres of space was not filled with the black fog, and the black fog that isolated divine sense was still attached to the surroundings of the space. Yes, this space is indeed large, but it's extremely far from the ground. Moreover, there's still magnetic forces in the space, so there's no sign of it collapsing. Xiaohua opened his divine sense, and after looking for a moment, he inwardly pondered. Such a large space, with the protection of the black fog, won't be discovered by others. It's really secretive. Since this Xiao wants to set up a teleportation array in the hidden immortal continent, it should be set up here. No one would think of it. Also, if the immortal palace comes to the Black Wind Ridge to look for this Xiao, that would be even better. Xiaohua thought again. The Black Wind Ridge has been destroyed by the immortal palace, and has become a wasteland. Who would pay attention to the Black Wind Ridge? This Xiao's teleportation array will not be known by others. Let's do it this way. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughed heartily as he flew out of the magnetic field space, and continued to plunder primeval stones. Xiaohua's thoughts were not wrong. He had obtained the Grand Universe teleportation token for a long time, and he had already comprehended the teleportation array inside, especially after activating the divine restriction. After he personally set up the capital star array, he already had 80% confidence in setting up the teleportation array. Within his space, he had already obtained a lot of materials to set up the teleportation array. In addition to the huge stone teleportation array at the bottom of the Saint River, it was more than enough to set up 2 teleportation arrays. However, Xiaohua did not have the time, nor did he find a suitable place, so he had not set up the teleportation array. Of course, the most important thing was that this teleportation array was only useful when used in pairs. Xiaohua had not thought of where to set up the teleportation array. Even the divine sense mark he left behind on the snowy mountain in the Western Paradise was just to prepare for setting up the teleportation array. Now, if the teleportation array was really set up under the Black Wind Ridge, then the other end of the teleportation array should be at the snowy mountain in the Western Paradise. If Xiaohua wanted to set up the teleportation array, he would have to make a trip to the Western Paradise. Yes, I will first set up the teleportation array here, then this Xiao will make a trip to the Western Paradise and the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. This way, this Xiao will not have to spend too much time going to the other 2 places. Xiaohua thought as he used his mind to tidy up the primeval stone mine. This Grand Universe teleportation token, its origin is indeed mysterious, and the secrets within it are definitely strange. The Grand Universe teleportation token. It is far from what ordinary cultivators think. It is purely to reduce the pressure of the teleportation array. Not only does it have the array to set up the teleportation array, it can also record the location of the teleportation array that has already been set up, and connect 2 or more teleportation arrays together. This kind of divine item, how could a devil general of the devil realm refine it? There is also Jianghu. After so many years, I wonder if he has already come out of the Nirvana realm. Presumably, not only has he grown up, his Buddhist cultivation is also astonishingly powerful, right? When this Xiao goes to the Western Paradise, I will still have to go to the Golden Mountain Temple to take a look. With the lesson of the collapse of the primeval stone mine, Xiaohua was already very careful when he collected the primeval stones again. Every time he collected the primeval stones, he did not collect as much as the first time, but the speed at which he released his mind and divine sense increased by a lot. Sometimes, when he saw that the shape of the primeval stone mine was different, he even increased the range of the primeval stones. As a result, Xiaohua became more familiar with the process, and the primeval stones in the primeval stone mine became fewer and fewer, just as Xiaohua was working hard to collect the primeval stones. In the sky above the 9 provinces of the hidden immortal continent, where the heavenly fire, wind, and thunder were rampant, several colorful clouds suddenly flashed. These clouds immediately blocked the surrounding heavenly fire, wind, and thunder. As the clouds surged, a belt of light twisted and entwined out. When the belt of light formed a straight passage in the astral wind high up in the sky, dozens of banners fluttered in the wind. A group of immortal soldiers dressed in bright armor, holding various weapons, or riding on auspicious clouds, flew out from this passage. After the 100,000 immortal soldiers rushed out, another dozen immortal soldiers rode chariots that spewed out flames, clustered around several immortal generals, and flew out. The immortal generals stood on the chariots, and their figures were blocked by the flames of the chariots, so their true faces could not be seen. However, these immortal generals were tall and sturdy, and the flames could not block the threatening evil chi of the immortal generals. The chariots were also hung with war banners. Some of the war banners had Qingyuan written on them, some had Sun Palace written on them, and some had Great General written on them. Although the handwriting on the war banners was different, each war banner surged with multicolored light. Streams of awe-inspiring chi came from the void and rushed into the war banners, and the big characters on them also showed incomparable majesty. Chapter 38-23. 100,000 immortal soldiers flew out of the light belt tunnel and immediately flew towards the heavenly fire wind lightning. When they left the astral wind, they quickly lined up again. Dozens of immortal soldiers rode on heavenly horses and scattered in all directions. More than 10 captains stood in front of them, welcoming the falling war chariot. Boom boom. The war chariot spat out flames and stopped above the group of immortal soldiers. From within the flames, a dignified voice sounded, "Is this place the Yu region?" Reporting to the great general. The captain of the immortal soldiers closest to the war chariot hurriedly replied, "I have already sent soldiers to investigate. There will be news soon." Yes, the hidden immortal continent is rather sensitive during this period of time. Although we are under the orders of the immortal palace and have nothing to do with the Buddhist sect, if this were to fall into the mouths of some people, it would be a weakness for them to attack us. The voice was very low and deep as it slowly came out. This Jianghu country and Black Wind Ridge are extremely close to the immortal town. We should end the battle quickly and not delay the opportunity to leak the news. This subordinate understands. The immortal soldier hurriedly replied, "This subordinate will pass down the great general's order." After a short while, the immortal soldier that had gone to investigate returned with a message. The captain of the immortal soldiers hurriedly came to reporting to the great general, "This is the border between the Yu region and the Su province. It is not in the same direction as the immortal town." "Alright, let's go." Just as the great general gave the order from within the flames, a sharp voice suddenly sounded out from another war chariot, "Lord True Monarch, after the Jianghu country's cultivators obtained the imperial advisor's lot, they actually took such a long time to establish a country. There must be something fishy going on. Why don't you lead the army to destroy the Jianghu country first, and I will head to the Black Wind Ridge to investigate." "Shut up." Without waiting for the voice to finish speaking, the great general's dignified voice shouted angrily, "How can you, the Hall of Enlightenment, dictate the orders of the army? Even if you want to investigate, you have to listen to this general's orders. My sons, we will split into 2 groups. Qua Chong, you will bring your men and charge towards the Jianghu country, and exterminate this Daoist country. The rest of you, follow this general to the Black Wind Ridge and exterminate the remnants of the Dao sect." Yes. On a battlefield, flames soared into the sky. Amidst the flames, a 30-meter tall giant spirit immortal general, dressed in shining immortal armor and holding a Xianhua axe, shouted loudly, "This general, Qua Chong, will definitely not disappoint the general and exterminate the Dao sect's Jianghu country." With that, the immortal general named Qua Chong drove the war chariot and led the tens of thousands of immortal soldiers down into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Sun Gang. Seeing that Qua had rushed away, the great general in the flames said coldly, "Didn't you want to follow this true lord to find the whereabouts of the imperial tutor's lot? Why didn't you follow Qua Chong to Jianghu country?" Boom. The flames on the war chariot from which the sharp sound came just now were extinguished. Sun Gang's small figure appeared on the war chariot. "I'll let the great general know." Although the imperial preceptor's lot is recorded in the spiritual official hall and records the names and other information of the cultivators of the Jianghu country's Jian Dao Gate, my Hall of Enlightenment feels that it's unlikely that this cultivator, who is only in the Golden Core realm, would be able to obtain the Imperial Preceptor's lot from Mount Yaotai. That's why I came to the lower realm this time, to find the person who truly obtained the Imperial Preceptor's lot. Furthermore, I don't think that I can get any information from the Jiang country. You're not afraid of death, are you? The great general's voice was filled with disdain. With Qua Chang's ability, he can protect your safety no matter what. You don't have to be afraid. Sun Jian. Sun Gang's little face flushed red with anger, and he said angrily, "Don't think that just because you are the immortal emperor's personally conferred great general of the Sun Palace, true Lord Qingyuan, you can look down on my Hall of Enlightenment. Don't think that just because I'm young, you can deceive me. The Jiang country is just a short distance away from the Black Wind Ridge. Why did you send the vanguard to the lower realms to suppress the Jiang country first, and not with him? Instead, you're dawdling here. Aren't you afraid that the Black Wind Ridge's evildoers will escape?" Humph. With a cold snort, the Scarlet Sun War Chariot did not change at all. Sun Jian's voice came out from inside. "How can you call this true lord's name? If not for the 9th princess's face, this true lord would have killed you right here. You. Sun Gang jumped a few times on the war chariot, but he did not dare to say anything else. Sun Jian was right. Do you know what a little kid is? Sun Jian sneered on the war chariot and shouted again, "Everyone, send troops to the Black Wind Ridge." Yes. Tens of thousands of immortal soldiers accepted the order in a low voice and once again formed a formation and descended towards the Black Wind Ridge. Sun Gang, who was on the war chariot, bit his lips and followed Sun Jian to the Black Wind Ridge. Only he himself knew what he was thinking. The hidden immortal continent's Yaotai Star Lord Palace's Hall Master was killed. In the eyes of the Immortal Palace's Hall of Enlightenment, this was really not a big deal. It was not like it had never happened before. The simplest way was to change the Hall Master. However, this matter was getting more and more fermented under the intentions of the Jasper Flower Palace. Moreover, under the power struggle of the Confucian cultivators, this matter had also become a reason to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. That was why the Immortal Palace sent troops to suppress the 10 nations. Sun Gang was not a fool. He naturally understood the new princess's intentions. When he received Xiao Hua's image from the Hall of Enlightenment, he was even more shocked. After passing this news to the school of the Emperor Star, he also paid attention to the news from the Spiritual Official Hall. After the founding of Jiang Country, the Spiritual Official Hall received the news from the Imperial Preceptor and found that the Imperial Preceptor of Jiang Country was only at the Golden Core realm. He was not at the nascent Soul realm as they imagined, nor was he Xiao Hua as the Jasper Flower Palace thought. Naturally, they also passed this news to the Hall of Enlightenment. Of course, at this time, the Immortal Palace had already begun to conquer the 10 nations of Taoism. No matter who founded Jiang Country, they would inevitably be killed by the Immortal Palace. However, the matter of the Longevity Town delayed the expedition for a while, and during this time, the Black Wind Ridge was also added to the scope of annihilation. Of course, the new princess also knew the news, but she could not show too much concern for Xiao Hua in front of others, let alone attract more attention from the Jasper Flower Palace. Sun Jian, the general of the Hall of Sun who was conquering the 10 nations of Taoism, was a trusted aide of the immortal emperor. Although he respected her, he would never listen to her. That was why Sun Gang volunteered. Sun Gang wanted to send a message to Xiao Hua in advance, but he was immediately noticed by Sun Jian. He also knew that this was a dead end. He could only act according to the situation before the two armies. As for whether he could save Xiao Hua, only the heavens would know. At this time, the Black Wind Ridge was no different from before. There were still some Confucian cultivators who were unwilling to give up wandering around. From time to time, they would fly to the Black Wind Ridge's great formation to attack a few times, and then flee far away. Although it was an incomplete capital star formation, it was enough to block the eye clarity technique and divine sense technique of these Confucian cultivators. No one knew that the Black Wind Ridge was already empty. Woo! A gust of wind blew out of nowhere, and then, like a layer of biting cold wind and frost, swept across the Black Wind Ridge. All the Confucian cultivators in the surroundings could not help but shrink their necks. An indescribable feeling of being spied on arose in their hearts. Who is it? Many Confucian cultivators raised their eyebrows and looked up in shock. In the sky above, the originally blazing sun was now accompanied by a gust of wind. Dark clouds poured out from all directions. These dark clouds did not carry any lightning, but the thick black color was enough to whet the hearts of the Confucian cultivators. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of drums came from the dark clouds like mountains. The sound was like thunder, and the surrounding sky trembled slightly. The true qi in all the Confucian cultivators' bodies suddenly boiled and rushed out uncontrollably. Not good. The Confucian cultivators were shocked. Just as they were about to urge their cultivation methods to control their true qi, in the sky above the heavy clouds, layers of multicolored light rolled out. At this time, the multicolored light had already covered 1,000 miles around the Black Wind Ridge. Groups of immortal soldiers holding weapons arrogantly appeared in the clouds. The Immortal Palace's punitive expedition? The Confucian cultivators suddenly woke up, and a few of the younger ones shouted, "The Black Wind Ridge is going to be unlucky." Dong dong dong. The war drums sounded. In the flames, several war drums that were like the sun let out rumbling sounds. In the midst of the war drums, 2 sun chariots spat out flames and rushed out of the clouds. The Immortal Palace's crusade, the innocent cultivators forced back the 3 sects. The war chariots appeared and the war flags waved. A voice came from an unknown place in the clouds, accompanied by the sound of the drums. Let's go. How could the Confucian cultivators not know how powerful it was? Before they could see the flag on the war flags, they immediately used their flying techniques to escape. If the immortal soldiers attack, no one will be able to escape. As for the land that they were previously patrolling, they looked very far away and shrank back into the ground, disappearing in a moment. The war chariot stopped in the air and an immortal general flew out. He saluted and said, reporting to the great general, "There is a Daoist formation on the Black Wind Ridge. This humble one has already investigated it. It is a high-level Daoist formation. If there is no accident, it should be the Daoist's great heavenly star formation." This humble one couldn't see the situation inside clearly. Did any Daoist cultivators escape? Sun Jian's voice was very calm, as if he didn't care about the great heavenly star formation. Aside from the 121 Confucian cultivators within 100 miles of the Black Wind Ridge, not a single cultivator escaped from the Black Wind Ridge. Set up an inescapable net. Yes. The immortal general obeyed. Not long after, more than 10,000 immortal soldiers descended from the clouds and landed in an oval shape above the Black Wind Ridge capital star formation. Many immortal soldiers took out their weapons and flew out. The awe-inspiring Qi pillar outside the Black Wind Ridge from before rumbled incessantly. Great General Sun. Sun Gang stood on the war chariot and sneered, "This place doesn't seem to be too far from the Longevity Town. With such a large formation, I'm afraid it has already attracted the Buddhist sect's attention. Is this your plan to intimidate them?" Sun Jian's figure didn't appear on the war chariot, so Sun Gang naturally couldn't see his expression. However, he did hope that Xiao Hua, who was inside the Black Wind Ridge, would be quick-witted and quickly escape from the formation. He would take advantage of the fact that the great heavenly star formation had yet to take shape and break through. Those who weren't from the Immortal Palace wouldn't know how powerful the great heavenly star formation was. Relying on the Daoist formation to resist stubbornly would definitely lead to death in the end. This wasn't something Sun Gang wanted to see. Chapter 38-24. Unfortunately, the inescapable net's power was not small, and the sound of the war drums was also very loud, but Xiao Hua, who was deep under the Black Wind Ridge, could not sense it. Looking at the colorful clouds filling the sky and the countless golden rope-like engraved rule chains covering the entire Black Wind Ridge like a big net, and the engraved rule chains even penetrated the ground, Sun Gang suddenly realized something. Maybe Xiao Hua was not in the Black Wind Ridge at all? Xiao Hua was of course in the Black Wind Ridge. At this moment, Xiao Hua was brimming with confidence and prepared to work harder to clean up the Black Wind Ridge's source stone vein. Suddenly, an extremely strange aura appeared from underground, and then it instantly surrounded Xiao Hua's figure like mercury. Moreover, that aura didn't stop at all, and it continued to spread towards the surroundings. This aura overflowed the engraved rule chains, and Xiao Hua was very familiar with the power of order between the engraved rule chains. Xiao Hua was a little surprised. What is this? Could it be that there is a Heaven's Punishment prison crystal under the Black Wind Ridge? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua hurriedly gave up on the source stone vein and moved down. When he was close to that aura, he did not need to release his divine sense. Xiao Hua's eyes could already see that between that dark layer of soil, a layer of armor inscriptions flashed with a faint multicolored light like a small stream flowing slowly. That armor inscriptions were connected to each other, and it was extremely similar to the engraved rule chains on the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal. Xiao Hua frowned slightly and looked around. This faint multicolored light covered the entire ground, as if it was everywhere. What was special was that this layer of multicolored light was between the source stone vein and the metal and wood magnetic space. Xiao Hua could be sure that this multicolored light was definitely not there before, and was just born. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, and released his divine sense. Boom! Xiao Hua's divine sense had just touched the multicolored light when a huge thunderbolt rushed out from the engraved rule chains and pounced on Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace along with his divine sense. The power of this thunderbolt was even more fierce than the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal. Humph! Xiao Hua's divine sense condensed and attacked the thunderbolt. In a loud noise, the thunderbolt was broken and retreated, and Xiao Hua's divine sense was shattered. Motherfucker! Xiao Hua's heart went cold. Looking at the densely packed Ming Law shackles under his feet, his scalp couldn't help but go numb. These are tens of thousands of Heaven's Punishment prison crystals. Even if I have the Demon Clan Saint bloodline in my body, I'm afraid I can't get rid of it, right? Inside Xiao Hua's body, the 132 million small dots were constantly changing. The bloodline of the Absolute Saint was also constantly transforming Xiao Hua's body. However, this bloodline was known as the Absolute Saint. How could it possibly complete the transformation of the body in just a few years or a dozen years? Even if Xiao Hua had successfully obtained the inheritance of the demonic beast clan, it would still be impossible for him to break this strange engraving chain. No. Xiao Hua looked at the crisscrossing Ming Lu chains and suddenly realized, this thing definitely didn't exist originally, it was originally hidden in the ground. Instead, it had just been laid down by someone. Fuck, this Zhao's Black Wind Ridge has indeed attracted the attention of the Immortal Palace. This Xiao has been blocked in the Black Wind Ridge. Xiao Hua's regret only lasted for a moment. Although he had already given up on the Black Wind Ridge, in his plan, if the Immortal Palace's immortal soldiers and immortal generals came to exterminate the Black Wind Ridge, he should still meet the immortal soldiers and immortal generals face to face. He wanted the Immortal Palace to think that the Black Wind Ridge was Xiao Hua's lair and not pay attention to the soaring Dragon Mountain Range and other places. Alright, since the Immortal Palace's people have come, this old man will take a look at the difference between the Immortal Palace's Ming Law shackles and the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal's Ming Law shackles. Xiao Hua understood. With a wave of his hand, he took out the Kunlun mirror. Under the stimulation of his magic power, a six-colored light pillar loudly fell on the Ming Law shackles. Boom! In the light pillar that was several feet in size, the Ming Law shackles were particularly obvious. The same power of order between them very harmoniously sealed the entire space. When the Kunlun mirror's light pillar fell, the minute the light in the light pillar touched the Ming Law shackles, runes of the same size as the Ming Law shackles immediately appeared. These runes frantically respected the Ming Law shackles. Flickering crystal filaments were born between the Ming Law shackles and the runes. These crystal filaments flickered and emitted a strong sound. Cracks that looked like spider silk faintly appeared in the light pillar. Gotcha! Just as the fine lines of the space cracks appeared, the Ming Law shackles within several feet of Xiao Hua flashed at the same time and pounced on Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua sneered. He didn't dodge or evade. He stimulated the yuanying in his body. The Kunlun mirror's brilliance once again flourished. Kacha. Several thunderbolts fell on Xiao Hua's body. The golden light protecting Xiao Hua's body was shattered. His Daoist robe also turned into ashes. However, on his flashing dark golden skin, in addition to hundreds of tiny black lines, there was also the Ming Law shackles that penetrated deep into his flesh that were more painful than the tip of a needle. Xiao Hua didn't suffer any particularly big injuries. However, after this thunderbolt, even if the Kunlun mirror's light pillar increased again, the chains in the Ming Law shackles became thicker and sturdier. The Ming Law shackles runes far surpassed the Kunlun mirror's runes. Even more Ming Law shackles pounced on the Kunlun mirror with flickering crystal filaments. Seeing this, Xiao Hua understood that his Kunlun mirror might not be able to resist the entire Ming Law shackles. If he wanted to escape, he would need to use other methods. At this moment, Xiao Hua didn't have time to think anymore. The entire Ming Law shackles trembled. Countless thunderbolts turned into a torrent and pounced on Xiao Hua. An incomparably majestic voice came from the thunderbolts. "Evil path, you dare to break my immortal palace's inescapable net? Why don't you come in front of this general and admit your crimes before being captured?" The enormous thunderbolt forced Xiao Hua to have no choice but to flee upwards. He originally wanted to take out another magic weapon, but when he heard this voice, he sneered and shouted, "What big words! This old man wants to see just how great your divine ability is to capture this old man." At this moment, high up in the sky, the immortal general in charge of setting up the inescapable net frowned. He urged his body to look down and then hurriedly flew to the front of the war chariot. He bowed and said, reporting to the great general, "There are signs of the inescapable net being attacked under the Black Wind Ridge. What's the result? Did anyone escape?" "No." The immortal general hurriedly replied, "There are no signs of the inescapable net being broken." Sun Jian, who was on the war chariot, said indifferently, "Set up the formation. Prepare to use the inescapable net to attack the Dao sect's great heavenly cycle star formation. When the formation is broken, capture all the evil path members of the Black Wind Ridge." "Yes, sir." The immortal general gave the order and waved the flag in his hand. Tens of thousands of immortal soldiers activated their bodies and surrounded the Black Wind Ridge. Seeing that not a single person had come out of the Black Wind Ridge, Sun Gang finally relaxed. No matter where Xiao Hua went, as long as he was not in the Black Wind Ridge. Even if Xiao Hua was in Jianghu country, with Qua Cheng's strength, he might not be able to take Xiao Hua down. But right at this moment, a gust of wind rose in the distance, and another war chariot swayed with flames as it flew over. Qua Cheng's striking 30-meter figure appeared in Sun Gang's line of sight. Looking at Qua Cheng and the tens of thousands of immortal soldiers behind him, Sun Gang maliciously guessed that Qua Cheng had been defeated by Xiao Hua. Why are you back so soon?" Sun Jian was also a little surprised, but seeing that Qua Cheng and the rest did not look like they had been defeated, he asked curiously. Qua Cheng drove the war chariot closer and bowed, reporting to the great general, "Although the country of Jianghu was established by the Dao sect, there are very few Dao sect cultivators in the country, and there are very few of them. Under the siege of the city, these Dao sect cultivators were so scared that they pissed their pants. However, there is an unexpected matter that I have to report to the great general." I believe that the great general would not have thought of it. "Oh." Sun Jian was startled and asked, "What is it?" "After the Dao sect cultivators of the Jianghu country were killed by my subordinates, many Buddhist sect disciples flew out from the surroundings of the capital. There were even monk soldiers." "What? Buddhist sect? Monk soldier?" Sun Jian, who was inside the flames, was truly surprised. In the current situation, it was not wise to rashly go against the Buddhist sect country. "Yes, it's the monk soldier." Qua Cheng nodded, "But what's strange is that the cultivation of these Buddhist sect disciples is relatively low, and none of them can be the master of a country. Thus, this general might as well go all out." You sure are bold." Sun Jian sneered, "I told you to destroy the Dao sect's Jianghu country, but you actually killed the disciples of the Buddhist sect." Qua Cheng said in a low voice, feeling wronged, "Great general, the Jianghu country is indeed a Dao cultivator country. The imperial advisor's lot recorded that the Daoist sect cultivators established a country. My Sun Palace is under the orders of the immortal emperor to annihilate the Jiang country. Not to mention the appearance of the Buddhist sect in the Jiang country, even if it was a Confucian cultivator. This general does not dare to disobey the orders of the immortal emperor. That's right, that's how it should be. When Sun Gang heard this, no matter what happened to Xiao Hua, he was already in high spirits. He did not have a good impression of the Buddhist sect. Hearing that Qua Chong had killed a Buddhist sect disciple, he naturally cheered from the side, "Kill all these bald donkeys." Unfortunately, after Sun Gang finished speaking, he suddenly came to his senses. If Xiao Hua was not in the Jiang country, where could he be? Wasn't he inside the Black Wind Ridge's great formation? Sun Jian muttered to himself on the war chariot. He was born to kill, and who knew how many vengeful spirits he had under his command? How could he be afraid of killing a few more Buddhist sect disciples? The only person he was afraid of was Sun Gang. Now that Sun Gang had spoken, what else could he say? Those who shouldn't be killed, none of them can be killed. Those who should be killed, not a single one of them can be let off. Sun Jian's voice was very indifferent, as if tens of thousands of lives were nothing more than a gust of wind. Don't worry, great general. Qua Chong laughed. This general's subordinates will definitely not touch the people of the secular world. They will not let any of the descendants of the royal family go. Humph. Sun Jian snorted, feeling that Qua Chong had said too much. Qua Chong looked at Sun Gang's war chariot, and then said to Sun Jian, "Great general, this Black Wind Ridge seems to be rather troublesome. Great general, please wait a moment, and let this general be the vanguard." Go. Sun Jian nodded. Don't be careless. Yes, sir. Qua Chong waved the axe in his hand and laughed. This general is not an idiot. How could this general dare to be careless with a Dao sect cultivator who could kill Kong Hongwu of the Star Lord Palace? Chapter 38-25. Qua Chong, what did you say? Sun Jian said sternly. Who told you that the cultivators of Black Wind Ridge were the ones who killed Kong Hongwu? This. Qua Chong heard the change in Sun Jian's tone and knew it was bad. He quickly bowed and said, "This general deserves to die. This general deserves to die." Speak, who told you? Sun Jian hid in the flames and didn't show himself, but his tone was very strict. Dongfang Haohua. Qua Chong replied without hesitation. After this general followed the great general to conquer Jing province, Dongfang Haohua came to. This general told this general when we were drinking. Qua Chong wanted to say something else, but when he saw the flames on the Sun chariot and Sun Jian's figure inside, he didn't say anything in the end. Qua Chong, this old man has told you more than once. Sun Jian said indifferently, we are immortal generals of the immortal palace. We only follow the orders of the immortal emperor. We only care about killing and conquering. Other things have nothing to do with us. Could it be that you've forgotten? Yes, this general knows his mistake. Qua Chong's huge body slightly bowed. It seemed like he was very afraid of Sun Jian. Go, this old man will remember this. Don't let others use you in the future. Sun Jian ordered. Qua Chong lowered his head and retreated. After flying for a while, he suddenly turned around and waved the broad axe in his hand in midair. The layers of clouds were torn in half by the broad axe. Roar. Qua Chong roared and shouted angrily, "Damn evil path! Come out and die." Sun Jian's words clearly had a double meaning. Sun Gang was shy and his face was burning. However, he didn't care because he was young. Sun Jian, on the other hand, stood on the war chariot like an iron tower. He looked at the red-faced boy on the battlefield with a puzzled expression on his cold face. He really did not understand why the Hall of Enlightenment would send this boy over for no reason. However, since Sun Gang was holding the token, he could not be bothered to care too much. In front of 100,000 immortal soldiers, Sun Gang was nothing. Qua Chong cursed a few times in the Black Wind Mountain, but no one came out. Qua Chong was furious. Roar. Qua Chong opened his mouth and spat out Qin Qi. The Zhenqi tumbled in the air and condensed into pillars of Zhenqi from all directions. They crashed into Qua Chang's body. Layers of inscriptions gushed out from Qua Chang's body. The inscriptions were like clouds. Qua Chang's body was supporting his body. In a moment, it grew to a size of 100 zhang. Puff. Qua Chang's sub-body opened its mouth again, and a mouthful of three-colored true qi landed on the Xianhua broad axe. Layers of inscriptions also appeared on the surface of the Xianhua broad axe, and in a few breaths, it expanded to a size of 1,000 feet. Since you don't want to come out. If you want to be a coward, then take a look at my axe. Qua Chong shouted and waved his arms. The Xianhua broad axe let out a thunderous roar in the air. Gray cracks faintly appeared on the sharp axe. Woo! The axe was like a mountain as it chopped down on the capital star formation, General Qua. Another immortal general standing in the distance saw Qua Chong swing his axe to attack the formation and quickly wanted to warn him. Unfortunately, just as he shouted, a huge crack appeared where the axe landed. It was as if the entire void had been split open by Qua Chong. Qua Chong, dodge. Suddenly, Sun Jian's voice came from the war chariot. Qua Chong was stunned and somewhat puzzled. It was at this moment that he saw the crack suddenly sink. Then, there was a flash of brilliance at the deepest part of the crack. A seemingly cryptic rune moved slightly, and starlight appeared. A powerful force that suffocated Qua Chong came rushing at him. This force was like a huge hand that pushed Qua Chong's axe in the opposite direction and cleaved at Qua Chong's sub-body. At this moment, a huge flaming arm extended from the Sun War chariot and grabbed Qua Chong's arm. Qua Chong's 1,000-foot-tall body dodged to the side. Whoosh! The back of the huge axe whistled past the sub-body. It was completely out of Qua Chong's control. The huge sub-body was even brushed by the huge axe, and a few feet of it was sliced off by the huge axe. Damn it! Qua Chong could not help but curse. What kind of array is this? General Qua. The immortal general in the distance hurriedly replied, this is the Taoism's grand heavenly cycle star formation. See. Qua Chong could not help but exclaim when he heard that. Grand heavenly cycle star formation? Isn't this the Taoism's long-lost ancient great array? How did it appear in Black Wind Ridge? Qua Chong was so surprised that he stuttered. Damn it! Before the immortal general could reply, a rather arrogant voice came from the great array. Which shameless thing actually dares to smash my door? Do you not want to live anymore? While speaking, a figure slightly distorted and flew out from the capital star formation. Wasn't that Xiaohua? See, it really is. Seeing Xiaohua fly out like in the image, Sun Gang cried out in his heart. His eyes turned rapidly, wanting to warn Xiaohua of something. However, looking at the inescapable trap that had already been set up, and thinking about his cultivation that could almost ignore it, he could only sneak a glance at the distant Sun War chariot, not daring to act rashly. Are you that Xiaohua of the evil path? Qua Chong saw Xiaohua fly out and pointed with his wood-like finger. Xiaohua ignored Qua Chong. He first looked at the flashing inescapable trap in the sky, then looked at the distant flaming battlefield. His gaze swept across the 100,000 immortal soldiers surrounding them before finally landing on Qua Chong. He said coldly, are you immortal soldiers and immortal generals of the immortal palace? What immortal law did this Xiao violate to actually use immortal soldiers to destroy my Black Wind Ridge? Xiaohua, you killed. Qua Chong immediately came to his senses and hurriedly corrected himself. I am Qua Chong, a vanguard official under perfected Lord Qingyuan of the Sun Palace. My Sun Palace was ordered by the immortal emperor to send troops to suppress Black Wind Ridge. As for what immortal law you violated, we don't know. If you know what's good for you, follow us back to the immortal palace to apologize. There will definitely be an immortal official who will tell you the cause and effect. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being merciless and taking your life. All brawn and no brains. Simple-minded. Xiaohua curled his lips and said disdainfully, you don't need to play this kind of trick to coax children in front of this Xiao. Your immortal palace has always treated my Dao sect cultivators as fish. You can conquer whoever you want. Now that you've attacked my Black Wind Ridge without any reason, you actually want this Xiao to bind my arms and apologize? Does the immortal palace still want face? Xiao Hua, you know what you've done. Qua Chong sneered. There's no need to quibble here. I don't want to listen anymore. If you don't want to follow me back to the immortal palace, I'll make my move. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Do you think this Xiao is afraid of you? Xiao Hua sneered and raised his hand to take out the wishful staff. Ha ha ha, this kind of child's toy actually dares to embarrass itself in front of me. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Qua Chong couldn't help but laugh. His figure swayed slightly in midair. Xiao Hua was now smaller than a child in front of Qua Chong, who was like a giant spirit immortal. Woo! As soon as Qua Chong's mocking voice fell, a gust of wind whistled. The heaven and earth essence chi within a few miles began to surge and rushed into Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua's body flashed with a dark golden brilliance and began to expand wildly. Stop! The immortal general controlling the inescapable net in the distance was shocked and hurriedly ordered. Sure enough, the inscriptions in the sky quickly overflowed, isolating the Black Wind Ridge from the outside world. Without sufficient heaven and earth essence chi, Xiao Hua's transcendence golden body gradually slowed down. Can such a shameless method stop Grandpa Xiao? Xiao Hua laughed a few times and no longer absorbed the heaven and earth essence chi. The 13200 small dots on his body began to rotate. Each dot was like an ancient evil spirit. The power of tens of thousands of stars in the sky rushed down, ignoring the inescapable net and rushing into Xiao Hua's body. Roar! Xiao Hua roared, and his transcendence golden body turned into the size of 100 feet in the blink of an eye. Qua Chong's mouth and nose were overflowing with a violent aura, but whether it was the eye-clearing technique or other magical powers, they could not detect any difference. Qua Chong was a little surprised. Grow, grow, grow. Xiao Hua roared several times. In front of Qua Chong's stunned eyes, the wishful steel staff also grew to the size of 100 feet. It was not inferior to Qua Chong's axe. Sun Gang had already stood up from the chariot, his little face flushed with excitement. If it weren't for Sun Jian, he would have already clapped his hands. This Xiao Hua was really awesome. Eat this Zhao's staff. Xiao Hua held the wishful steel staff in his hand, and the huge staff shadow crossed the sky and smashed towards Qua Chong. Seeing that the wishful steel staff had not yet fallen, the huge whistling sound of the wind and the suffocating strength had already hit. Qua Chong's heart was excited for no reason. He also shouted, "Good! You also eat this Zhao's axe." As he spoke, the Xianhua axe made a trembling sound. It was as excited as Qua Chong, and it split a subtle arc in the air to meet the wishful steel staff. Boom! A loud sound was mixed with violent shockwaves. This was the first time the two of them clashed, but they had already set off a powerful aura. Not to mention the surrounding immortal soldiers and immortal generals, even the capital star formation above the Black Wind Ridge was rippling slightly. Qua Chong's figure quickly retreated 100 feet. The handle of the Xianhua axe was still trembling violently. Obviously, in this fight, Qua Chong did not have any advantage at all. However, Qua Chong wasn't depressed. Instead, he was unusually excited. It was as if he was happy that he had met his match with Xiao Hua. He was so excited that he actually forgot about Sun Jian's warning and shouted, "Ah! You are really powerful. Sure enough, you are the cultivator who killed Kong Hongwu." Xiao Hua's figure also retreated. His astonished eyes were also slightly narrowed. Qua Chong's strength was really great, only inferior to the dwarf he saw above the Liao River in the Longevity Town. However, thinking about it, Qua Chong's surname was Qua. He was afraid that the Qua bloodline of the Sunset Island would be normal for him to have such strength. Chapter 38-26. Qua Chong's words immediately reminded Xiao Hua. He looked around and knew that if he didn't use his methods today, he wouldn't have a good ending. He unconsciously smiled coldly and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't use some innocent crime to find excuses for yourself." Qua Chong naturally also woke up. He mumbled and didn't dare to say more. He urged his body to once again fight with Xiaohua. One was the Immortal Palace's giant spirit immortal and the other was the demon race's Dharma idol. One was a refined imperial equipment and the other was a demon weapon refined with blood. One was a Confucian military school's secret axe technique and the other was a Daoist body cultivator's heavenly staff technique. The two of them did not use any other magical powers and just fought each other with brute force in midair. Soon, half an hour had passed. The two of them were indeed evenly matched, and there was no clear winner. The other immortal soldiers and immortal generals were fascinated by the fight, but the more the two of them fought, the more frightened they became. As the Sun Palace's vanguard, Qua Chong didn't know how many Daoist countries he had conquered and how many Daoist cultivators he had killed. However, he had never seen a cultivator who could fight with him like this. This Xiaohua in front of him didn't use any magic weapons, nor did he use any spells. He also didn't use any magic power. Just by relying on his physical strength and weapon, he was able to fight him to a standstill. What if Xiaohua used a Daoist magical power? Wouldn't he be defeated? While thinking, Qua Chong waved his Xianhua axe and shouted, "Xiaohua, I'm going to use a secret technique. Be careful." While Qua Chong was thinking, how could Xiaohua's heart not be in turmoil? He had always wanted to hide his cultivation. Even when he faced Duanmu Liangxing in the Misty Mountain Maze formation, he was still enduring. He let Duanmu Liangxing have the misconception that he was only at the upper 4th level of essence energy, or at most at the lower 5th level of essence energy. But now, fighting with Qua Chong like this, how could he not know that Qua Chong's strength had already reached the edge of the middle 5th level? If he defeated Qua Chong, the Immortal Palace would definitely know that he had already reached the middle stage of the 5th grade of elemental energy. However, this Qua Chong was only the vanguard. Naturally, there were other immortal generals after the vanguard. In the distant sky, Xiaohua's divine sense could not penetrate the chariot that was spewing flames. Presumably, it was the commander-in-chief of this expedition against the Black Wind Ridge, perfected Lord Qingyuan of the Sun Palace. What cultivation level was this perfected Lord Qingyuan? Xiaohua didn't dare to imagine how the Immortal Palace would react if he defeated Qua Chong and then defeated the commander. However, if he were to escape. Xiaohua's gaze swept across the inescapable net and a bitter taste appeared in his mouth. Forget it. Hearing Qua Chong's reminder, a cold glint flashed across Xiaohua's eyes. Since we've come this far, it's hard to conceal our cultivation, so there's no need to regret it. The Soaring Dragon Mountain Range's grand formation has already been set up, and the Immortal Palace won't be able to discover our Fortune Gate's foundation in a short time. I don't believe that the Immortal Palace can cover the sky with one hand when the hidden Immortal Continent, the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, and the Pure Land are so big. All right. Xiaohua laughed wildly as well. Since it's like that, then I won't hold back any longer. I'll let you see what it means by there's always someone stronger. It can't be, right? Qua Chong was a little dumbfounded. He muttered in his heart, but his hands didn't slack off. With a roar, he waved the Xianhua giant axe with both hands and slashed towards Xiaohua. However, at the same time that the broad axe chopped down, a 3-colored light emerged from the sub-body that was 100 zhang in size. As the light surged, another 3 sub-bodies of different colors appeared out of thin air and surrounded Xiaohua in an instant. Every sub-body looked exactly the same as the sub-body in front of Xiaohua. Even the broad axe that chopped down at the same time similarly flickered with a cold light, blocking the direction that Xiaohua dodged in. It's a little strange. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and didn't perceive the difference between these 4 sub-bodies. Your 4 giant axes are also very sharp. Xiaohua muttered in his heart. He didn't open his delusion breaker Dharma eye to see the truth. Instead, his figure suddenly rushed forward. His arms gathered all the strength in his body and waved the wishful staff to smash the giant axe in front of him. At the same time, he released his divine sense and condensed it into a hammer, directly facing the giant axe on the left side. Boom. Two loud sounds came out at the same time. Xiao Hua's wishful staff hit Qua Chong in front of him and sent him flying 100 meters away. The giant axe in his hand had thousands of inscriptions on its handle and instantly shrunk like a child's toy. Looking at Xiao Hua's left side, the hammer of divine sense also sent the giant axe flying. Moreover, the giant axe was extremely sharp. Xiao Hua's divine sense was actually split in half. However, at the same time that Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace shook violently, the two hammer of divine sense crashed into one of Qua Chong's subbodies like meteors. Amidst a loud explosion, Qua Chong's avatar was pierced through. Two massive holes appeared like a pair of soulless eyes. Swish. The 1,000-meter-sized avatar collapsed in a flash. It was even faster than melting snow. Boom boom. When the subbody clone collapsed, the other three clones had fear in their eyes. As the sound of their bodies collapsing rang out, Qua Chong's clone disappeared, and so did his main body. In fact, his body, which had gradually returned to its original size of 100 feet, was covered in layers of cracks that resembled spiderwebs. A bloody aura gradually spread out from the cracks. Damn it. Qua Chong had never imagined that he would actually fall into such a losing situation. It seemed that before he used his divine ability, he was still evenly matched with Xiao Hua. How could there be such a huge difference with just one strike? However, he didn't have the time to think any further. His intuition from the bloody battle told him that he was absolutely not a match for this Daoist sect cultivator, and he could only flee now if he didn't want to die. Qua Chong hurriedly moved his body, ignoring his injuries as he tried to escape. You want to leave? Xiao Hua's huge transcendence golden body sneered, and his big hand grabbed down from the air. In an instant, Qua Chong was imprisoned by the big hand for hundreds of feet. Kill. Qua Chong resisted stubbornly, waving his Xianhua axe. Unfortunately, his axe was also broken by Xiao Hua, and it didn't show any special light. Break. The immortal general at the side naturally waved the formation flag in his hand. Above the inescapable net, a thunderous chain of Ming Lu issued a crackling sound, wrapping around Xiao Hua's large hand. Ah, troublesome. Xiao Hua had seen the power of the heavenly punishment prison crystal and knew that he couldn't compete with this chain of law. With a slight sigh, he hurriedly pulled back his big hand as if to avoid it. Seeing this, Qua Chong's heart relaxed slightly. Under the stimulation of his genuine qi, his body flew toward his chariot. However, the moment he relaxed, Xiao Hua's huge body suddenly flashed with lightning, and a string of phantoms was born in the lightning. In a few breaths, Xiao Hua was like a huge mountain flying above Qua Chong's head. In the past, it was always Qua Chong who used this kind of deterrence to scare his enemies. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be bullied. Ah! Qua Chong couldn't help but scream. As soon as he screamed, Xiao Hua's big hand grabbed him again like catching a chicken. How dare you! The immortal general who set up the formation obviously couldn't save him in time. Sun Jian on the sun chariot certainly couldn't ignore it, but after hearing his soft reprimand, the flame on the sun chariot turned into a flying arrow, flashing over thousands of feet and shooting straight toward Xiao Hua's big hand. Although Xiao Hua was very confident in his transcendence golden body, he still didn't dare to rashly collide with the fire arrow. He raised his big hand again and dodged the flame arrow in a flash. Phew! Qua Chong breathed a sigh of relief again. His body flew a few hundred feet in an instant. Seeing that he was close to the sun chariot, suddenly, another kind of suffocating aura appeared, as if an invisible big hand had appeared out of thin air and tightly grabbed Qua Chong. How dare you! The flame arrow that had just flown by suddenly exploded, as if Sun Jian was angry, turned into thousands of fire points and rushed toward Xiao Hua. Hee hee! Xiao Hua sneered. His big hand didn't hesitate and grabbed upward. The innumerable flames immediately froze under Xiao Hua's universe in the sleeve technique. However, just as Xiao Hua was about to extinguish the flames, rumble. The innumerable flames exploded with a loud rumble, causing Xiao Hua's large hand to be abruptly lifted up. However, although the flames were powerful, the dark golden light on Xiao Hua's large hand flickered slightly, and it was not damaged at all. When Xiao Hua raised his big hand, his face suddenly changed slightly and he roared like Sun Jian. Then, with his other hand, he suddenly waved the wishful steel staff and very strangely smashed it into a place in the air, clang. With a crisp sound, a flame was born under the wishful steel staff. Under the splashing of the flame, a three-pointed double-edged sword was revealed. And behind this three-pointed double-edged sword, Sun Jian's burly figure appeared in the air with flames lingering around him. Humph, the immortal general of the immortal palace is really powerful. Xiao Hua waved his left hand and pinched Qua Chong in his big hand. He sneered, this sneak attack ability, one is better than the other. Xiao Hua. Sun Jian's voice was like a burning flame, let go of Qua Chong. Xiao Hua sneered, Lord Supreme, I am so scared. The immortal palace really thinks highly of this Xiao. With that, Xiao Hua's figure slowly shrank, but his big hand still held Qua Chong tightly. If you want to live, let go of Qua Chong. Sun Jian did not reveal his figure and said, this lord knows that you may be wronged, but this lord is under the emperor's order. If you let go of Qua Chong, this lord promises not to hurt you. You only need to go to the Lingyun Palace and explain things clearly. There is no danger to your life. To be honest, didn't you just kill Kong Hongwu? It's really nothing. Tsk tisk. Xiao Hua sneered and smacked his lips. Lord Supreme's upper lip touching the lower lip is easy to say. Not to mention whether this Xiao killed Kong Hongwu or not, just by the fact that Lord Supreme led so many immortal soldiers and immortal generals to besiege my Black Wind Ridge and set up such a huge defensive formation here, this Xiao can't see that the immortal palace wants to exterminate my Black Wind Ridge without leaving anyone alive. This Xiao took a lot of effort to capture a hostage. If I let him go, how can this Xiao face the disciples of my Black Wind Ridge? Chapter 38-27. Xiao Hua, don't think that just because you have an immortal general of my Sun Palace, this true monarch will hold back. Sun Jian replied decisively, in this inescapable net, this true monarch has 10,000 ways to capture you. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed and raised Qua Chong, you can try. If you don't put your vanguard's life in your eyes, you can come at me. This Xiao can't guarantee that you won't crush Qua Chong into flesh and blood when you try. Oh, right, my Dao sect seems to have another method. This Xiao also wants to try it. Can I crush Qua Chong's soul at the same time? How dare you? The flames around Sun Jian rushed into the air again. He was obviously extremely angry. Great General. Qua Chong struggled with all his might and shouted, don't care about this general's life or death. Quickly kill this evil cultivator. Shut up. Sun Jian scolded, scaring Qua Chong into shrinking his head. He knew that Xiao Hua suddenly released his magic power to let him speak. This was Xiao Hua's plan to lure the enemy. Xiao Hua. Sun Jian pondered for a moment. The flames around his body suddenly disappeared, revealing his true body. He said, look at who I am. Ah. Sun Jian. When Xiao Hua saw Sun Jian, who had thick eyebrows, big eyes, a lion's nose, and a tiger's mouth, he was slightly stunned. Then, he mocked himself, I really didn't expect you to be the great general of the immortal palace. Sun Jian ignored Xiao Hua's sarcasm and said indifferently, when this son obtained the emperor's decree, I also obtained your image. This son obviously knows that the enemy this time is you. However, this son is a great general of the immortal palace. Therefore, this son can't violate the emperor's decree because of some previous friendship. Moreover, to tell you the truth, I've already decided to follow the celestial emperor's order to annihilate your Black Wind Ridge and capture you to the Lingyun Palace. I'll personally plead for mercy on your behalf and ask the celestial emperor to forgive me with my status as a great general. Then I really have to thank Lord True Monarch. Xiao Hua laughed and said, however, this Xiao is a remnant of the Dao sect. I don't dare to associate with Lord True Monarch of the Immortal Palace. True Monarch, you don't need to worry about your former friendship. You should only worry about your vanguard. I'm sure True Monarch already has a plan in mind. No matter how high True Monarch's cultivation is, no matter how fierce this inescapable net is, as long as I'm determined, Hua Chang's life will be in my hands. That's right. You have the ability to do so. This son has long known about it. Sun Jian nodded and raised his hand, throwing a universe bracelet into the air as he said, "This is what I owe you. Take it." Hee hee. I didn't expect Lord True Monarch to be such a trustworthy person. Xiaohua stretched out the wishful steel staff and picked up the heaven and earth bracelet. He was not afraid of Sun Jian's tricks and directly put the heaven and earth bracelet into the space. Then he said, "Presumably, once this thing is returned, you and I will no longer have any entanglements. Are you going to make a move?" "That's right. Xiaohua, if you are a man, then release Hua Chong. This son can give you a guarantee. If you defeat this son can let your Black Wind Ridge live." This. Xiaohua hesitated. He had seen Sun Jian's strength. Previously, he might be stronger than him, but now, Sun Jian may not be his opponent. But then Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and asked faintly, "What if this Xiao doesn't release him? Then, you are not the man this son has seen before." Sun Jian frowned, "And even if this son lets you live, this son will kill your Black Wind Ridge until blood flows like a river." Okay, you are a man. Your immortal palace is full of men." Xiaohua waved his hand disdainfully. Puchi. Sun Gang, who had been paying attention to the situation in the distance, couldn't help but laugh. When Xiaohua said this, the new princess who was concerned about Xiaohua naturally became a woman. Xiaohua glanced at the boy and ignored him. Sun Jian's face changed, and he said in a deep voice, "So, you are determined to cut off all ties with this son?" "That's right." Xiaohua nodded, "But this Xiao is unworthy. Now that this Xiao has fallen into the hands of the Immortal Palace, this Xiao's life is no longer in this Xiao's hands. Moreover, this Xiao has doubts as to whether True Monarch can save this Xiao's life. In a matter of life and death, this so-called kindness, if it's cut off, then so be it. You don't believe this son?" "Sigh, Sun Jian, it's not that this Xiao doesn't believe you." Xiaohua sighed and pointed around. "The tens of thousands of immortal soldiers and generals besieging my Black Wind Ridge must be your subordinates. But can you guarantee that these immortal soldiers and generals are wholeheartedly loyal to you? This Xiao doesn't know how many palaces your immortal palace has, and how many generals you have, but this Xiao is sure that there must be someone who leaked the news today. If you have the heart, why did you reveal your relationship with this Xiao at this time? You only need to use the excuse that Hua Chong was captured by this Xiao to let this Xiao and Black Wind Ridge live. This is a reasonable reason in front of the Immortal Emperor. But you actually said it in front of so many people. Do you want this Xiao's life or Hua Chong's life? Or do you want your own life? This son knows what you're talking about." Sun Jian said indifferently, "But this son is True Monarch Qing Yuan, personally conferred by the Immortal Emperor, and also a general of the Sun Palace. This son does things openly and honestly, and disdains to do such shady things. Yes, it's because you're so open and honest that this Xiao doesn't dare to entrust this Xiao's life to you." Xiaohua nodded. "This is not a fight with real strength. The danger. Perhaps you really don't know." Of course, Sun Jian was not a fool. He raised his head and swept his gaze across the tens of thousands of immortal soldiers, finally landing on Sun Gang's face. Sun Gang jumped in fright and fiercely glared at Xiaohua, hurriedly saying, "Lord True Monarch, this one, no need to say more." Sun Jian waved his hand and said coldly, "What this True Monarch has done is worthy of the heavens above, worthy of the earth below, and worthy of the Immortal Emperor. How you report it is your own business." This. Sun Gang laughed bitterly. He did not expect Xiaohua to have such a relationship with Sun Jian. If he had known earlier, why would he have followed them? From the looks of it, he might be the key reason why Xiao Hua was unable to escape. Xiao Hua ignored the relationship between the two and indifferently raised Qua Chong. Lord True Monarch, this is in front of 2 armies, you can decide for yourself. Do you want Qua Chong to return to the Immortal Palace alive or not? You plan to abandon the disciples of the Black Wind Ridge and escape? Sun Jian glanced at the Du Tian star formation and said coldly, looks like this sun really misjudged you in the past. Xiao Hua said indifferently, you've only seen it once, what can you tell? As the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time, but not their heart. Besides, this Xiao is full of demons in this Black Wind Ridge. How many disciples can this Xiao have? Those disciples were already killed by you guys in Jianghu country. Why should this Xiao care about the life and death of the Black Wind Ridge's demons? Lord True Monarch. Sun Gang rolled his eyes and anxiously said, Qua Chong is a general of my immortal palace. His identity is not something that this evil Xiao Hua can compare to. In my opinion, why don't we let Xiao Hua go in exchange for General Qua Chong's life? All the demons in the Black Wind Ridge are here. If we kill all of them, we won't go against the Immortal Emperor's orders. Shut up. Sun Jian berated, this true monarch knows what to do. How can a child with a yellow mouth speak in front of 2 armies? Seeing Sun Gang shut his mouth in anger, Xiao Hua sighed. It was obvious that Sun Gang wasn't Sun Jian's subordinate. Now that Sun Jian knew him, Sun Gang already had something on him, and Sun Jian still scolded him like this. This kind of upright and plain-spoken person was worthy of being friends, but the chances of this kind of person being framed was also very high. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he looked at Sun Gang. Hiss. Although Sun Gang was small, he was very quick-witted. Seeing Xiao Hua looking at him, his heart turned cold. He hurriedly shrank his body and hid behind the immortal soldier driving the carriage, afraid that he would attract Xiao Hua's attention. At this moment, the Black Wind Ridge was truly cold, as if the tens of thousands of immortal soldiers did not exist. In the air, other than the whistling of the wind, there was only the roaring of fire on the flaming chariot. Sun Jian's gaze was fixated on Xiao Hua, as if his gaze was about to pierce into Xiao Hua's body. This sun. I thought you were a peerless hero. Sun Jian said word by word, his tone heavy, I've always wanted to come down to the lower realms to pay you a visit, but who would have thought that you are actually such an irresponsible person? The cultivators of the Black Wind Ridge who are about to die are the same as this sun. I didn't see your true face. Since you want to escape, fine. This sun will risk being punished by the immortal emperor and let you live today. Everyone. Open the inescapable net. Sun Jian's order was like a mountain. The immortal general who set up the formation didn't dare to say a word. He slightly raised the formation flag in his hand and a ray of light shot through the inescapable net. Looking at the way to live and then looking at Sun Jian's heartbroken expression, Xiao Hua slightly frowned. Sun Jian's words moved his heart. After all, Xiao Hua and Sun Jian worked together to kill the strange insect in the void. Xiao Hua's strength had already shown that he was at the lower 5th level of origin energy. If Sun Jian wanted to, he would have already reported to the Immortal Palace. Xiao Hua might not be able to live freely in the future. If Sun Jian wanted to capture him, he would definitely have a hard fight with him. But why didn't Sun Jian reveal his strength to the Immortal Palace? But at this moment, Xiao Hua didn't have time to think too much. He coldly waved his hand and said, Lord True Monarch, don't think too much. This Xiao is the vanguard that captured your Sun Palace, you have no choice but to let this Xiao go. Even if you say so much, this Xiao won't accept your kindness. You don't need to accept my kindness. This true monarch disdains to make you accept my kindness. Sun Jian waved his hand, this true monarch will let you go today, but the next time this true monarch sees you, will definitely meet and capture you. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. He held the Qua Chong in his hand and calmly flew to the gap of the inescapable net and said, if you want to see this Xiao, then go ahead. This Xiao doesn't want to see you. Wait until you're no longer a man, then we'll talk. Chapter 38-28. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, he didn't hesitate at all. His body shrunk slightly and he flew out of the gap in the inescapable net. At this time, although the inescapable net had a gap of several tens of zhang, there were hundreds of engraved chains cruising inside like poisonous snakes. They were waiting for Xiao Hua to be careless and immediately pounce on him to kill him. Xiao Hua flew to the gap and suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked at the flag bearer with a strange expression. Sure enough, the flag in the flag bearer's hand was slightly trembling. Seeing Xiao Hua's gaze sweep over, the flag bearer's face revealed an unnatural expression. Xiao Hua's left hand shook the motionless Qua Chong in an extreme display of strength. Then, he swaggered out of the gap. Lightning flashed around Xiao Hua's body as he prepared to fly in the direction of the Longevity Town. But at this time, rumble. Several huge rumbling sounds came from all directions of the Black Wind mountain range. The entire sky suddenly darkened. Several huge shadows were like distorted shadows cast down from the distant sky. Several terrifying divine senses swept over from the sky in an unbridled manner, and the suffocating aura surged over as well. Who? Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. His hand involuntarily exerted strength. Qua Chang's eyes rolled. He was almost crushed to death by Xiao Hua. Ha ha ha. Little Sun Jian, although this old man and the others came late, I still saw your defeated appearance. I really didn't expect Master Xiao of the Black Wind mountain range to be so powerful. You could still safely escape from 100,000 celestial soldiers. An arrogant voice seemed to come from all directions. It was like a thunderclap falling down. Sun Jian, don't you feel ashamed? You are the dignified Sun Palace's true monarch Qingyuan. You actually let someone escape like this. Don't you feel ashamed? Come out. This old man will let you capture this old man and report back. See. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. He seemed to understand something and said in surprise, could it be the Grand Mist Ancestor? Humph. Sun Jian didn't fly out of the inescapable net. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the rapidly changing sky. He coldly snorted and said, just a thief who escaped from the Penglai immortal realm. How can this true monarch make a move? Even if you're not afraid of being embarrassed, this true monarch is afraid of dirtying my hands. Daoist Xiao. A rainbow flew over from afar and stopped not far away from Xiao Hua. After the rainbow faded away, Daoist Qing Su's figure was revealed. He cupped his hands towards Xiao Hua and said, I have come to save you under the orders of the Grand Mist Ancestor. However, it seemed like there was no need for that now. Daoist Master Xiao is indeed the champion of the three armies. 100,000 heavenly soldiers are nothing to him. As expected of the person valued by the patriarch. Thank you, fellow Daoist Qing Su. Thank you, ancestor, for your kindness. Xiao Hua replied with a smile. This Xiao didn't expect that ancestor would send you all to help this Xiao. Nothing else. Hidden immortal Dao cultivators are one family. Daoist Master Qing Su says with a smile. Daoist Xiao is in trouble, how can we just stand by and watch? Now that fellow Daoist is out of danger, why don't you come with me to pay a visit to the Grand Mist Ancestor? Sigh, I also want to pay a visit to the ancestor. Xiao Hua sighs. However, this Xiao has other important matters. I hope that fellow Daoist can bring eyes respect and apologies. When this Xiao has the chance, I'll definitely pay a visit. Daoist Qing Su is somewhat helpless. However, he came a step too late and can't show Xiao Hua any kindness. Therefore, he can't force Xiao Hua. He can only cup his hands and say, since that's the case, I won't force you. However, Daoist Xiao, you also saw that the ancestor cherishes the talents of our Taoism. For you, he didn't hesitate to expose his strength, didn't hesitate to borrow the strength of the seniors. If Daoist has time, you'll definitely pay a visit to the ancestor. Yes, this Xiao understands. Xiao Hua nods. This Xiao appreciates the ancestor's intentions. Good, farewell. Daoist Qing Su cups his hands and leaves. After his figure disappears. Ha ha ha. A burst of laughter ripples through the sky. Hurricanes and thick clouds rise. In just a moment, that terrifying aura completely disappears. Seeing that Daoist Qing Su left easily, Xiaohua heaves a sigh of relief in his heart. He understands that with the Grand Mist Ancestor's character, Daoist Qing Su has the intention to save him, but more importantly, he wants to pull him closer to the Grand Mist Ancestor and let the Immortal Palace force him a little more. Grand Mist Ancestor, it's better to stay away from him. Xiaohua thinks and hurriedly moves his body, flying towards the Longevity Town. After flying for a while, Xiaohua turns his head and calls out, "Lord True Monarch, when this Xiao feels safe, this Xiao will release Qua Chong. Don't chase." Xiaohua's laughter echoes in the air and soon disappears. However, Sun Jian's voice chases after Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, if you want to live, stay away from the Grand Mist Ancestor. Otherwise, this true monarch won't need to crusade again, you'll be bitten into pieces by him." Huh, Lord True Monarch doesn't need to worry about this. Xiaohua's voice is very strange. Great General. Seeing that Xiaohua has left, the immortal general in charge of the formation says in a low voice, "This Xiaohua is really powerful, this general doesn't dare to act blindly without thinking. When did this true monarch ask you to attack?" Sun Jian says coldly. The immortal general doesn't dare to answer and hurriedly waves the formation flag to fill the gap. "Break the formation." Sun Jian retracts his gaze from the distance and looks at the capital Heaven Star formation under his feet. He orders indifferently. His figure flashes and instantly lands on the Sun Chariot. The chariot's flames rise again, blocking Sun Jian's figure. Damn it, this Xiaohua is too cunning. Not only did he take Qua Chong as a hostage, he also escaped to the Longevity Town. Even if Sun Jian wants to chase, he doesn't dare to. Not to mention, the Grand Mist Ancestor actually sent a 5th or 6th grade Dao sect cultivator over. Once Sun Jian leaves the inescapable encirclement, he might really be captured by these cultivators. Sun Gang pokes his head out from behind the immortal soldier and looks at Sun Jian behind the flames. He laughs bitterly and thinks, it seems that true monarch Qingyuan is really angry. This Black Wind mountain range is probably going to be a bloodbath. Boom. While Sun Gang is thinking, countless inscription law chains crazily pounce on the capital Heaven Star formation like tyrannical flood dragons. This represents Sun Jian's unusual feelings of shame and anger. Although the capital star formation that Xiaohua had set up in the Black Wind Ridge was incomplete, it was still a famous defensive formation of the Daoist sect. Under the inescapable attacks of the 100,000 celestial soldiers, this unmanned formation actually managed to hold on for 2 hours before it collapsed with a loud bang. At this moment, Qua Chong, who has already returned, looks at the messy but dead Black Wind mountain range and is dumbfounded. The Immortal Palace spent so much energy to suppress the Black Wind mountain range, but actually, nothing. Thinking that he was still captured by Xiaohua, Qua Chong clenches his teeth and flies to the front of the Sun Chariot. He bows and says, reporting to Great General, "There is no one in the Black Wind mountain range." Sun Jian's tone is calm as he orders, destroy all the elemental or veins underground and flatten the Black Wind mountain range. Yes. Qua Chong passes down the order, only to see the entire Black Wind mountain range shaking. Tens of thousands of inscription law chains shuttles on the ground. As the inscriptions burst one by one, as the majestic pillars of Qi rumbles down, the heaven and earth elemental Qi like a hurricane is born from the underground veins. It is the heaven and earth elemental Qi that was destroyed by the inscription law chains and dissipated. Great General. Qua Chong looks at the Black Wind mountain range collapsing like tofu and asks in a low voice, since there is no one in the Black Wind mountain range, Xiaohua's disciple must have fled elsewhere. Why don't we search around the Black Wind mountain range, maybe we can find something. My Sun Palace was only ordered to suppress Jianghu country and the Black Wind mountain range. Now that it has been completed, there is no need to do anything else. Sun Jian replied indifferently, when the Hall of Enlightenment finds the information of the other survivors of the Black Wind mountain range, it won't be too late for us to follow orders. Good. Sun Gang cupped his hands and said, I will definitely report this matter to the deacon. Sir, please make a decision. The Black Wind Mountain Range's primordial stone mine was almost completely plundered by Xiaohua. The inescapable net only used an hour to destroy the remaining primordial stones. As Sun Jian activated the Sun Chariot, the 100,000 immortal soldiers returned to the Immortal Palace. Just as the immortal soldiers left, the Confucian cultivators who had been coveting the Black Wind Mountain Range flew over. When they saw the Black Wind Mountain Range changed beyond recognition and the dense heaven and earth elemental qi in the air, they unconsciously understood. Many cultivators turned and flew away. There were still cultivators who did not give up and escaped underground. However, not long after, all the cultivators flew away. From then on, the Black Wind Mountain Range disappeared from the hidden immortal continent, just like the short-lived Jianghu country. After a few months, the black gas that was no longer suppressed by the capital star formation began to seep out again. Gradually, the Black Wind Mountain Range returned to its former state. Tongzhou country, Gu country, and Jiming country all sent troops to investigate. Then, they all tacitly made their own plans for the original Black Wind Mountain Range. This area became a barren mountain range again. It was also at this time that Xiaohua, who had almost finished setting up the Soaring Dragon Mountain Range's Great Formation, escaped underground into the metal and wood magnetic space and began to set up the transmission formation. The majority of the transmission formations at the bottom of the Sage River were intact. Xiaohua only needed to refine these intact materials again. Of course, this teleportation array was different from the capital star array and so on. It needed to be meticulous, but Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. While he was refining it, he carefully comprehended the array and practiced his divine sense. In this leisurely manner, the entire teleportation array took 5 years to set up. 5 years was not a long time, but it was extremely important for Xiaohua, who especially needed to go into seclusion. In these 5 years, Xiaohua's cultivation in all aspects advanced by leaps and bounds. Although he did not encounter any bottlenecks in his cultivation and reached the point of breaking through, compared to before he went into seclusion, it was incomparable. Within the space of the metal and wood elemental magnetism, a massive teleportation array with a boundless aura had been successfully set up. Xiaohua's figure flew out from the array. As a smile appeared on his face, he took out the Grand Universe teleportation token from the space. Quick! Xiaohua chanted an incantation and pointed at the Grand Universe teleportation token. A crystal thread fell from Xiaohua's finger into the Grand Universe teleportation token. Chapter 38-29. Buzz. The Grand Universe teleportation token in mid-air made a strange sound. A faint green color began to flash in the void within a 1-foot radius. It looked extremely strange. As the strange sound appeared, an even greater movement rippled in the void. The void swelled as though Xiaohua was using green seal text. Ah! Xiaohua was a little surprised. Seeing the teleportation array in this state, how could he not know that the sacrificial refining of this teleportation array was related to the green seal text of soul cultivators? Xiaohua hurriedly released his soul consciousness. Indeed, several soul strands had appeared around the Grand Universe teleportation token. These soul strands extended out from the Grand Universe teleportation token and entered the void. The grayish-white air current in the void started to revolve around the soul strands. Waves of green seal text sounds were emitted from this vortex. Looking at the Grand Universe transference token again, as Xiaohua activated his technique, it gradually expanded. The dark green brilliance gathered into a ball, and even more soul strands extended out from the void and stuck onto this ball of light. Similarly, even more vortexes appeared around the Grand Universe transference token. In the end, it actually formed a spatial crack that was invisible to the naked eye. Go! Xiaohua observed and activated his magic power. The Grand Universe teleportation token fell into the teleportation array that was as silent as a monster. Like a spark falling into a withered leaf, the green brilliance of the Grand Universe teleportation token instantly lit up the huge teleportation array. After this brilliance, that strange fluctuation spread out from within the teleportation array and passed through the entire teleportation array in a few breaths. Boom! The ball of light around the Grand Universe teleportation token began to expand again and drown the entire teleportation array inch by inch. As the ball of light expanded, the vortex in the void also pushed the silent teleportation array and began to emit a roaring sound from the inside out. It was like the roar of a monster that had woken up from a deep slumber. Xiaohua watched as the entire transmission array began to revolve like a giant stone ball. Sounds that sounded like green seal characters began to reverberate within the magnetic space. His brows unconsciously furrowed. Obviously, the teleportation array in front of him was different from the one he had seen in Sky Patrol City. He did not know if his teleportation array was successful. It took a few hours for the Grand Universe Transference Token's green light to cover the entire teleportation array. Moreover, the entire teleportation array was rotating in different ways. It was as though there was a strange giant hand pushing it and it didn't seem like it would stop. Xiaohua took a deep breath as his hand started to form seals, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. Following Xiaohua's incantation, the huge ball of light began to slowly recede from the outermost edge of the transmission array. This receding speed was even slower than before. Every inch of movement consumed a huge amount of Xiaohua's spiritual power. This continued for several days. Xiaohua's face was pale. With the help of the green-robed Xiaohua twice, the huge green light finally shrank to the area around the Grand Universe shifting token. Quick! With the incantation for the last time, Xiaohua's figure swayed, and he actually sat in the air limply. The green light emitted an intense brilliance around the Grand Universe shifting token. A strange rune appeared. This rune was not green seal text, but it was flashing with green light. Puff! The rune landed on the Grand Universe shifting token. The Grand Universe shifting token shook violently for a moment before becoming still. At this moment, all the sounds disappeared, the void disappeared, and the teleportation array stopped moving. It was as though Xiaohua had never cast a spell. The exhausted Xiaohua waved his hand, and the Grand Universe shifting token landed in his hand. Xiaohua scanned it with his spiritual sense, and a strange fluctuation and imprint emerged from it. Xiaohua understood that this imprint was the location of the teleportation array in front of him. If he wanted to set up a teleportation array that was connected to this teleportation array, he had to use this imprint. Otherwise, he would not be able to connect to this teleportation array. If I'm not mistaken, the teleportation array of my Taoism should be derived from the teleportation tunnel of soul cultivators. Xiaohua put away the Grand Universe shifting token. As he closed his eyes to rest, he thought to himself, the teleportation tunnel of soul cultivators that I saw in the Misty Mountains is the real teleportation array. The teleportation tunnel of soul cultivators looks simpler than this teleportation array, and the distance is also longer. Unfortunately, there seems to be no method to set up a teleportation tunnel in the millions of Meng Mountains. Who knows where this secret technique is lost? Also, after 5 years of cultivation, with the support of the Netherworld fruit, soul cultivator Xiaohua's 9 heavens of spirit origin had long reached the peak of heart heaven. But for some reason, the gap between heart heaven and soul-forming heaven was so tenacious. Even with the help of Whitey, he could not break through. What should he do? After all, the gap between heart heaven and soul-forming heaven is not a simple bottleneck. From the perspective of soul cultivators, it is the difference between soul scholars and shamans. There must be some secrets that I don't know about. Soul cultivators, even if I am about to reach the shaman realm and enter the 3rd heaven of spirit origin, I am still so mysterious. Xiaohua had consumed a lot of magic power this time, so he had to rest for more than a month to recover. After he put away the spirit stones he needed for the teleportation array, he circulated his magic power and left the magnetic space. Looking at the faint black fog lingering within 100 li radius, Xiaohua was very satisfied. He knew that there would be very few cultivators coming here in the future. Finally, Xiaohua released his soul sense and carefully scouted the area within 1,000 li radius. After confirming that there was no immortal palace, he flew towards the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Xiaohua's several years of closed-door cultivation were not just for setting up the teleportation array and cultivating. Many times, he would fly back to the soaring Dragon Mountain range to set up the incomplete Grand Formation. Therefore, when he flew back to the soaring Dragon Mountain range this time, the Fortune Gate's disciples did not know what he was doing outside. They just thought it was a simple trip. Although the soaring Dragon Mountain range's Grand Formation was not as detailed as the teleportation array, it covered a large area. It was also different from the Black Wind Ridge's capital star formation. After Xiaohua returned to the soaring Dragon Mountain range, it took him more than a month to set up the Grand Formation. On this day, Xiaohua was in midair. He seemed to be struggling as he made a grabbing motion with his hand. Within 1,000 li radius, the wind and clouds surged, and the scenery turned into a stream of light that fell into his hand. Then, a crisp "kacha" sound was heard, and a palm-sized crystal plate appeared in Xiaohua's hand. Xiong Yi and the others who were standing respectfully in the distance and carefully observing Xiaohua's Grand Formation had an illusion in their eyes. It was as if a layer of mist was gushing out from the soaring Dragon Mountain range, but this mist was thinner than the clear morning fog. After it gushed out, it dissipated with a "kacha" sound. However, after the mist dissipated, the entire soaring Dragon Mountain range had an indescribable change. Xiong Yi released his soul sense and carefully observed. After a long time, he withdrew his soul sense and said in a low voice with admiration, "Junior brothers, did you notice the difference?" "Of course." Li Xiang lowered his voice. "The scenery of the soaring Dragon Mountain range is completely the same as before, but everything is completely different. Ordinary cultivators can't discover the location of our sect even if they directly flew over the mountain range, let alone flying over the sky. It's even more impossible for them to know that they have already fallen into the Grand Formation. Senior brothers are right. The flowers are not flowers, the mist is not mist. The soaring Dragon Mountain range is no longer the soaring Dragon Mountain range of the past." Fu Jiwen prostrated himself in admiration and said, "Master's Grand Formation Dao has greatly improved these past few years. It seems that no matter how much I cultivate, I can't see Master's back. It's not just the Grand Formation Dao." Imperial Highness Lan said with a smile, "I don't know where Master went to train during this period of time, but every time he comes back, I can feel that Master is different. However, I can't detect Master's realm at all. Let's go, Master is calling us." Seeing Xiaohua waving his hand in the distance, Xiong Yi hurriedly reminded them. The four of them flew and landed in front of Xiaohua. "Master has worked hard." Xiong Yi and the others bowed. "Hee, it's nothing." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Setting up a formation is the same as cultivating. Master has been setting up a formation for a few years, and Master has benefited greatly." Yes, senior brother was just envious of Master just now. He said that every time he sees Master, he feels that Master is more profound and unfathomable. Already profound and unfathomable, can it still be more unfathomable? Xiaohua smiled and said, "My Taoism's 3,000 great Taos, each of them is unfathomable. You all have your own opportunities, so there's no need to be envious of Master. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, you'll understand what Master is doing now." Everyone's expression turned cold, and they hurriedly bowed and said, "Many thanks for Master's reminder. Xiong Yi, ring the bell, this old man has something to instruct." Xiaohua waved his hand and ordered. Xiong Yi didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Strangely, although his transmission landed in the soaring Dragon Mountain range, no one responded. "Ha!" Xiaohua lightly smiled. He waved the crystal token in his hand, and a faint light fell into the mountain range. At the place where the mountain range landed, a red cloud emerged like a fountain and landed right under everyone's feet. "Let's go, the great array has already been sealed." Even a fourth-grade essence energy would not be able to send a message inside. As the rosy cloud descended, the scenery in front of Xiaohua and the others flashed slightly. The mountain range was still the same mountain range, and the forest was still the same forest. However, between the mountain range and forest, there were some towering palaces standing there. Xiaohua smiled and flew directly to the largest palace on the mountain peak. Before Xiaohua landed, the sound of a golden bell rang in the mountain range. Dozens, or even hundreds of rays of brilliance flew out from various parts of the mountain range and gathered towards Xiaohua's landing spot. The palace that Xiaohua landed on looked dazzling and magnificent. It was close to several hundred zhang tall, and there was a bright and colorful signboard on top of it. The words, Fortune Dao Palace, were written in large letters. The palace was built with huge bluestones, and many Dao runes were carved on the bluestones. Wisps of heaven and earth yuan qi were constantly pouring into these runes from all directions, and the tens of thousands of runes were flashing with faint waves of Dharma power. Although the waves were obscure, they gave off an indescribable aura that was like a coiling dragon. This palace was naturally the Fortune Gate's main palace, the Fortune Dao Palace.